Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA podcast as my 5.5 additional children, and like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I've never met my real dad, but that's okay. Because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse who donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins.
It's time to donate to the Patreon!
All right! The OCA podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity.
Donate today.
Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. That was definitely like Labor Day for our intro, right? That's like the Labor Day one. Joining me is Random 11.
Hello. It's also Labor Day in Canada.
Nice. And Reese.
Hi.
Also Green Line.
Hi. President unaccounted for.
And Footnum.
Hey.
And Ann B. Davis is Alice.
Yo.
Hello, Raj. Okay. That was a Brady Bunch reference. Okay. I would just like to say, Reese, welcome. This is your 200th episode. Woo. Random 11, you are now tied with Augie at 116 episodes. Congratulations. And welcome.
This will
audience.
be my last episode.
Oh.
You gave him the low bar.
Are you telling me I need to invite Augie on next stream? Just to keep him alive. Just to keep you alive, I mean. All right. It's not like this is a shit show where we have a watch club or all that stuff and we're already late and everything. That's not happening. Let's start. Let's start by saying, if you would like to support the OCA podcast, I'd like to invite you to do so. There are many such ways, such as patreon.com/OCA podcast, where you can donate money to us on a monthly basis. Seb recently seemingly increased his pledge, or at least I assume, because it's in such a high amount when it's in sex, right? So thank you for that, Seb. Or you could donate per video, not including podcast content, to the Anime Collector Patreon. If that's too difficult, or rather not difficult enough, you can go to ocapodcast.com/support. You can donate directly to us. You can also use our various affiliate links. And you can ensure that this travesty of red becomes a sea of green. I invite you to buy yourself a lovely Tenga. They have the premium or freshers cup on sale now. Don't forget the coming of age cup. All right, let's go. All right. So jumping right in here. We skipped these last podcasts for good reason, just because of time. That was the reason. So we're going to do them now, before pickups. So foreign tourists have been blamed for Japan's rice shortage as Reiwa Rice Riots leave shelves bare. Tourists are said to be eating Japan out of rice, depleting the local food supply. Rice has long been a major staple in Japan, where people have been known to eat it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And the majority of the population can't imagine their lives without it. I mean, it's basically their bread, right?
Yeah.
So when
their bread and butter, so to speak.
Their rice and soy sauce?
Exactly.
I like sweet and sour.
So when stocks started disappearing from store shelves this summer, it created a panic in Japan, with people wanting to know what was causing the sudden shortage. It'd be funny if they have to import like Spanish rice or whatever, or like jasmine, Thai jasmine. According to media reports, the shortage was affecting suppliers around the country, and interviews revealed many wholesalers were concerned, with one in the top producing region of Niigata Prefecture saying they only had 10 tons, or 2,000, or no, what? 22,046 pounds of rice, left at the time when they would usually have 240 tons, or 52,919 pounds. Other retailers echoed these concerns, saying they'd never seen anything like it. And when nationwide stock levels at the end of June were revealed to be the lowest in 25 years, many stores implemented purchase restrictions, limiting sales to 1 bag per person. By July, a large number of retailers were unable to provide any rice at all. The situation has been so dire that the media even coined a term for it, Reiwa no Kome Sodo. I like Reiwa Rice Riots better. Yeah. with Reiwa being the current imperial era. I just like the idea that like this is going to go down in the history books as the year of the race riot. I'm sorry, rice riot.
That's racist.
All right, that's right after the Reiwa race riots where Johnny Somali got kicked out of the country.
Damn it, Johnny.
While there haven't been riots in the traditional sense of the word, the shortage has led to bad behavior in terms of panic buying. And with stocks remaining low, things are yet to improve. So what led to the shortage of rice in Japan? Well, according to professionals in the industry, the initial problem was intense heat last summer, which led to a low yield in autumn harvests. While many farmers believe this is a direct effect of global warming, they also say it's not the only factor at play, because the record low yield coincided with a record high in terms of inbound tourist numbers. Farmers and wholesalers pointed out that the rapid increase in consumption of Japanese food by overseas tourists played a factor in the shortage, exacerbating the imbalance between supply and demand, with visitor arrivals numbering over 3 million per month in 4 consecutive months. In the 4 consecutive months to June, compared to 1.8 million to 2 million per month during the same period last year. This is a sharp increase in numbers, so the impact of tourism cannot be ruled out. A poor rice harvest combined with booming tourist numbers isn't an ideal situation for anyone. Not only does it increase the price of rice when demand outweighs supply, the shortage also affects the livelihoods of farmers, wholesalers, and restaurant owners. How do you think the shortage affects the livelihood of farmers? I mean, the only way I see that is the low yield, right? Not having enough to sell, right? But obviously, like, it's actually the best case scenario for farmers because they sold every single grain they had, right?
It's hard to say. I feel like I should know the answer to that.
Wholesalers and restaurant owners, while negatively impacting regular individuals who rely on the everyday staple. However, according to Hiroyuki Kishi, a former economic and industrial bureaucrat who recently appeared on a television program in relation to the rice shortage, there may be deeper problems with the rice supply. Kishi claims that the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, and Fisheries has been encouraging farmers to grow livestock feed instead of rice due to a decrease in demand for the grain, which has reduced the amount of rice Japan produces. While the government has now announced that stocks of rice should return to normal from September, when new harvests are produced, perhaps the Reiwa Rice Riots will prompt the government to rethink its approach to supporting rice farmers, especially now as tourists eat Japan out of rice and prove there is growing demand for the Japanese staple. Wow. I'm glad we read that. Anyway,
give me rice or give me death.
Let's read about Gyoza no Ohsho's president. It's tricky for me because no in Japanese, this word is the apostrophe S, right? So Gyoza no Ohsho. So it's Gyoza's Ohsho's presidents, right? Gyoza no Ohsho's president's murder trial, mulling not letting average citizens become judges. Yes, that's a thing they do in Japan. Back in 2013, Takayuki Daito. How was there not an anime series about high school girls becoming a judge? I watched the shit out of that.
Judge Judy, the anime?
Yes! Judge Judy-chan! Yes! Merch when?
Then a
Fuck
crossover
yes.
with Ace Eternity. Eternity? Oh, God.
Old man says, it's price control. The government doesn't allow the farmers to overproduce. That way prices remain high. So it's communism is what you're saying.
Yeah, there's like quota systems for other agricultural stuff too, like milk or whatever.
They can produce much more, but they are not allowed by the government. Many fields lie fallow. No. It's almost like other countries also produce rice, and just perhaps you could get the long grain rice. You could get some Chinese rice. You could get some Indian rice. What do they call it? Basmati rice? There's so many options. They're going to finally have to eat that disgusting brown rice sushi in Japan. All right. So back in 2013, Takayuki Daito, the president of the major Chinese restaurant chain Gyoza no Ohsho, was mysteriously gunned down in front of their corporate headquarters in Kyoto. It was so mysterious that it wasn't until 2022 that police arrested the suspect, Yukio Tanaka, of the Kudokai Yakuza group out of Fukuoka. And now Tanaka is set to finally stand trial in court. Uh-oh. What happened to Randy? R.I.P. Randy. No, he's gone. Anyway, so where was I?
He said it's his last podcast, remember? No.
Oh, no. He's set to finally stand trial in court. But according to a report by public broadcaster NHK, this trial may not involve members of the general public acting as judges. In general, major trials in Japan involve what are called saibani, lay judges, who are average citizens selected to work alongside professional judges. I would watch the fucking shit out of that anime. This may sound strange, especially if every single one of them is it's like one of those web animes that's like short, like 5-minute episodes. The anime girl comes out wearing her judge uniform. Let him in, and then the guy comes in and goes, "There is no mistake." Right?
That should just be the name of the anime.
Yes!
No mistake.
There is no mistake. Judge Judy Chan's Adventures. Let's see. This may sound strange to people in some countries, but it works in a rather similar way to the jury system often seen in Hollywood movies and TV. Japan doesn't have a jury system like that, but instead recruits 6 citizens from their voting register to act as lay judges for a single trial at the same bench as 3 professional judges. In this official video by the Ministry of Justice, an adorable squirrel breaks down the courtroom layout in which the 3 professional judges sit in the center of the bench and have 3 lay judges seated on either side. Wow. Much like with the jury, once the facts of the case and testimonies have been presented, both the professional and lay judges will all confer and vote on the ruling, as well as the sentencing if needed. A majority vote gets the decision as long as at least one professional judge is in the majority. Wow. This means that even if 6 lay judges vote guilty and the 3 professional judges vote not guilty, the resulting verdict will be not guilty. It's an interesting setup. Don't tempt me. We could write it about the actual cases we've covered from every podcast. A big difference from a Western jury is that lay judges are more involved in examining the case. Rather than simply hearing the arguments from the prosecution and defense and managing the protocol of the court, they are allowed to actively analyze evidence and ask their own questions to the lawyers or witnesses. Oh, so you're saying the victim had this pair of underwear stolen? So I'm like, oh, smells like that. Rather than simply hearing the arguments from the prosecution and defense and managing the protocol of the court, they are allowed to actively analyze evidence and ask their own questions to the lawyers or witnesses. The purpose of using lay judges is to raise awareness of how the courts operate among citizens and help democratize the outcome of trials. This system is also said to result in more lenient sentences, particularly a decrease in death penalties being handed down, because average people tend to be more sympathetic than career judges who deal with cases day in and day out. However, as also often seen in Hollywood productions, cases involving organized crime members can be dangerous for judges. Oh, so they're saying that because the Yakuza was involved, they don't want lay judges because the Yakuza might go murder those judges, right?
So if that's a way to democratize the courtroom, then does that mean communizing it is the jury pool?
Yes. Question mark. That's why past trials for Kudokai members. You all right there, Randy? What's going on?
You have a double dinger, Randy.
Well, fine then.
All right. That's why past trials of Kudokai members have not involved lay judges, and the prosecution has reportedly made a request with the Kyoto District Court to not use any in this trial either. The exact motive for Daito's death is not clear, and he was found to have no direct ties to organized crime. However, there are allegations that the previous owners of the company were involved in shady dealings, which Daito was working to pull the company out of. According to NHK, Kudokai members also have a history of violence against those who refuse to do business with them, including shooting a construction firm owner who spoke out against giving organized crime groups reduced rates, and stabbing a restaurant owner who posted a sign refusing service to organized crime members. So while being chosen to work as a judge does sound kind of cool, at least compared to being a boring old jury member, I certainly wouldn't want to be responsible for the fate of someone who belongs to a group with a well-documented track record of holding violent grudges. That's probably better left to the professionals, right? Just let the AI do it. I like the idea of the robot picking up the panties. I see. Right. So, all right. You got pickups?
We do, indeed.
Which you?
Well, I mean, I don't have on-camera pickups. If anybody has on-camera pickups, I won't be able to get one until I get like a webcam. So they're in the Discord, but
I got pickups.
Okay.
So we'll get to your Discord ones in a minute. I have pickups that are relevant to you. Oops. So I picked up Lupin the Italian game. Yeah, apparently Crunchyroll will send this stuff out like Right Stuff used to, where it's just like, oh yeah, well this one you got it. Here it comes. Right? You ordered like 10 things, but here it goes. Right? So that's good. Now, I have two other things here. Berserk Memorial Edition, which is like the weirdest image to choose because it's not from the Memorial Edition and has also been used in so many other renditions of Berserk that it also isn't from, right? Because it's from the manga, right? It's a manga panel. Okay. And then I also picked up, I believe this was an Amazon exclusive limited edition for Hell's Paradise.
It's got a window.
I think it looks cool. Right?
Yep.
So I'm going to show you something very interesting here. Do you see that Crunchyroll logo?
Uh-huh.
So Crunchyroll is the company that survived, and it was Funimation who got.
It's the skin that is being worn by Funimation.
What? Oh, is that the case? Of course. How silly of me. That would explain why the barcode uses Funimation's business ID 704400 on all of the Crunchyroll sets now, huh? There's our one more piece of straw in the hay bale to our conspiracy theory that Crunchyroll is literally Funimation in Crunchyroll skin, right? Anyway, that is my pickup. So let's jump into the Discord. The robots pick up the pantsuit, then analyzes and discovers 10 samples of DNA.
They're all from the jury.
The other lay
They're
judges.
jurying off.
All right. So that's related to last podcast pickups. Anime Fan got their package of Jujutsu Kaisen and Demon Slayer. They're having to wait for Mugen Train. I'm not sure why. Is it unavailable or is it a budgeting thing?
It's already. So he says it's already shipped. So
okay, cool. At some point, yes, we will need to come back to our watch club of Demon Slayer. I'd also like to start my watch club of Jujutsu Kaisen, which I have not started.
I think I stumbled upon one of the spoilers, and I'm like, well, that really makes me want to watch it.
I picked up. Sorry,
I was gonna say this image right here makes me happy. I went first.
So I picked up Drive, the 4K Blu-ray Steelbook.
Nice.
Also
Watch party win.
Also picked up Berserk, the Memorial Edition. Golden Age Memorial Edition, and the Bonus of the Italian game, and My Hero Academia Season 6 Part 2.
Cool.
Nice. I wish they had dubbed Italian game, but alas, they did.
Yeah, we all do.
Yep.
Everybody did not like that.
Damn it, just flexing on us.
City Hunter Part 1, City Hunter 2 Part 1 and Part 2. Don't mind me killing
the print one.
Slightly bits of time here to throw in an article. Yep, cool.
Are you the one that's banging?
Whoa.
Randy, we
quiet.
barely hear you. You're like an echo in the distance.
A distant memory, one might say.
But for what it's worth, we can hear you. As a
I cranked you all the way up. Yes, I cranked you all the way up. Who's banging in the distance?
I was your mom.
Oh.
I still hear him like he's a million miles away.
Greenland?
Somebody turned automatic adjust mic volume again. Don't do that. You can't do that. Okay.
It's probably Randy himself.
Lady Phoenix picked up the custom 2 LP vinyl. What's at the CNE? Is that a Canadian thing?
Convention or something?
It's the CNE is not a convention. It's a I don't know what to. It's like a
record
festival.
store. Or something?
No, it's like a festival fair.
Like a swap
that happens. No, it's more like a fair that happens once a year for a week or so.
Interesting.
Flea market?
It's not a flea market. Oh my god, it's a fair. They have pavilions. They sell things at the pavilions, but like it's mostly a fair. There's like rides. They have weird, crazy food like deep fried butter sticks. It's a fair.
It's a Renaissance fair without that. You didn't need an occasion to.
No, it's not a Renaissance fair. It's just a
it's
fair.
a Renaissance fair without the Renaissance.
Yeah, I guess so. Fine.
Just some Canadian excuse to have a fair. Don't mind
that
me.
moment when Randy sounds better on whatever mic this is than as usual.
I sound better like this? Wow.
No, not even close.
At least we can hear you.
No. He sounds like he has he sounds like he's on a crappy headset on
Talk
his
to me
normal
now.
mic.
Okay, don't talk to me now.
Wow. They got
Which
two.
one's the real Randy?
I'd say just kill them all.
He's not worth the ransom.
So, which of these Randys is not coming back for the next podcast? Okay, so Randy picked up Digimon, but which Randy? We'll never know. Great. I'm just gonna keep going. Digimon Adventure Season 2. Randy also picked up these.
I guess they're cups.
I don't know why he has such a boner for McDonald's.
Grimace shake.
Okay, we're just gonna do this for now, for fuck's sakes. Yes. I picked that up. The go back.
Go back, yes.
Yeah, Digimon. There you go. I picked it up. Thank you. Yes. That's all I have to say.
Still the best season in my opinion.
These are cups. They're McDonald's cups. Canada gets glass cups because we're goated. America got plastic cups with bullshit on them.
Yeah, but you're not gonna use it. You're gonna keep it collectible. You had to get all three to complete the portrait. It's probably all duplicates, right?
They're literally all the same cup.
Oh,
Why?
so you just want to complete
He just wants to have a set for when he has company over.
There are 4 unique cups that Canada has. Australia got 2 other ones for some reason. One with Shrek on it. And anyway,
what? Why?
I don't know why Australia got 2 extra ones. Canada only got 4. Anyway,
And why Shrek? Like, you're missing the important part of the question.
oh, they're all based on Happy Meal toys over the years. So there's 2 designs. If you go down, like if you close this and go to the next, basically what this is a picture of one box, but the 3 sides of the box, and then the back has nothing on it. These are the cups. So this is the first cup. They have 2 designs on the cup, one on each side. So that's a Barbie and Hot Wheels. This is Hello Kitty and Snoopy. And then there's 2 teeny baby ones.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And then a Grimace cup and a Fry.
That Fry looks voxelated.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what that 2015
Frycraft.
Something about a Fry. I don't know. Anyway, this one had Grimace, so clearly it was the best one.
Lady
That's
Phoenix
why I
says,
needed 4 of them.
Grimace glass for the win. I got all 4 of the glasses.
Yeah. I have all 4 as well, but I have literally 4 of the Grimace cup because Grimace cup is best.
Huh?
What? Okay. All right. Luigi says, you will have to buy Japanese discs. Sony might have stolen the crowd-funded money. Dirty Pair is cool. Okay. Let's see.
What?
Aren't Sony the manufacturers of the disc either way? Yes. I was told that other companies make Blu-rays too. Yeah, but they hold the patent. They created it. The Fry looks like Game of Thrones.
The Fry. The Iron Fry.
They mean like the actual throne from Game of Thrones.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I see it. Oh, what's this?
This is the Americans version. They're plastic cups and you get colorful designs.
Nice of them to put the same one here and here and here and here because they didn't actually have enough to fill up the whole thing.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Shrek.
Yeah. So Australia got a glass version of the Shrek thing.
Yeah. So here's the like voxelated thing. I think it was on the box too, right? Oh no, the burger was Lego. That's what it was. Weird. I don't ever want to hear Putnam be like, "Isn't this an anime podcast?" It's not me. It's not me, Putnam.
Hey, there was an anime beside that.
Shrek, best anime. Okay, Hello Kitty is in here. I guess it counts. All right. So you also picked up Steins Gate Zero. By the way, everybody, we're doing Steins Gate Zero for our next Watch Club.
Are we?
Yep. Finally. After all these years of having not watched those last 3 episodes. Mirage
So
picked
this is mine. This is Tales of the TMNT, which is a follow-up sequel to the Mutant Mayhem movie that came out last year. It is 12 episodes. This is actually a bootleg import that I got because Nickelodeon refuses to. Sorry, do what?
Sorry, is the movie from last year the Seth Rogen one with the black April O'Neil, or?
Yes. It actually wasn't that bad of a film. This is coming from somebody that does not like Seth Rogen at all. So anyway,
it's not the Seth Rogen that's the problem. It's the April and how they're the beta Ninja Turtles now.
Yeah, they kind of. So the series it does this trope that I've seen a lot of non-anime series do lately, where I wouldn't necessarily call it quote unquote filler, but they do this. Basically, the whole premise of the season, there's going to be 2 seasons, is that they're trying to help April come up with like some kind of, I don't know, like high school report, and each turtle is basically telling their own tale of what happened after the events of the first movie. The problem is that you don't know which story is considered canon and which one is basically just made up. But I will say this.
So they're kind of riffing on Rashomon.
Yeah. But I will say this. The fight scenes in this are excellent. The animation, it's very different from the movie. I wouldn't say it's choppy, but it's almost kind of like semi-stop animation. But overall, I mean, it wasn't like terrible. I mean, like I didn't hate it. I was kind of disappointed that they didn't really show Shredder, because they kind of teased Shredder after the after credits of the first movie. So I'm guessing they're gonna save him for season 2.
Or the next, like if they do a theatrical sequel.
Yeah. But yeah, overall, I mean, I paid about, I think, $13 for it, so it's nice to have it in my collection. And that's about it on pickups. I was going to post another pickup, my copy of Tactics Ogre, but it unfortunately got lost in the mail. So.
Oh shit.
Yeah. But I did.
That was the game you talked about last podcast. That was.
Yeah, it actually came before Final Fantasy Tactics. Square Enix worked on it.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually a remake of the PS1 version. So I'm going to try to order a copy off of Amazon and kind of go from there.
Right on. Okay, let me grab the next. Sorry, I'm just doing stuff off screen here. And then that's the back. Green Line.
Yeah, I picked up some Loop On. I saw this was like still in stock, so I'm like, you know what? Discotheque seems to be getting rid of some of their stock, so I picked up Loop On.
It's definitely a good idea to pick up that one because of Toho.
Yeah, Legend of the Golden Babylon, which is I don't know which film it is, but it's one of the films.
Third one. It's the third one.
Third one. Okay, so yeah, I picked that up.
It's pretty good.
And then Oculus Strip, because I think it was on clearance on sale, so I picked that up.
It
it's
must
pretty
have
cheap.
been, because they have the Essentials version that doesn't even come with a slip.
And this slip has the Funimation era of we're gonna try to color code all the top of the Blu-ray.
I love that. They should have kept.
I actually did too. Hot take. I liked when they chose different colors for the
spice it up.
Yeah, Dragon Maid I think had a light green one if I'm not mistaken. But
yeah,
this is the area where they fucked with the color of the spines a little bit, so that's fun.
I think Helsing had red as well.
Yeah. Also, the first season of Blood Blockade Battlefront.
Mm-hmm. What color was that one?
Red.
Nice.
And the first release for Ergo Proxy was black.
Nice.
Yeah.
Gundam Seed, the first collection. This is in my Toonami watch along that I'm kind of doing. So this is the next step after I finish Rurouni Kenshin, which is pretty close. So
cool.
About that. And a new shelf. Ordinarily I wouldn't post this kind of thing, but because we're allowed to post like damn near anything, instead of just anime, I thought I'd post my new.
You didn't put your
units.
sandwich in the picture, so it doesn't count.
Oh yeah, you're right. Darn.
I don't know. That could be a Subway bag on top. I can't tell.
No, it is the bag that we got from Psych Anime. So.
I would have put a banana on top.
Speaking of Psych Anime, I had to buy something while I was there. I dare not go into the details. I already shared with the hosts how miserable my experience was, but I picked up a Spy Family at Wall Scroll while I was there.
Nice.
So.
You also picked up,
and then with my pickups, I renewed, or I got a refurbished or a newer copy of Fairy Tail Set 19, because if you can tell on the left-hand side of that image, of the previous image, there's a crease. There's a crease right on the side. Now down,
here?
Right there you go. There you go.
Yeah.
So that entire
ruined.
spine.
That's why Footnum didn't like that they did the window on the Hell's Paradise.
I like the windows on the Fairy Tail ones though, but the spine on 19 was destroyed, and because I have this new friend group, who are sticklers about the state of certain things, they rubbed off on me a bit, I'd say.
I feel like my ears are burning.
And I had to get a pristine copy, or a more pristine copy, if you will, of Set 19, which was on sale because it's on clearance.
I do like the Fairy Tail ones with that because they had the reversible covers.
Yes.
You guys are monsters.
Even though the reversible covers for the part 2, I want to say, of Fairy Tail, this is like part 2 in 2014, had the live action.
Yeah, just like all of them, all
reverse.
of those, the first ones for 14. Yeah.
And then on clearance from Nozomi, I got El Hazard. Because I think everything Nozomi is just going out of print. I'm hoping Crunchyroll relicenses everything.
Re-releases as well.
And re-releases it, yeah.
Rescues it.
So El Hazard. Just the whole shebang. Yeah, all of them. Ninja Nonsense as well.
Yeah, that's ufotable, right?
Is it? I don't know.
Live fact check. God damn it, I'm getting one of the. You're not a robot, are you?
Oh, capture? No.
Literally, it's so annoying because it's like if you have a VPN, it does that every single time. But if you use a different search engine than Google, it actually gets around that. But I can't be bothered.
All right. I'm halfway through the task that I was doing off screen, but I will call it.
It is indeed ufotable.
All right, you guys ready for? Okay, cool. Randy has fancy glasses to entertain guests. Teenage Mutant Turtles DEI detected will no buy, even if it's not that bad. Why pay for propaganda? Yeah. Will not buy, even if it's not that bad. I agree. Don't do it. All right. So, are you guys ready?
He's in too deep. He's in too deep.
Are you ready to hear the story about how it took Wells Fargo 4 days to notice that an employee had died in their cubicle?
What?
Oh, damn.
At around 7 a.m. on a Friday, Denise Prudhomme scanned into her Wells Fargo job, housed in a corporate office in Tempe, Arizona. She was found dead in her cubicle 4 days later. Prudhomme, 60, was pronounced dead by police on Tuesday, August 20th at 4:55 p.m. The Tempe Police Department told Fortune. She had not scanned out of the building since Friday. Oh, fuck, it was all weekend. That doesn't seem as crazy. If she died on Friday and stayed there.
Yeah, like...
You would think, like, the janitors or whoever comes in to clean would have noticed her.
While the investigation is still open, the police don't see any obvious indicators of foul play, officers explained. Officers added that
It was
Prudhomme's
all within the rules.
Yeah, it was fair play. Her death was fair play. Officers added that Prudhomme's family had been notified of her death. The cause remains unclear, and the message left with the medical examiner's office was not immediately returned. Asked for comment, Wells Fargo sent Fortune the same prepared statement shared with other outlets. Quote, "We are deeply saddened by the loss of our colleague, Denise Prudhomme," the company said, adding it is, quote, "committed to the safety and wellness of our workforce." Well, clearly you're not. Wells Fargo continued, "Our thoughts are with her family and loved ones, and we are in contact to ensure they are well supported during this difficult time." The company added,
And we are in contact. Please don't sue us.
Right.
Please don't sue us. Please, for the love of God, don't sue us.
"Don't forget your Disney Plus subscription."
Right?
The company added it is reviewing, quote, "internal procedures and providing counselors to those impacted. Employees are, understandably, feeling shaken. It is really heartbreaking, and I'm thinking, what if I were just sitting there?" A worker told local television station KPNX, "No one would check on me? Why the fuck would they?" Indeed, the tragedy of a worker being found at her desk nearly 5 days after clocking in feels so corporately callous, it enters the realm of surreal. Prudhomme's cubicle was reportedly on the 3rd floor of the building, away from the main aisle. That's where she was found, according to USA Today. Explaining why it took 4 days to discover the body, Wells Fargo told the outlet that Prudhomme's desk was located in a very underpopulated area. No, you don't understand. Nobody goes over there. Like, it's not our fault. Building security had called the police department on Tuesday after the week was well underway. On Tuesday! Damn. I mean, yes, granted, because she theoretically died on Friday, she didn't get noticed because of the weekend, but also they probably didn't even notice until the smell started to permeate the air. Oh, fuck. Where did I hear? After the week was well underway, according to the employee accounts reported by KPXN, a colleague had found Prudhomme after several people had reported smelling a foul odor. Called it. While most employees work remotely, the building is staffed with constant security, according to the outlet. That's the scary part.
Not constant enough, apparently.
That's the uneasy part. The employee told the local publication of the blind eye turned. It's negligence in some part. Correction, August 31st. A previous version of this article misstated the number of days it took for the body. It went up. It actually went up. From what I'm guessing. Let's see because it says 4 days in the headline and the URL. Damn.
Okay, what is it now then?
Well, I'm saying that this is probably the days that they said originally, but it's actually closer to 5 because they noticed her on Tuesday.
Okay.
You got to move everyone to open office layout. You'd never miss that.
There was probably a janitor that walked past her body multiple days in a row, muttering to themselves, "Not my problem. Yeah. You fucking know it."
Not my job.
I mean, Japan, it would just be commonplace. It's like, oh, dude's just sleeping on the job, like sleeping overnight, so he can open.
What a hard worker, taking a nap in the middle of the day to ensure that he gets all of his work done. All right, let's open these. All right. This is the last time we're covering this. The Kickstarter for Yuri manga, Her Kiss, My Libido Twinkles, has ended. And obviously it massively reached its goal. 534%. Good for them. I didn't back it. I just couldn't be bothered. Anyway. Also, Dagger of Kamui has 20 days left, and it is well past its goal. What are the stretch goals for it?
Are you guys backing this?
Hell yeah.
Probably.
Where are the stretch goals? Hey there. Stretch goals. We don't need no stinking stretch goals. We're just putting everything we have into the project up front. Oh. Well, okay then. I guess I won't back it any harder then. All right. So, in adjusting, switching back here to what Luigi was saying before, that Sony will probably never release 30 pair and they're stealing the money. Yeah, well, Banding in the Comics agreed with you because after 3 years, over $731,000 in backing and the production companies purchased by Crunchyroll, Dirty Pair English dub Kickstarter still yet to be fulfilled, and it's doubtful that it ever will. Hey, what's this? What? Dirty Pair Kickstarter update from August 29th. Thank you for your patience as we give you an update on production on the dub version of the classic 1985 series Dirty Pair. Thanks to all of the production staff and voices who contributed to this project, and of course, you for pledging your contribution to it. The series is still in post-production, and as with many productions, delays do sometimes occur. Delays. I think we're past that. Delays. You should be receiving updates on Dirty Pair every 2 to 4 weeks until the release. We hope that a new cadence and frequency of communications will help alleviate any concerns you may have. Please know that we've remained fully committed to this production, especially given the passionate fan base eagerly awaiting its release. As part of your commitment to the Kickstarter, beginning September 3rd, which is tomorrow, we will begin shipping out available portions of your backer rewards while the series is being prepped for post-production, editing, and shipping.
You can get your...
I get my lamp.
Yeah,
Yay!
your RNG lamp early.
I think I'm gonna throw in a...
Mine's not RNG.
So, I
got to pick mine.
You think it's a mixture of like when they absorbed Nozomi, they were just like, fuck it, whatever they're working on, it doesn't matter. And also like then they, heard about the Bounding in the Comics article and just realized.
I don't think it has anything to do with the Bounding in the Comics article. I think it has to do with the amount of stink that got raised on Twitter and stuff.
On Twitter, yeah.
Okay, Twitter, excuse me.
But yeah.
That they were like, you think this could be a lawsuit? Maybe we should like not do that. Yeah.
In fact,
so here's.
So this is from 26. Yes, it was before.
I was joking that well, now that Nozomi's part of Crunchyroll, they're in this awkward phase. Like, are they going to release it under Crunchyroll? But and as we just saw with the Right Stuff sale and stuff, it's like, well, all the Nozomi stuff's on clearance, so it's like they probably have literally a guy working on the post production, and that's why it's taking so long. And then everyone who's under Nozomi has all of their like they have no fighting spirit left to actually get work done. They're like, our company's dead. God, the second we release this, we're all fired.
Right? Like,
actually, yeah, that's probably even closer.
They're delaying Dirty Pair.
Like they've actually been delaying it, and then they fired half of them in June, and they're like, "Fuck, it's not working." How could they do that? Quick, take the Twitter. All right, so Savakis saw this and he said, well, we got somebody's attention anyway. Glad things are finally moving again. Schmollus had described it this way. Holy hell, it's a miracle. It's very corporate speak with no signature or anything, but I'll take it. Now, Randy replied, saying that they will post updates every 2 to 4 weeks means we still have many months of waiting in store, right? Savakis responded saying, I don't know about packaging, but my replicator currently has a 2-week turnaround time. Now, I happened to see this previously on the 27th. Small update on the Crunchyroll Nozomi Entertainment Dirty Pair Kickstarter. I found the recording studio on Facebook and asked them about it. Headline Studio said, it is actually in replication right now. There was a switch in the Kickstarter rep. Though I'm not directly affiliated, I brought this matter to their attention. So apparently it's in replication right now, right?
But a day later.
But literally 2 days later, the update from them on Kickstarter says, we're in post-processing.
Post-production. Wasn't it a day later? Oh, it's 29th. Okay.
29th, yeah.
Yeah. What were you going to say, Putnam?
I was gonna say, remember that one time that I can't remember which company it was. You're like, oh, AnimeWorks. It's like, what's the? Are you talking about duplication or replication or whatever, and all this stuff? I'm just getting flashbacks to that.
Yeah.
I'm thinking they probably are thinking of a completely different term that they actually said, and it's actually like, yeah, we've barely started.
I love Media Blaster / AnimeWorks and all the people who work there, but man, I do not like knowing more than them about their industry. You know. All right, so then
that when he considered that they'll put what is it, chapters on when I tweeted at them.
Yeah,
considered.
Right? Oh my god. Yeah. So somebody replied to the news about this and said, if a crowdfunding campaign promises something by a deadline, doesn't deliver, and then ghosts backers for months without updates, it is possible to bully them on social media into acknowledging the people they owe money to. You don't have to take it lying down. Make them accountable. So we're going to learn about all the benefits of unlocking that bullying ability tonight. Can't wait. Also, if you guys backed Japanese monster movie Bakemono no CGI horror film, it is going to start shipping this month. They'll be going out in batches since I have to mail over 230. So it may be a few weeks or longer depending on where you live until you receive yours, but they're finally done. I added another bonus to all of them. Festival Q&A in Germany. Thanks for everyone for your patience. So I don't know if you guys backed this. I backed it. It'll show up soon. Apparently, when I originally read this, I thought he was doing 230 at a time, but it sounds like he has to do 230 because
total
41 backers.
This is a scam.
41 backers? Why did they back so many?
They had one client that probably had like, I don't know, 200 copies.
I guess. Anyway, you can still back it here if you want it. Apparently, maybe that's what happened, is that they've had more after the this is only the people who bought during the actual Kickstarter, but you could theoretically go here and to Indiegogo. Okay.
Indian Go-Go.
I'm a little bit weirded out about this.
That's the Doug to Naples route. Go from Kickstarter to Indiegogo to back to Kickstarter. Like
Weird.
just
Hey, at least with Doug to Naples, you actually get what you backed. I got a.
How dare you? Doug Ruse is definitely going to send me my copy. He said so.
No, I backed both of his Earthworm Jim volumes, and yeah, he delivered on.
Nice. So, in live action news, Hatsune.
just 1 sec. Sorry, I gotta. He did, but he also said this is the only time it's ever going to get printed, and then he was like, "All right, but now we're gonna do a Indiegogo, and
yeah, he
now we're gonna do a Kickstarter." It's like,
I don't know. But anyway, sorry, go ahead.
How many times do I get printed?
Didn't he change like the cover or whatever for it too?
yeah, that's his. That was his.
You get
his.
this. All of you who got that exclusive version on Kickstarter, and you feel all superior because it's exclusive. Now you can also have this exclusive version on Indiegogo.
Yeah.
Come get it. All right. So Hatsune Miku is going to act in a kabuki play with human co-stars.
Are they gonna do the fusion dance?
Oh.
Right? Isn't kabuki one of the ones that's all men?
Yeah.
Traditionally.
What does this
Quit
say
living in the
about-
past.
What does
Jeez.
this say about Hatsune Miku?
Wasn't there supposed to be like a Loop on the Third kabuki play?
Mhm.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I think you can watch it on Amazon actually.
Oh, okay.
Maybe that's Hatsune Manku. All right.
Hatsune Miku. Right? Anyway, so there you go. That's the thing. Also, there's a live action My Dress Up Darling coming. Gojo looks a little weird.
Yeah.
Marin also looks a little weird, but only because she looks older than she should be. but I'm hoping that's a good thing. Anyway, in other news, Oshi no Ko is getting a stage play for a 2.5D stage play arc.
Yeah.
So
it's a stage play about an anime about a stage play about an anime.
yes, a stage play about an anime about a stage play that's about yes, that's how it goes. Yeah. So I wonder if they'll ever do an adapt. Wait, are they just doing the stage play from the anime, or are they doing like the
arc currently is the 2.5D stage play.
So in that arc, they do a stage play.
Yeah.
So my question is, are they just doing the in-universe stage play, or are they doing the like we're preparing for the stage play?
The fact that they're holding scripts seems to tell me that they're going to be playing the play.
So they're going to be playing. The actors are going to be playing like 2 different characters in here.
If they weren't holding the scripts, maybe, but they're holding the scripts. That's a pretty big clue.
All right. Well, that's a good clue.
I mean, they got the visual for the stage play within the series. That was that second poster.
Yeah, but AC was wondering if it was only that.
God, there's a lot of fucking people in this cast, huh? Who doesn't belong here?
Yeah. That's an odd guy out.
That's like you're looking at the graduating class photo of the ninjas, and there's a white ginger in there. Like,
None of them have stars for their irises.
how dare they?
Oh, like only one of them actually should have it. That's awkward.
Yeah, yet none have it.
Did you look at Aqua's eyes?
Is that her?
No, Aqua's the boy.
Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't.
Is that him?
Zoom
in enhance.
Yeah, zoom in and enhance.
I can't tell. He might have a contact in that's making it like a starburst.
He just
effect.
looks Aryan.
All right. Anyway, guess what? Sonic the Hedgehog 3 has a trailer.
Does Shadow have a gun?
Yes.
Yeah, he has a gun in the video game.
So this is the
no, not the video game, in the movie.
This is the poster.
Oh.
Kind of an interesting design idea, right?
He didn't get the gun until his spin-off
His
movie.
solo game.
Or his spin-off
Yeah.
game.
But would you guys like to talk about it?
Finally found your family.
Try to keep up.
I know it hasn't always been easy, but you didn't change who you are in here.
Yeah, in my lungs.
Or your heart.
There's been a high-level security breach.
This looks so good.
We need Team Sonic's immediate assistance.
Compared to that other one we looked at?
Project
Yes.
Shadow is far beyond anything we've ever encountered. Shadow's
It
story
made Shadow look really oily.
Because he came
Well, he
out
was
of
in
water.
liquid.
It
Oh.
was wet.
Where you found family and friends, Shadow found only pain and loss.
All right.
That sounds like Keanu Reeves, so I think he's going to be voicing 2 characters.
Lamau.
It does sound like him, doesn't it? So something else that we may want to talk about now. There's some speculation. I'm not buying it, but there's some speculation that the trailer is intentionally hiding other Sonic characters. I disagree, but we'll look at it. Just keep that in mind as we're watching.
But where you found
Maria.
family and friends,
She won't be in it long.
pain and loss.
All right. We got a rogue alien on the loose. How do we find it?
Start with the giant fireball?
I love it. Let's start with a giant fireball.
Bruh, I can't wait until the black creatures come into this movie. If you guys played the game, they fight the black creatures.
When? Not in the first one, or not in Adventure 2.
In Shadow the Hedgehog.
Yeah, okay, that's a different. They're not doing that.
What are you talking about?
This movie is adapting Adventure
Sonic Adventure
2.
Battle 2.
This is an adaptation. It's not just a Hollywood doing whatever.
Well, it's
They're taking the storyline.
It will probably be a.
It's a loose adaptation.
Yeah, a loose
utilizing
adaptation.
The characters.
So what you're saying is they could take some liberties and add the black creatures into this one ahead of time.
They could.
I
They
doubt
could.
it. Maybe in
But
the
yes.
fourth movie.
Unlikely.
He is much more impressive than.
Also, can we just point out the fact that in the time that, like, since Detective Pikachu's come out, we've had now 3 Sonic films and 1 Mario film. Like, Sonic is dominating. Sega's doing what Nintendo don't, right? Like,
Well, Sega picked some lower cast stars that don't have full schedules, you know.
Yeah.
So they could just crank that shit out.
That's why
James
his girlfriend is
Marsden.
black. Right? No.
Keanu Reeves.
Jim Carrey, who's not being
Yeah.
in any other movies. So
What
he's
other
not
movies
playing-
are these people in? And Keanu Reeves
X-Men
is
20 years
just
ago.
this movie, like just now, right? So as opposed to the first 2. The biggest one they had for the last one was
Idris Elba.
Knuckles, yeah. But I mean, what has he been in? He hasn't been in anything.
He's been in the Knuckles TV show.
Yeah, that's it.
Knuckles?
He was in The Office.
No, I mean recently to prevent them from filming a new movie.
I don't know.
Right?
Yeah, so just
Because
showing this-
the Detective Pikachu movie had Ryan Reynolds, and Ryan Reynolds
Right.
has been in like fucking everything.
True.
Right?
True. Should have just got Danny DeVito, you dumb fucks.
They could have made one a year.
He's still alive to the surprise of everyone. So I'm just showing this real quick that this clearly, to me, framing wise, is there's only 3 people in here, or 3 aliens or whatever the fuck they are, animals. I don't know. So like I don't
Fursonas.
agree. I don't agree with the copium or whatever that Rouge the Bat and
Well, I
and
mean,
Amy Rose are not in it.
the quick argument is this scene. It's just the 3 of them.
Yeah. And this is taking place in Tokyo. So, why?
Slightly different than the games. The games took place in America.
Standing right here.
And outer space.
Later on, yes.
Bunch.
We don't want to fight you.
Actually, Sonic, I would like to fight.
No, no. My turn. Can we just talk about this?
I think they nailed the animation for the chaos control.
You mean the teleporting?
Yeah.
So I disagree on. I don't know if I can. I don't think I can go frame by frame here. But
The only thing I will say is it's a lot cooler in the game when he grabs the Chaos Emerald and then says Chaos Control and then starts zipping around. But I mean,
was the game this quippy?
no.
So if you, it's hard to do it here because I can't go frame by frame. But if you look at the compositing for him popping back in, it's got like the weirdest fade effect on the white.
Yeah, it's one frame. You don't see it
So,
in motion.
so I will give him this. The nits or whatever you call it on the light level here is the same as the white on this light here. So at least they worked hard on the compositing on that regard. But then the immediate frame after that, where it starts to fade away, it's a flat fade away, right? Like if it faded away with form rather than like a 2D cutout of the silhouette, that's my only nitpick. forgot he had those shoes that like shoot him around everywhere.
The soap shoes.
I can't believe I'm saying this.
Where do you think they're gonna excuse to go to have them grind on some really long rail? You think they're gonna go to San Francisco?
Well, in the game, the 3 set pieces were San Francisco. Well, actually, San Francisco, the jungle, Egypt, outer space.
Well, yeah, they're definitely gonna grind down Egypt. I remember that level with the floating rails.
Yeah.
We need you know who.
Okay, so the most compelling, perhaps the only argument possible to make that there is a character being removed from the trailer is that to the right of Knuckles, there is a mark on the ground that some people are claiming might be like an artifact of the character getting digitally not added in, right? Like they took them out for this, for the trailer to not confuse people who, because the way I look at it, every single person who knows who Sonic the Hedgehog is knows about Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles because they're from the original games, right? Almost nobody, grand scheme, if you look at the population of people who go to the movies, knows who Sonic, knows who Shadow is, right? You definitely don't fucking know who Big the Cat is. You know what I mean? Right? You might know Rouge, but only because you had a weird night and you stumbled across the Rule 34. Anyway, I'm just saying if Amy or somebody, Amy would probably be the most appropriate contender for putting somebody in here that people may know. You know what I mean? But I think that the argument being made, like I can understand the idea that they would purposefully hide a character because it would be less accessible to the general public if you threw in a character you didn't introduce in the trailer, because the trailer introduces Shadow, right? They show the scenes of him and everything in the test tube or whatever, and him escaping, and they kind of set the stage for what the movie's going to be about in the trailer. If they also had to include Amy Rose or Rouge the Bat or something, it could be difficult to keep the audience on board for seeing this thing, especially if they don't know who Shadow is, right? So people are arguing that that there could be a character here. I don't think so. Believe it or not, it actually does. It looks weird, I think, because tails are sticking off to the left side here, which makes the shape of them being in the center of the frame seem off balance, as well as the fact that Knuckles is taller than the other two, and it kind of skews it in a weird shape, right? That I think it creates this visual like experience where it seems like there's room for another person, and it's lit up because the street light is right here pointing down at nothing, right? Whereas the other one is behind them, kind of thing, because they're offset. So anyway, I'm just saying I don't think it's
This is a bad idea.
When has that ever stopped me?
Doctor! We have visitors. This is sad, Robotnik. Even for you.
We need your help.
On one condition.
What?
Do this!
If I can't rule the world, I might as well save it! I need room. But sir, I don't have the proper materials.
Found some.
When we're done, there won't be anything left.
That's definitely Rouge.
That voice, yeah, that was definitely.
But that was obviously him being Shadow.
Yeah.
So I'll see if I can grab that color I was talking about real quick. See it? Oh, fuck, I just had it. Do you see what I mean? Where it's literally just a white on top of the silhouette that's like 50% opacity or whatever?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's because as part of the teleportation thing, they want to flash the white.
Yeah.
And then they bring in the color after the flash. So they're fading in from the flash.
What I'm saying though is that this is a fully CGI character and bike. Therefore, you can render out a Z depth pass. That takes less than a second per frame. I mean, it's like 20 seconds per frame, or 20 frames per second rendered. I mean, it would be so fucking fast. You could do the entire movie, every single shot that Shadow's in less than an hour.
20 frames per frame.
So if you applied a Z depth to this, you would be able to have the light on the compositing look as though it's like going through the form, right? So like the wheel would come out first.
Yeah.
You get what I mean? So I'm just saying, like, that's a nitpick. Don't get me wrong. It is a nitpick. The vast majority of people aren't even going to notice it due to the fact that it's only like literally 2 frames, right? But I noticed that.
Well, I mean, by the time that it hits theaters, they might fix it.
What did you do? What
I will definitely frame by frame the Blu-ray. Also, we just missed the Easter egg here.
Easter egg man?
The Chow Garden.
Chow Chows.
Oh.
Yeah, they're at a restaurant. It says Chow Garden. So it's like a Japanese Chuck E. Cheese themed around the chows. Now, giving benefit of the doubt, like to the theory that there's another character here, I feel like the framing of this is very strange. I could see another character be right here. I could also see another character be right here.
Can't see your mouse.
Of course. So to the right of Knuckles, I could see a character occupying that. I can also see one occupying the other side of the table between Tails and the human. And also between Sonic and Knuckles, although I think Sonic is purposefully being put where he is because then you see him as he's moving. You know, like it's like there's a visual like thing about the lead character, the titular character being in full view kind of thing. And then if it's hard to show because I don't have the ability to go frame by frame, but if you watch the scene where they're kind of like leaping here, it doesn't really seem like you could throw another person here unless the space above Tails was occupied with somebody.
What did you do? What I had to. Welcome home, my boy. It's impossible. Is it? It couldn't be. Couldn't it? Are you? In the saggy flesh.
All right. I guess I'm going to have to buy that Blu-ray for the Knuckles series. Do you guys have any thoughts?
I think it looks good.
Looks good, yeah. I mean,
I think it looks good, but I can't get over the Hollywood quip dialogue that every movie has nowadays.
Oh,
yeah.
Like
The
God
Joss
forbid
Whedon-
we were able to take something seriously.
The
for
Joss
once.
Whedon style of writing or whatever.
Not to mention that like the Shadow the Hedgehog game was like one of the only Sonic games I grew up with, apart from like I guess the Mega Collection. So I'm very fond of the Shadow storyline and stuff. So it has all the potential in the world if they get rid of the stupid quips. But at least Shadow, it doesn't appear they're quipping him up, which is good because that would be a huge problem. He's supposed to be the emo.
Yeah, well, also Keanu Reeves is playing him. I don't think Keanu Reeves can do quips.
right. I'm fine with Sonic quipping. He does that all the time.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the whole like "I'm right here" line didn't really go over well for me.
Yeah. Well, there's
Should have
no,
been,
there's
"I'm
an abundance of it.
waiting."
Like, don't cheat or in all this crap. Like,
And the last scene with Eggman meeting his grandfather there was
cringe.
Yeah.
Cringe.
well, that made it. That scene was like, okay, so Jim Carrey's playing Jim Carrey, not Eggman, right now.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get you. Cool TT said I noticed too, but I'm hoping that it's just for the trailer. They changed Sonic design. Maybe if fans point out, they'll fix it. Oh, you mean maybe if we point out how ugly Shadow is, they'll fix it? Yes. This is his cousin Shade.
The amount of like there's some joke like if you Google your name the Hedgehog, like you'll find someone's OC of
Do I dare look it up?
like that, like because
the
there's
Hedgehog.
because there's so many. So I'm like
Let's
there.
find out.
I'm sure there is a list where there's Shade the Hedgehog already.
Well,
Oh
luckily
no!
there doesn't
I
seem to
found
be a
Reese the
footnote.
Hedgehog.
With glasses too.
Oh no!
I don't see the one with glasses.
The orange one?
No, I'm looking at like a. I'm sorry. This is Reese the Hedge Cat.
Okay, this one is literally just was it Super Saiyan Sonic? What's his name again? When he goes
Supersonic?
Oh god.
Wow.
What are you showing me?
Edge cat. Oh my god.
Yeah. Okay, I'm looking at putting them.
Oh god, I just remembered something. So my brother always had the joke of Shadow the Hedgehog, but now Hedgehog has a whole new meaning.
Oh no.
You try to dox me, Chud?
Believe it or not, Random the Hedgehog. Wait. No.
Are these shareable?
I don't want to share them.
Okay.
I'm
just making sure you're not sharing them.
Green Line the Hedgehog.
I'm ashamed of looking at Reese the Hedgehog, the Hedge Cat, I guess.
Yeah, okay, I'll show Reese the Hedge Cat.
That was a lot.
Hedge Cat.
Reese the Edge Cat. Welcome, I'm Reese.
That's not the one I'm looking at.
Oh. Are you looking at...
Is this
I'm
an
sorry.
improvement?
We also have Reese the Hedgehog.
No, not that one either.
God damn it.
The very first results. The one I'm looking at.
The one that looks like it's having a sounding enema.
Oh shit.
Believe it or not,
it's Reese.
That is Reese the Hedgehog.
Yeah. That is Reese the Hedgehog.
All right. Well, that was terrifying.
Let's see.
We're gonna see if AC the Hedgehog. Every time I try to write hedgehog, I write the word head, like HEAD, and I'm like, that's not how you spell it.
The Hedgehog. We have hedgehogs and hedgehogs.
Search AC the Hedgehog, it pulls up Sonic built-in armored core. Like,
I see Hatchet the Hedgehog.
oh, yeah.
I'm gonna look up the other AC the Hedgehog.
Wow.
Oh my god, my nightmares come to life.
I opened the wrong one.
Ooh.
There you go.
Wouldn't that be DC the Hedgehog?
No, because it's AC also stands for Armored Core.
Oh.
And Assassin's Creed, apparently. All right.
I'm gonna send this in. I don't know if you looked it up already or not. I'm sending this into the mod.
The private
Just
chat?
to look
you
at
mean?
it. No, it's a.
In Discord, then?
Yeah. I'm just putting it just so you can look at it, just to see what I found for yours.
Wow. He's got considerably more hair than I do. Wow. I can't live up to that hedgehog. All right. Moving on here. We have a watch club to do tonight. So the first Slam Dunk is now streaming on Netflix. If you haven't watched it, it is amazing. I highly recommend it. Very, very amazing movie.
Does he do a slam dunk? I'm not going to spoil it. Come on.
I
man.
actually don't remember.
It doesn't even live up to its name, man. Oh, come on. Click.
I like the part where slam dunk, and you slam dunk all over the place.
I think this character might slam dunk at one point. It's a good movie though. Very, very sentimental, and like the pacing of like the intense scenes is so damn good. All right. Hackers threaten Kadokawa a second time after negotiations fail. After only just getting a foothold back from the ransomware attack with the revival of Nico Nico, Kadokawa Group has been threatened a second time because they had refused to pay the hackers their requested ransom. The Russian ransomware group Black Suit contacted Kyoto Shimbun on the 27th, announcing that negotiations had failed, and that despite requesting $8 million from Kadokawa, they did not respond to their request to pay. As such, they warned that a second attack would likely happen despite Kadokawa bouncing back. Kadokawa did not comment, saying that they were investigating matters with the police. Yeah, so it's kind of funny. Like, if you had paid and they're like, oh shit, they paid. Let's take the site down again. No, we just want another $2 million this time. We'll be easy. You know? And if you do, damn if you don't. All right, so we've also got this Aniwave, AnimeSuge, and multiple major anime piracy sites have shut down amidst a global crackdown. So Aniwave, previously known as 9anime, and one of the most popular platforms with an estimated 170 million visits per month, announced its closure, citing the emergence of improved legal alternatives as the reason behind the decision. Well, we know that's a lie. A message posted
your dog
on...
was just protesting. Your dog was just protesting. He's like, that's bullshit.
They're lying. Fuck them. A message posted on Aniwave's website reflected on the site's closure. Quote, now that everything has improved, it is also time for us to say goodbye. You know, I'm going to read the actual post here because there's more to it. They just quote part of it. Hi. You know, it's been a long journey since Aniwave first appeared. Creating better products that provided an improved user experience and fostering competition to drive the market to enhance products is something we are very happy about. Now that everything has improved, it is also time for us to say goodbye. It is difficult to part with something we have invested so much effort and passion into, and it is something we need to do. But it is something we need to do. Thank you for standing by and supporting us through this time. Every game must have an end. And life is about experiences. Whatever that means. What were you gonna say, Green Line?
I was gonna say, like, well, finish the sentence, and then I'll say what I was gonna.
Okay. Every mistake teaches us lessons that help us to grow.
I was gonna say, you know, it reads like okay, yeah, type that out. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, is that good enough, sir? Yes, it's good. Now pray I don't shoot you in the back of the head.
Yeah, right.
Like they have, it reads like there's somebody with a gun to the back of their head, being like,
it
okay.
reads like if you read the first letter of each word, it would spell something out like "help, I'm being held prisoner. I haven't seen my family in weeks." You know. Sorry, I'm trying to.
Sponsored by Crunchyroll.
This message brought to you by Crunchyroll and Hideout.
God damn it! And Netflix and Amazon
and Hulu.
And Tubi.
And HBO Max.
Holy fuck, what is still... God damn it. The things I do for slightly better audio.
Fuck me. Oh,
wow. You guys remember when I used to have that wine bottle thing behind? Well, apparently I can't have nice things.
Dude, that's great.
Now that that's done. Oh, come on. There we go. We'll call that done. We'll pretend. Holy shit. All right. Woo. Okay. Anyway, back to this. If possible, please use legal paid services. It's something we should do to show our support for creators and content producers. Goodbye. I don't know what this is. Why is this involved? Does this mean something? Is this symbolic?
Wait till isn't that till I see you again? Like by the
Fast
Charlie
and
Puth
Furious
and
thing? Yeah. I guess. So they said the closure message was echoed across related platforms, including AnimeSuge, indicating a coordinated shutdown effort. So are Aniwave and AnimeSuge part of the same thing? And then that's why they mentioned them and multiple major, like other ones? Like,
I doubt they're the same thing. They're probably just separate entities and just showed up first.
so it sounds like a coordinated effort where everybody just decided, yep, my work here is done. Streaming is improved because of us. And just when we were most grateful for them, we never heard from them again. Other major sites that have shut down till now include Zorox TV, Anix, Fbox Z, and others, as listed here. Anyway, they continue to talk about other things that have gone down due to the Alliance for Creativity and Entertainment and CODA, the Japanese branch of it, basically. For fuck's sake, can I just... God damn it. Fucking wine, bitches. This was a mistake.
I feel like your desk should not go up and down if you're having this much problems.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Every single one of them is...
I'm gonna try for a loud fuck.
Speaking of that, is whoever's sexting, do you think you can mute notifications?
Who's sexting?
The ping! Whoever's phone is going off, the ping!
I'm normally pretty... You muted yourself now. You fucked your audio. Yeah, we can't hear you.
Yes, you.
I love how he instantly turned into a mime, like me.
I don't hear pings.
Oh,
I'm normally good at hearing pings and like I do hear what sounds like someone's having sex on a bed in the background.
Are you talking about my keyboard mashing?
I'm not that lucky.
Wait, now
maybe it's
I'm
AC. Yeah. It's AC.
Did it turn on the microphone in his sex dungeon?
Yeah. His microphone's connected to someone having some fun time in the next room over.
Oh, shit.
Oh, now we can hear you.
Oh, okay. All it took was unplugging my microphone. Oh no!
That was a simple task, wasn't it?
Yeah, but the problem is that now it's using my my built-in mic. Like I don't even get the Yeti now.
You can't have everything.
I might have to run upstairs and grab the Yeti Nano.
This literally happens like 80% of the time you fuck with your standing desk.
You're right. I'm gonna need to do something about that.
I like your collection of Reese's Puffs in the background.
Thank you. My wife put them there. All right, let me try this one more time.
There it is again. It just went off. Whoever's getting.
That's you, buddy.
That's not
That's
me.
got to be me. No, that has to be me because I don't hear it at all.
I don't either.
All right,
I
I'm gonna
don't hear
leave.
it at all.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab the.
It sounds like the
Yeti now.
messenger ping.
All right, tell me if you still hear
That-
it. When I leave.
That ping is coming from you.
No, it's not. My phone's not doing anything.
Well,
I hear it in my headphones.
it's not. Are your headphones connected to your own phone? Is it your own phone that's coming through?
I'm listening. I'm connected to. Wait a minute.
Yeah, wait a minute. Do you happen to have notifications on your phone right now?
No, it's not my phone.
Okay. Well,
No, it was another window.
yeah. Okay, that makes sense because it's not coming
It
through my.
was still you.
It's all
I
I'm sorry.
am super sensitive to that stuff. I do not hear any pings.
I'm
Well-
sorry I gaslit you for no reason.
Well, hold on. Is Lady Phoenix talking about the
Nah,
pings or talking
Yeah,
about
no. The sex
dungeon?
the sex bed stuff.
Okay.
Boom, 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 boom. Oh, he has returned. He doth return.
Oh my god, he's going through his emo phase.
Oh.
Here's the live unboxing. The visual ASMR.
Do it slower. Do it slower.
For one reason or
Ba-doom,
another.
ba-doom, ba-doom, ba-doom. Can you even hear us?
Oh, he's frozen now.
Not everyone can be as kawaii Baka as
I was
you,
frozen
okay?
Because I unplugged the thing that connects to the Ethernet.
I like that little halo you got going on.
Wait,
that?
the cool 2T, were you hearing the bings? Like the notification bing?
How do I sound now?
You sound like the same as before.
So it sounds bad.
Not the greatest. It's livable though. I would rather continue than stick around to try and get better audio.
What if I?
You just muted yourself.
What if I just beat myself? That's, I think, is what he was trying to say.
You're muted.
Okay, how's that?
That sounds like a change.
Is it better?
Very slightly.
No, you
It's good enough.
Whatever.
Well, now
See,
you sound
Rain
like ass
Andy.
again. No, spin
Are
it
you
around.
pointing it the wrong way?
My apologies. How's that?
You
Okay.
fool!
Yes, that's better.
All right.
I have found the source of it. It is indeed what I thought it was. I'm sorry.
No, it's not what you thought it was because you thought it was someone else.
Well, I was what I thought it was after I learned that it was not somebody else.
All right. After both, well, hold on one. Both dings and beating sounds, but I kind of phase it out. I don't hear any dings. I hear ba-doom, ba-doom, ba-doom. That was AC's mic as he was doing, and then I hear the clicking of a keyboard. You know that? I hear that.
That's me. Now that's me.
I don't hear any dings though. I don't know where you're hearing that one from.
It's definitely I had something going on in another tab. I didn't realize.
You were sexting all along.
It was me all along.
It's Harry Squatter working out in the back.
That sound is the weights hitting the ground. All right. I'm just throwing another article in here. And now we're going back to this. Okay. So yeah, now that it's completely irrelevant, let me talk to you about this. This was a response to a cease and desist that Pirate Bay sent to DreamWorks regarding
In 2004?
unauthorized use of DreamWorks SKG properties. Yes, from 2004. As you may or may not be aware, Sweden is not a state in the United States of America. Sweden is a country in Northern Europe. Thanks, Kamala Harris. Unless you figured it out by now, U.S. law does not apply here. For your information, no Swedish law is being violated. Please be assured that any further contact with us, regardless of medium, will result in a suit being filed for harassment, a formal complaint lodged with the bar of your legal counsel for sending frivolous legal threats. It is the opinion of us and our lawyers that you are morons, and that you should please go sodomize yourself with a retractable baton. Please also note that your email letter will be published in full on the piratebay.org. Go fuck yourself. Polite as usual, Anaconda.
Wow.
All right. Into theater. We're going to make up some lost time here. He said, thinking it wouldn't actually happen. Okay. So the Lego Pharrell movie gets a new poster. I can't believe this is a thing. Apparently, they're doing a documentary of Pharrell's life, and the medium they're choosing to use is Lego. And there will be
They
guests.
didn't even give him the Pharrell hat, though.
I don't even know what the Pharrell hat looks like.
The,
there will be
like
guests.
the Mountie hat that he has.
Oh, is he like a Canadian Mountie?
Yeah.
So guest starring will be Justin Timberlake and Snoop Dogg and Daft Punk. So yeah, only sharing this because I'm gonna need to get myself one of them Daft Punk minifigs. That's pretty much it. I just can't believe it. Anyway, moving on.
Am I the only one who's bothered but when they're called minifigs, when they're literally like the main fig that people get for Lego? Am I crazy?
They're small. They're not an action figure.
Yeah, but why don't they just call them macro figs for the big ones? These are the original figs.
Because those are the ones that they use for Duplo. The big Legos.
Oh,
the like preschool size Legos.
Oh my god.
So the Concierge anime movie North American tickets are now on sale. Again, this is coming out on September 11th. One day only.
Never forget the Concierge.
So why are they choosing September 11th? One day only. And what is it, a Wednesday? Like, come on.
I think it's a Tuesday.
No,
this is going to make that scene with the towers a bit awkward.
Okay.
Anyway, it's also in very select places.
Yeah.
2 theaters in Arizona, quite a few in California. None of them near me. I guess I would have to go to the Grove. Terrible choices here.
Yeah. Nothing in Iowa or Wisconsin.
Shame. They hate us. Anyway, there you go.
Did you include that Disney Plus article that I told you not to include?
No.
Lilo and Stitch?
I did not.
Okay, good.
Why?
I was going to make a joke if it was included, but it's not included, so we can move on.
Did you include this thing I told you not to include? Because I would love to make a joke about it. Like, fuck you. Yohane,
it's not worth making the joke is not worth covering the article.
Yohane the Parhelion, Sunshine in the Mirror, anime film debuts on November 29th. So does this come into US? No, Japanese theaters. Anyway, it looks so cute. It's so cute. Look at the class of VTubers or whatever it looks like. Anyway, moving on. Jujutsu Kaisen anime announces season 2 hidden inventory / premature death arc compilation film coming in 2025. So how many episodes was this, Reese?
5.
5. So that's like an hour and a half, right?
No, that's 2 hours.
An hour and 40 minutes, If you remove the
So-
opening and ending, I think it'd be around an hour and 40 minutes.
The last chapter is coming out soon.
Mm-hmm.
And
And so,
I'm avoiding spoilers, Reese. God damn it.
so
I
we're
just said end September. Jesus.
God damn it! He wanted to be surprised when it comes out.
December is a spoiler, Reese.
I said September.
September. No.
The end of September.
That's this month.
Maybe he wanted to be surprised by when it comes
Maybe he
out.
wants
Reese.
to be
Did you
woken
think
up when
about that?
No. Andy wants to be woken up when September ends. That's why.
All right. So anyway, so it seems like if they're going to do a compilation movie for this, they don't need to cut anything.
Yeah.
It's literally just we're putting this in theaters, right? Do you think it's going to
If
come to the
anything,
U.S.?
they'll probably add something. Oh, of course.
Yeah. Anyway,
It'll probably be a limited screening though.
That's a cash cow.
So I am asking the audience to please give me information about this. Mobile Suit Gundam Seed Freedom film gets updated special edition. This is the perfect version of Seed Freedom, says the director. The official website for the feature film Mobile Suit Gundam Seed Freedom today announced that a limited time special edition of the film, updated with more than 500 scenes from the original version, will be released in theaters in Japan. Updated with more than 500 scenes from the original version. Does that mean 500 scenes from the original movie have been updated?
Maybe they're mistaking scenes for cuts.
Well, definitely shots for sure. 100%. They're mistaken there because there's no way there's 500 scenes in the movie. That's
Bro,
absurd.
we're gonna be here all day to watch this movie.
So it's going to be shown September 20th to October 3rd, and then the second part from November 1st to 14th. So I guess
I don't know what the hell they mean by from the original version, unless that's an autistic way of saying the director's cut or whatever.
I have no idea. So if anybody knows, if we get any details, let us know. All right. In anime news, Dragon Ball Daima TV anime starts October 11th with extended first episode. All the episodes are ready, says Fuji TV programming head. So there's no like, oh, Goku looks so weird fighting Beerus in Dragon Ball Super, and it looks like shit, and everybody hates it. They are done. The whole thing is done.
That's
Hopefully
probably
Tori-
why it took them this long to announce it
to
or
do
whatever,
anything.
right?
Yeah,
It's going
So
to Netflix.
it's going to broadcast in. Where do you see Netflix?
Isn't it? I thought it was already announced that it was going to Netflix.
Oh, if anything, Netflix in Japan.
Yeah, maybe they'll get it, but it's actually going to be airing on Fuji TV. So it's going to have an extended 40-minute time slot for episode 1. The head of programming at Fuji TV said that all the episodes of Dragon Ball Daima are ready for broadcast. Daima will be airing in a brand new anime-focused time slot on Fuji TV on Friday nights at 11:40 p.m. The change from Sunday mornings, where Dragon Ball Kai and Super aired, to Friday nights is because the new time slot will be broadcast all across Japan, while the Sunday morning slot isn't broadcast in all regions, making Daima easily able to be watched by the target demographic. Who the fuck is the target demographic if you're going to be showing it at almost midnight? Sunday morning cartoons the whole family can enjoy? Oh, no. Not this one. Midnight, right? Like, what the
I
fuck?
think what just sorry to interrupt, but the reason I said Netflix, the reason I thought it was announced for Netflix is because I think when it was originally announced, it was announced as a web exclusive series.
So it did get promoted to a full anime.
Yeah.
I think we covered. So
that would make
could
sense.
be why. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know. It blows my mind. Like this show going all like, oh, Goku's a kid again. Doesn't it seem like it's gonna be like, we're gonna make this more child friendly? By the way, you got to stay up till 11:40 to watch it.
It would be really funny if they make it super like edgy and
Lewd?
dark.
And lewd, like the original
Well,
Dragon Ball.
That'd be one thing. I mean, lewd.
They're
Lewd would
gonna
just be
get
more like
Goku laid.
You know what would make this the greatest follow-up to Super? The first episode, everybody gets turned back into kids again. Master Roshi becomes like a teenager because he's so old, right? He doesn't become a full-ass child. And he's like, now that he's a kid again and he's got his looks and his hair back and everything, he turns back into a pervert, right? Like they cured him of that last, series during Dragon Ball Super. But now it's like, yeah, it's the cringiest, most awful thing ever. Right. And now it'd be funny if he's got his youth back and he's like, well, time to go fuck some bitches. Right.
So if they make it more lewd, then that would be just more like Dragon Ball, which would be fine, whatever. But I think it would be kind of funny if like the juxtaposition. Yeah, whatever. Of them making the show appear to be more kid friendly by making everyone kids, and then making it more adult by making it more violent,
like,
right?
It's like you watch Muppet Babies, but it's R-rated, right?
Yeah.
Yes, I like this canon. I hope that's what happens. I hope they have the Shinji come hand in the first scene.
Oh no! Someone in one of the discords I made was like, I honestly don't know if they were trolling, but they're like, I want to watch Evangelion with my mom. Is that recommended? I was like, no.
Start with end of it, yeah.
And they're like, well, why not? I'm like, I'm not going to tell you why. I'm just going to tell you no. You can figure it out on your own. And they're like, well, I'm planning on already watching it. I'm like, okay, then why'd you ask? Good luck. I dare you to watch it right next to your mom.
Yeah.
Because that scene is in the series itself too, right?
No.
Isn't it?
No.
I thought
it's only in the end of Evangelion.
I thought there was two. One where he's on the beach and one where he's in the hospital. Are both of those?
When he's on the beach, he chokes her.
Oh.
Yeah.
He chokes her chicken.
Yeah.
Instead of his.
And both of those are in End of Evangelion?
Oh, that's great. I touch the cable and then you robot. That's a sign I shouldn't.
Yeah, so at the start of End Ava, he chokes his chicken. At the end, he chokes her chicken. That's how.
I see. Okay.
Yep, that's how it
Well,
works.
maybe if he just watches the series, he'll be safe then. Just avoid the ending.
Once Upon a Witch's Death anime lets us enter the witch's house in new visual. So this is a new anime coming out. It's got the weirdest premise ever. On Meg's 17th birthday, first of all, the main character's name is Meg. She learns that
like
she only
Jason
has
Statham movie?
The Meg? Sure, I guess. That's more entertaining than thinking it's Meg Griffin. Right? On Meg's 17th birthday, she learns that she only has 1 year left to live. Her mentor, the eternal witch Faust, explains that she is cursed, and the only way to save herself is to grow a seed of life using 1,000 tears of joy. Okay, so that's like 3 tears a day. Right? I just don't see it happening. This is the alligator.
It could be like
it
could be like a certain show that I'm not going to name for obvious reasons. That it's like, yeah, this character, she's gonna die, and like that's the premise, and then you're like, yeah, that's not going to happen. Oh, that happens at the ending. Wow, so much for that.
Damn. So it says here, of course, such tears aren't easy to come by. As Meg begins her quest, she finds herself drawn into the lives of her friends and neighbors in ways that she never imagined. By sharing their burdens and using her magic to comfort them, she learns how precious those moments of connection can can be, even in the face of death. So logistically speaking, I feel like the only way you could even do this is if you gave the most impactful speech at an event that had thousands of people there, and you got a percentage of them to cry tears of joy. That's the way you could do it, right?
What if you go to like I don't know, like a group session of like emos or something, and then I don't know, brighten their day or something like that?
I mean, I feel like if you used your magic to create a bunch of sex machines, like maybe
I think,
you could create tears of joy.
I don't think it's tears that's going to be the fluid of choice in that exchange.
So what you're saying is there is such thing as joy and not joy versions of that other fluid.
Wait a second. I guess that other fluid, does that other fluid count as a tear of joy?
Did he freeze?
I'm back.
I guess so. I thought he was just he was really awkwardly reacting to that.
Such a bad sign. All right, I'm gonna move past this. All right, Mission Yozakura Family Anime reveals 3 cast additions. So it was already kind of weird, right? Now we've got this babe, and then we've got the black man. Kurosawa. And whatever the fuck that is.
Whoa.
Cha-cha. Yep, that's the thing. Moving on. Original anime Apocalypse Hotel announced for 2025. That's it. That's the news. There's not really anything to say here except for, oh, JT Vegas here. Shall I go sacrifice an animal, preferably a dog, to the gods of Wi-Fi?
Is it Wi-Fi? Why don't you have wire?
I am, but I'm saying that like something's clearly gone wrong. I have a feeling a family member is like, oh, the internet's kind of shitty. I'm going to reset the router over and over again. I can't watch anything while somebody else is streaming. God damn it. Humanity has perished and civilization has collapsed on planet Earth, yet one historic hotel in Ginza remains standing among a ruined town and a resurgence of nature. The story unfolds in a hotel where human beings no longer exist. Wow. Apocalypse Hotel. Okay. Cultural exchange with Game Center Girl manga gets an anime adaptation. It's very strange. The story follows Renji Kusakabe, a young man who works part-time at a Game Center arcade. One day, Renji encounters an English girl named Lily, and the two of them trade diaries and begin an unlikely friendship of cultural exchange. Do you hear the sex thing going on?
No. It's an English girl called Riri.
All right. Playing death games to put food on the table, light novel announces an anime adaptation. Yuki wakes up to find herself in an unfamiliar manner, wearing a maid uniform and lying on a luxurious bed. Soon she discovers 5 more girls, all dressed the same as her. This is the ghost house, and the only way they can survive is to make it through the traps that lie in wait, deadly games full of blowguns, buzzsaws, locked rooms, and weapons. It's a hopeless, terrifying situation for everyone there. Well, everyone except Yuki. After all, this is her career at 17. Do you think that's odd? She would agree, but that's how people are. They earn their living playing death games.
So she signed up for it then.
I guess so. Turns out.
Is there scissoring involved?
Probably not the kind you want to see.
Asking me important questions.
Mecha-Ude Mechanical Arms anime premieres on October 3rd. Oh. No. I'm pretty sure this premiered at Anime Matsuri, right?
Oh my god.
Right? They literally just stuck in the burned disc from the Kickstarter at Anime Matsuri. All right. Also, ReZero Starting Life in Another World Season 3 anime premieres on October 2nd. Missed opportunity to put those in order. Yeah. So watch it.
I can't. No, I don't know if it's. Hang on. New trailer. Okay, so I don't know if you have an article about this, but it's gonna be 2 parts, 8 episodes each. The first part, obviously, the first episode is a 90-minute one, and then the second part's gonna air in like February or something.
What is this bullshit? We get normal fucking releases. Every time they fuck with the release schedule like that, like there's weekly, right? And weekly has too many downsides to continue with that. So, okay, we like seasonal and no filler. But when they start doing like a season is 12 fucking episodes.
Look,
When they start doing
we live in the world of Togashi releasing chapters for Hunter x Hunter like once in a blue moon. Like
when they start doing things like, oh, this will be 8 episodes, and then you got to wait 6 months, and then you'll get 2 episodes, and then you got to wait another, like fucking Stranger Things and Stone Ocean.
That show
like
ended, right? Stranger Things is done, right? Like
no, there's another
never
season.
Come back to it.
Well, I mean,
Damn.
who knows?
Didn't,
But-
what's her name? Didn't 11 say that she's like, I'm done. I'm a feminist now or something? Like,
I don't know. I think the main issue with that was Will is a Zionist, and so people got pissed that he was supporting Israel.
Oh.
Oh,
of course they made him gay.
But no, the weird release schedules make it so hard to keep up with the shows, because it's like, okay, I can commit this season is coming out, and then I'm gonna watch it. But I don't want to be like I don't want to see it in the news that like, oh yeah, these episodes are coming out, and then it's 2 episodes, and then I gotta fucking wait again. Like,
sounds like a problem.
no, it's actually their problem, because it means I'm not watching their shit, and if I'm not watching their shit, they get less money.
Yeah, it's probably all just like bidding wars, because it feels like ever since like Netflix came into the anime scene, for example, it's like now we're getting stuff with like, oh, 2 dubs, and then we have all of these shows that are like, oh, well, Takagi-san season 1 is Funimation. Oh, season 2 is Netflix. Oh, season 3 Sentai, and the movie's also Sentai.
Yeah,
it's
that's
like
even worse.
And season 2 still hasn't gotten a disc release yet.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it just feels like, oh yeah, and then Ava picked up by Netflix / G Kids or whatever. Like, I don't know. It just feels like ever since that Netflix point, things just started fracturing, and now there's bidding wars because, like, well, we need this license, even if Vinland Saga was originally licensed by Sentai. Now Crunchyroll wants part of that pie, and so with the conventions, they're like, well, we want the world premiere, so we're going to pay you extra money so we can get like 2 or an arbitrary amount of episodes to premiere here.
As annoying as switching providers is, I can mostly follow that, but it's the like stop and start and false starts, and like you're running, and you're slamming into a brick wall that is a fucking 8-week wait for the next 2 episodes. Like,
yeah,
I hate that.
binge master race.
The Cool TC says ReZero censored. Hopefully the delay is to remove the censorship.
Are they talking about that chick right there that they're showing off?
Yeah.
Yeah, that chick is the censored one, and I'm pretty sure she's an early
you
character.
Magnificent son of a bitch! You have finally given me an opportunity to share this. Thank you, Cool Tutti. Virgin ReZero. Sorry, guys, we have restrictions. We need to censor down to global standards. Chad Dynanoji.
Oh my
let me
god.
open up the actual tweet.
Are they both streaming on Crunchyroll, by the way?
Yes.
I believe they are, yeah. Yeah, I've been sitting on this since fucking May. Thank you, Cool Tutti.
The only standards they have are double standards.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, are you guys still gonna keep talking about anime stuff while I off screen do a bunch of stuff?
So that's
anime
what
stuff,
you want us to
anime
do?
stuff. Anime stuff.
Dragon Ball Daima is just going to be like Dragon Ball GT. Girls, band, cry. Already makes me dizzy since it is like CG, like X-Arm. Girls band cry. I don't know what that
That's
is.
a different.
I don't think
Is
that's
that like a sequel to Devil May Cry, but like gender bend? Girls band cry.
I don't think it has anywhere close to the CG of X-Arm. But I mean, all CG is bad. I found out Japanese
Have
supermarket
you seen Overwatch
chain.
porn?
Oh, no.
Not all CG.
Random 11 is a 2D supremacist, okay?
Well, okay, 3D CG that's not trying to be anime is different, but so that would fall under the Overwatch.
You
porn,
said
if you
all.
in the context of anime. I found out Japanese supermarket chain called Daiso coming to my local town. Okay.
Oh, congrats. I have a Daiso over here. Not as good as Mitsuwa.
They should host their server on the space station. I think that was about Kodansha.
Oh, for the Sweden
Or his
thing.
internet?
For the torrent sites. They should host the server on the International Space
Oh,
Station.
God.
Oh,
That's your
oh.
addiction.
That's good.
That's the
Pirate
Wild
Bay.
West in space, bitches.
Honestly, like, we might soon get servers in space. Well, it would have to be a low power server though.
Wouldn't they be
Because
susceptible
it'd have to be able
like,
to run on solar.
Wouldn't they be susceptible to be like, I don't know, nuked by solar flares constantly?
Yes.
No, yes, if you're like way out in space, but if you're in orbit, you're still shielded. I mean, there would be I believe there would be a slight increase, but not crazy. Like the people in the space station are orbiting, and they're fine with computers and shit on the space station.
Yeah, okay, true. I don't know. It'd be hard to, I don't know. I mean, we live streamed stepping on the moon, right? This should be a cakewalk. All right. Okay, we can move on from here. I'm just I'm almost done. So in fact,
Netflix-
I might as well put this in the doc right now since I'm currently working on it.
Netflix leak anime, and Netflix deserves to be shut down. Only
Shut 'em
Japan should
down!
own anime. Saying otherwise is like saying the Maiko should be owned by the Czech Republic.
Netflix literally funded those anime that are leaked or whatever, though. And like Japan animated those anime.
It also wasn't Netflix, it was the localizer. It's not like Netflix wanted that to get leaked. The old man says, not another speeding ticket. I'll take it to court, but I don't think they accept gotta go fast as a medical condition. Sonic.
How do they even give you a speeding ticket? You're too fast. Come on, we all know.
They
All right.
they hired Shadow as the cop.
All right, loner life in another
Hold
world.
on. We gotta finish these comments here.
Okay, please,
Uh,
while I work on rapidly finishing this.
That Wally in a bikini looks like just like Lloyd in I was reincarnated as the seventh prince so I can take my time perfecting my magical ability. I have not watched that. I don't know what that is, but I'll take your word for it. Lloyd. What's that from? It was a joke where it's like, my name is Lloyd.
It's pronounced Lloyd.
It's
Yeah,
from
the joke.
It's from the Lego Ninjago movie.
No.
No, not the one I know of.
It's the one. It's the one from that kid wearing the jumper.
Oh,
No,
I'm thinking of the wrong
he's
reference.
saying the joke about saying.
I mean, they
Lloyd
might
and
have said it
pronouncing
in they might have said it in the late Lego Ninjago thing, but I haven't seen that, so I don't think that's where I know it from. Anyway, the problem is we lost the blueprints to the old rocket that got us to the moon.
Yeah, and then we taped over the footage of the fucking moon landing, and we couldn't give
The
the
telemetry,
real
that's the big that's the big issue.
Yeah, couldn't give the data, couldn't give the reel to the news organization. So the way that they were able to showcase it was that they projected it onto a cement wall and had NBC and CNN and all them film the projection. Like, come on. They lost the original masters of the moon landing. You know,
We
as you
can't
do.
scan them in 4K.
They weren't that important after all, I guess.
Maybe it was from the Lego movie and I just watched the commercial. Anyway, hey guys, how's life? Barbaric 8 Productions. Hello.
What's up, buddy?
Old man, I heard the mangaka originally wanted the MC to be female, but forced to change by editor. That's why his design is so effeminate.
That's why it's so weirdly
Which
anime? It's the one with the character with like the really short shorts. It's like a little Shota character with the ridiculously short, light teal colored shorts and top.
Oh, I thought I knew what you were talking about. Maybe not. I don't know. Anyway, you'll show me later. That's it for comments. Are you ready to go?
Almost. We've learned how to bully effectively. Yeah.
There was probably a janitor that walked past her. This is an old comment that walked past her body multiple times in a row, muttering to themselves, "Not my problem."
We covered that one already.
Oh, okay.
I got 3 more, but we keep going here. Okay.
Do it later. We gotta move on.
The Loner Life in Another World anime premieres on October 3rd.
I thought that premiered at Anime Expo.
Yeah, isn't that weird? I could have sworn I saw it already, but I guess not. Anyway, yeah. So Nerd B, Nerd C, Nerd D. They don't even give names to the characters. So in the first episode, they said like the main character, the loner, he classifies the rest of his classmates as being parts of cliques. So they're either nerds, jocks, delinquents, gals, right? So they don't even give them names.
Simps, thoughts.
Yeah. Anyway, watch my video when I eventually release it. All right, Transformers get an official anime makeover from acclaimed anime studio. An incredible new video. Wow, it's so incredible. Watch it. Oh my god.
What studio?
Studio D's nuts. It's a nice premiere comp. Oh, movement.
If only I could actually have heard anything you gave. Oof. Okay, anyway. And then he put in the final article. No, he didn't. He's done. He saved it. He saved it right there. Calls that done. Cool. All right. So, yeah. I don't know what Screen Rant's problem is. You're talking about the thing, and you put this which is not from. This is Custom Image by Debayana Chowdhury, right? Not by Studio Trigger. And also, here's a black and white still by Studio Trigger, but let's put Michael Bay's Transformers in front of it, right? Like, okay. More on that in the future. All right. According to Teikoku Databank, anime production market grew to the largest ever in 2023. The market reached 300 billion yen for the first time. Just in time for the bubble to burst. On August 27th, Japanese research firm Teikoku Databank reported the results of a survey showing that Japan's anime production market in 2023 reached a record high of 339.02 billion yen, based on business sales equal to 2.36 billion US dollars. That figure was 22.9% higher than the previous year's 275. Okay. Yeah.
Math has broken his
It
brain.
is 270. It's just weird because it seems like it's supposed to be a comma, but it is 200. Like you couldn't fucking round down. 275.78 billion. What's the fucking three really that important? 275.783 billion yen equal to 1.915 billion US dollars. And the market reached the 300 billion yen mark for the first time in history. What came out last year that was so impactful that would have what would be like the outlier? We're like, yes, of course. Other than the sheer volume of shit that came out. Spy Family?
Oshinoko.
Oh yeah,
Oshinoko,
that's the one
right?
I was gonna think about. Oshinoko.
So Oshinoko, Spy Family. What else would have contributed to this? Jujutsu Kaisen movies, maybe? Or is that
season 2.
Attack on Titan finale.
Demon Slayer.
Unless that was this year. Was that this year?
No,
Could
that
it
was last
be
year.
Bleach 1,000-Year Blood War arc, maybe?
I mean, that started. I don't know if that's been doing the like crazy numbers, but
I'm just trying to figure out. Like, I mean, I know it's the only reason I even am curious is because it's a staggering jump, right? I understand that it's increasing and that it would be the highest last year, and that we've experienced a crash where the output is greater than the demand after COVID and all that. But
well, I mean, if you look at the uptick, like, and you ignore 2021 and 2022 on that graph, it seems like 2023 is on a normal trajectory. Like, scroll up.
GT Vegas says Gundam Witch from Mercury also came out in 2023.
I doubt that was very important.
I heard the manga originally one of the main character. That was the yeah. Okay. Scroll up on the graph.
Like you follow that trajectory, and actually 2023 isn't even really like fulfilling the trajectory, right? On that graph.
This line graph and the bar graph seem to be betraying each other because this dip is not seen here.
The line graph is the
You know what this might
yen.
be? This might be percent increase and decrease. So like it doesn't look like much, but as a percent decrease from here, it's pretty massive. But then that's not an increase by a lot, and it seems to jump. I don't know.
Is that? Well, I don't know what that line is. Yeah.
Let's read what it says.
I'm just talking about the graph.
In terms of the overall anime market, the anime streaming market, including video on demand services, reached a record high of 165.2 billion yen or 1.15 billion US dollars in 2022. This? Because no, 2019 right here. Like, what the fuck? Like, what? I don't. The streaming market has expanded tenfold over the past decade. Yeah, no fucking duh. Among TV anime based on light novels in 2023, The Apothecary Diaries was noted as gaining popularity. In addition, among TV anime based on manga, Frieren and Ko attracted much attention and contributed to the expansion of the merchandise market.
Scroll up again.
I get it now. These are the anime market, production market altogether. Here they're talking about, oh, this is the peak in 2022 for streaming.
Okay.
This one says theatrical films. Shinkai Suzume, which grossed over 14 billion yen, was also noted, as well as Hayao Miyazaki's The Boy and the Heron. Was that last year? That was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Can't imagine that did well. That's the report also detailed the profitability of the prime contractor / gross contractor among animation production companies, which has the ability to complete production directly under contract. The report noted that this improved markedly, with more than half, 51.7%, in the black. However, only 37.5% of specialized studios, which serve as subcontractors, were in the black. Not good. The number of companies in the red was 22.4% for prime and gross contractors, while 43.1% for specialized studios. Unlike prime contractors, the increase in cost could not be covered by IP revenue, which was a remote cause of the increase in the percentage of specialized studios that posted losses. According to the report, the anime production market has continued to do well in 2024. According to the report, if the current pace is maintained, the market in 2024, no fucking way, is expected to land around 340 billion yen. No fucking way. The same level as in 2023. I don't think so. With the crash of the yen and everything, it's just not going to fucking happen. People are going to be paying for their rice during the rice riots. They're not going to be paying for anime. Prediction. All right. Are we all in agreement? Does anybody have anything you want to say?
Well, I mean, the yen is going up right now, but
right. All right.
That's not the crash. It's a reverse crash. I also would like to say that Mirage was right. It is the
Ninjago movie.
Ninjago movie. I must have just seen a clip of it on TikTok or something.
All right. So, The Theater of Haruhi Suzumiya light novel revealed for global November 2024 release. Reese, what do you have to say about this?
We have the Japanese release, but nothing from Yen Press about the U.S. release.
But it says global November 2024 release.
Yeah, and it would be released by Yen Press over here, and Yen Press has not said anything yet, so I don't know. I don't know the validity of that statement.
So this is a light novel?
Yep, first light novel in like 4 years or something.
Yeah, the anime is based on the light novels, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Anyway, we'll see. Sashimi and shabu shabu are healthier than rice. French fries replacing rice will make people fat.
You're fat.
Listen, man, they just recovered from the French fry wars. The rice riots, like this is like their World War II. So please go easy on that. All right. Thick Housewife manga Okusan is ending.
Oh no!
Surely
Do you
that
think
means
the localization's going to use 2 C's?
yes. I'll allow it. The housewife-focused romantic comedy series Okusan is ending next month on September 17th. I guess that's this month. The series follows Kyoko Okita, a young housewife who just moved to a new apartment with her husband. While at home, Kyoko spends her days making friends with the neighbors and their children, as well as other women from around the neighborhood. The series began in 2008 from creator Masakazu Oi, who was previously known for his original manga Ichinensei ni Nachatara. For the last couple of volumes, Kyoko has been getting ready for the birth of her first child, which is likely where the manga will end off. At the time of writing, there's been no confirmation of sequel. What the fuck? You don't even talk about how thick she is. You barely give me a photo at all. Anyway, AnimeSuge, I'm guessing. All right. One Punch Man manga author's son is a ripped competitive bodybuilder. We aren't going to bother reading this. I just thought it would be like an interesting factoid to know. Yusuke Murata's son is a teenage bodybuilder.
Isn't Alpha Chad?
One Punch. Anyway. And also he's an artist who apparently values muscles over boobs because those look gross and tiny. And there's his back. Anyway, there you go. Something you didn't know before. All right, let's talk about
The
games.
more you know. The reading rainbow.
All right. So I once described to you guys my vision for the future of the podcast, where I would have a essay off to the side in case I needed to not read a topic and just read the Cliff Notes version. And I said, if time allowed, it would be great if we could do this. This is the exact scenario for which that would be a good thing. Time did not allow. So I am sorry. Oh, actually, I spoke too soon because it's like two articles past this. All right. Snowbreak alters or removes dozens of outfits for Chinese censors. This is on the heels of the Android version of the game not being able to update due to the spicy level. Update. A statement from the producer of Snowbreak seems to imply that the censorship was done begrudgingly and was the result of a competitor causing problems for Amazing Season Games. Snowbreak Containment Zone recently announced they would be removing or altering dozens of outfits and skins in order to comply with Chinese censors. The Chinese gacha game has made headlines in recent months after openly defying Western censors. It seems to me, look, I know that the phone is convenient, right? But maybe just make it possible to log into the game on a computer, right? And on the computer, it's fully uncensored. So you can still play the game on the phone if you want and do like the quest or whatever just to get some extra cash. But on the computer version, titties be dangling, right? That seems like the obvious way you should handle yourself here.
Get them titties.
Chinese gacha game has made headlines in recent months after openly defying Western censors, but it seems they can't avoid CCP regulation. You can check out the full list of the skins affected below. I looked at this and I couldn't quite make heads or tails as to what. I mean, they list like a fucking unbelievable amount of stuff I'm not going to read. But when I look at the pictures, the new outfit looks more uncensored than the old outfits. Right?
I mean, I guess this one they just didn't like how it conformed to her body.
This is the new outfit, and on the left is how it had to be censored in the game. Could that be? That makes the most sense, I think. I'm not sure what the censorship is.
I mean, the outfits look subtly different, but like
not in a way that matters.
It's hard to tell when they're in different poses.
I don't fucking know. Anyway, so back to the thingamajiggy. So these are all censored. Users who already own these products will not be affected, according to Snowbreak. Well, if that's the FOMO is real. Damn, I should have been a whale.
Buy now and never get censored. Or risk getting censored.
That's what they should have done. Look, we have to censor it. But if you buy right fucking now, you can get in before the update.
We have to censor it in 3 days.
Well, guys, this is how we fund the podcast. We just make a bunch of accounts now, redeem our stupid skins or whatever, and then we sell our accounts after the fact.
Great idea. I wish the rest of you could think of such winning strategies for funding the podcast. These changes were made in order to ensure that the snowbreak experience on both the mainland China and global servers is the same. We decided to make homeland China just as dreadful as the awful experience of playing the game outside. All right. So there you go. That's where things went after the that's where things went after Android tried to censor them. They succeeded. They succeeded and ruined it for everyone. Thanks, Android.
I set out to make the most powerful Pokemon, and I succeeded.
In another unrelated thing, Izanagi Games and Hotel Dust creator Rika Suzuki announced Dark Auction, Hitler's Estate. So, yeah, Hitler is an anime character now. Right. The game is a mystery adventure centering on the idea of a historical figure having surreptitiously bequeathed a fictitious estate, following the drama that plays out among the characters faced with an enigma extending all the way into their modern world. The tale unfolds in an ancient castle in 1981, 36 years after Hitler's death. 18-year-old protagonist, Noah, is determined not to turn out like his father, who's not Hitler, so we're clear, right? I imagine it can't possibly be Hitler, because Hitler died 36 years prior, and this guy's only 18. Could not be Hitler. Hitler is not his dad. But beyond that, he has no idea of the kind of person he wants to be. Noah takes part in a mysterious auction held at the old castle, and as someone living in the 1980s, comes to terms with the absurdity of the trauma the war left behind, learning of the truth hidden deep within those artifacts, hidden deep within those affected, ultimately closing in on the big secret his father has been concealing. Hitler is your grandfather.
more like uncle.
Uncle Hitler.
I want his name to be like Rel T or something, right? Rel. It's hard to end a word with an IH, but Rel T.
Oh, you're doing like Hitler backwards?
Yeah.
Why don't you do like Floda or something? Your sister Floda. For Adolf, of course. Anyway, guess what? It's also now coming to PS5. Yeah.
You're telling me Sony is getting this?
Apparently.
And not Xbox? God.
Are they gonna censor it so it's just like bad guy with mustache or whatever is a state?
Yeah, World War II.
Oh my god! How come we haven't made a spin-off called Kidler? Hitler is a kid. Right?
Oh no!
Because Boys Kids You Know already did that, didn't they?
Did they?
Yeah, Little Hitler.
But it's not Kidler. Kidler's way better branding.
Kidler's way worse.
All right.
Kidler sounds like a Kidler Diddler. Like
Kidler
Look,
is
it's
regular
historical,
Hitler, but he
okay?
only genocided children. Black Myth Wukong soars to Steam's #2 most concurrent players of all time and is still climbing. IGN reporter
I did something right for once. Wait, what?
Right. IGN reporter who smeared Black Myth Wukong developers says she's, quote, no longer on Twitter and has locked her account.
How'd that happen?
She looks like she should be having a sex orgy with people who are defrauding Bitcoin investors.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Right? Rebecca Valentine leaving Twitter and locking down her account comes in the wake of Black Myth Wukong seeing massive success despite repeated smears levied at the game's developer by Valentine and her colleague Ki-Hoon Chan. Soon after its release, the game became the second most played game based on concurrent players on Steam of all time. The game hit a peak concurrent of 2,223,179. The only game it did not best was PUBG Battlegrounds, which had an all-time peak of 3 million.
And it was free to play.
Yeah.
The game's success comes following a report from Valentine, her colleague Ki-Hoon Chan, back in November 2023, that accused the developers of sexism and misogyny. Just a heads up, some of this is going to be recap. The duo reported, quote, several posts have surfaced from Chinese social media site Weibo, written by individuals from the studio, that contain multiple references to genitalia and sexual innuendos.
Genitalia?
They also stated, quote, this was coupled by recruitment posters by the studio produced in 2015, which featured images and headlines that point to a culture of ingrained sexism in game science, which is the name of the company. The article provided no evidence of these headlines or posters. However, it did give descriptions, quote, in one poster, a risque illustration that resembles the artwork of Austrian artist Egon Schiele is accompanied by a header that says, mandatory self-pleasure. In another poster that featured the rear view of a woman, the ad reads, don't screw your colleagues. And in the same ad, friends with benefits were also implied as an office perk. And a third poster featuring a dumbbell is far more pointed, with the ad stating that fatties should fuck off.
Okay, let's be real. There's no women working at the company anyway, so there's no one in danger.
Although I have articles I didn't put in here, I should have, of Chinese game studios that are hiring female cheerleaders to massage the devs and just have female interaction with them.
Keep morale up.
I just so happen to have.
Can we get one of those?
I just so happen to have these. Well, we did discuss that if my new company takes off and I have fuck you money, that we will go to conventions together. Like, I'll fly you guys out to Anime Expo, then we'll go up to Anime North, all that kind of stuff. And Randy had reminded me that women can go topless in Canada. So I decided that we should also bring women who will be topless
oh my
at
God.
Anime North. All right. So
they'd have to stay outside. They wouldn't be allowed in.
Speaking of topless, here's some bottomless.
Yeah. So this is the self-pleasure is mandatory poster. This one is the friends with benefits one. This one is fatty should fuck off. Now I'm just saying, there's a fourth one there. It's not mentioned in the article, and I don't want to show it to you. I will scroll down slightly.
Oh,
that's about as far as I feel comfortable going.
What does the caption say?
Take me off screen for a minute.
Oh, take him off screen.
No, that's putting him back on screen.
It says must crunching. I think it's a crunch time thing. I don't know. It's on the website. If you guys want to see it, go to ocapodcast.com/OCA-272.
Not right now. We want you to watch the podcast. Do it later.
Yeah, go to our store instead.
All right.
Do you have a window open on your end that's like constantly looping?
No. Do you have a window on your end that's constantly looping?
The little
way?
kawaii and baka thing is like constantly looping on my end. Whatever you played earlier.
That definitely wasn't me.
I played it earlier. Here, let's play it again and see if it
Look,
stops.
not everyone can be as kawaii baka as you, okay?
Did it stop?
Yes, thank you.
Holy fuck. I hope that wasn't playing for the audience.
Was that going on the whole time?
That has been playing for like
what 20 minutes for you, and you haven't said it.
How did you not tell
Because
us?
y'all don't ever come up for air when like for pausing.
I would have just left and come back or something.
Yeah,
like-
you're too polite. If that ever happens, definitely you can let us know. Snowbreak is on PC. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, they're
Audience,
mods.
did you hear that looping? We need to know.
Yeah, let me know if anybody else was hearing that for 20 goddamn minutes, and I'm gonna kill myself.
If that's
from
in the
showing.
VOD, oh.
Fuck me if it is. All right. So Valentine and Chan then took issue with the social media post from the company's co-founder Feng Ji. The duo alleged that he wrote, quote, "I want to expand my circle and hire more people and get licked until I can't get an erection." They continued their translation. "I know you just happen to be a little depressed. It is my honor to provide you with some comfort in the lower half of your body." Furthermore, the report claimed he wrote, quote, "I got wet after watching it a couple of times. The pressure in my crotch is immense." All of these mistranslations just make me love him more. This translation was initially disputed in a clip from Asmongold Clips that detailed that Feng Ji's comment, quote, "is a used idiom in the Chinese language as a colloquial expression used humorously or sarcastically to describe a situation where excessive flattery or sycophancy has an overwhelming and paralyzing effect on someone. The use of such metaphors can be found in informal speech on social media." Furthermore, the clip notes that other posts that IGN used in its smear article were translated, quote, "in the most uncharitable way possible," in order to push the narrative that the developer is sexist and a misogynist. I think my highlights are missing that tell me to stop reading this. So I'm just going to stop here. We're going to keep going. Also, IGN created a hit piece against the developers of Black Myth Wukong, accusing them of running an extremely sexist company. Hey, Jamie, pull up that IGN Babeology article from the Internet Archive. That seems more sexist than anything in Black Myth Wukong.
I mean, to be slightly fair to IGN, I would assume they would say that that was wrong now, and they would apologize for this.
This is the furthest thing from wrong.
Yeah.
Oh,
What's
yeah.
wrong? What's wrong is it's not a running weekly segment.
Look, maybe one day that'll be your mushroom between her legs. You don't know.
Whoa.
You don't see that?
The what?
The mushroom between her legs.
The mushroom? I don't see it between.
On
Oh,
the
that
left.
one. Okay, I see. Yeah. Maybe.
It's on her belt.
Just the head's poking out.
Anyway, PC Gamer says, "We asked Black Myth Wukong's developer about the controversy over its founder's past sexist remarks, but Game Science's only reply was no comment." PC Gamers is demanding that Game Science entertain their repeated false allegations about Black Myth Wukong. You could just feel the "or else" in the tweet. Black Myth Wukong has a massive launch. Come on. Overtakes Cyberpunk 2077 to become most played single-player game ever on Steam. Overtakes Pal World to become second most played game on Steam ever. PUBG next. So we've got here the stats, right? I feel like I opened this in the wrong order. What is going on here? Nope, I just put it in the wrong spot because I'm a fucking idiot. All right, we're gonna do it anyway. Okay, it is currently sitting at 432,751 people currently in game playing it. It has a 95.06% approval rating. Its all-time peak 12 days ago, 2,415,714 concurrent players. It's doing very fucking well. This game came out on the 20th. Is that correct?
Yep. Right there.
Yeah. Release date, 20th of August. It broke and smashed those records in a matter of a week. Reset era users get depressed after Black Myth Wukong breaks concurrent player number records. You know what I think happened is that makes sense actually. Yeah, here's what happened. This is why I didn't recognize it. Because I put it in the dock when it looked like that. Okay. All right, that makes more sense. Okay. All right. Yeah, so reset era users get depressed after Black Myth Wukong breaks concurrent player number records. Okay, so again, this game came out on 20th, and it has fucking dominated. Just blowing everything else out of the water this year. And going back in history with Steam, right? According to Steam database, the game currently sits as the second most played game based on concurrent player numbers, with this number of players just a day after the game was released. PUBG Battlegrounds still maintains the top spot. But as you said, that game is free, right? As of writing, the game currently has this many players playing, blah, blah, blah. Skipping over to this. These are the people on Reset Era. This is the cope and hating themselves. That's unexpected, to be honest. And it's just the start. I was thinking 200 to 250K. Guess people just don't care nor pay attention to the issues with the devs as usual. Right. I guess people just don't care about the thing that I deemed was the most important thing in the history of the world. Depressing that a game made by such horrible devs gets rewarded. Just genuinely sad. Gamers really just don't care, huh? So the best-selling game of 2023 and probably 2024 can both go in the trash. That's the sad face of somebody who hates Hogwarts Legacy. Reese, you looked it up today. How many people are currently playing Hogwarts Legacy?
It was 20K when I looked at it.
20,000 people still playing it. This is going to be important for later. I just want you to keep in mind the millions of people playing Black Myth Wukong, a game for which the Sweet Baby Inks of the world attempted to extort $20 million from, and they said, nah, fam, fuck off. That's why they're mad. The anti-feminist stuff literally helped. The gaming community has a long way to go still. Or it's just non-US players. False alarm. Now, I'm just pointing out, this user's name is Boone Tobias. Tobias Boone is like the creator of Mortal Kombat. That's why they have a character in it named Noob Saibot, because it's Tobias Boone backwards. So I don't know if that is Tobias Boone on Reset Era, but given that I just read that they have gender swapped a bunch of characters in the Mortal Kombat 1 remake, seems possible. Skipping the rest of that. Esports associate editor Tom Foley rages at Black Myth Wukong developers and demands game include more diversity.
A monkey man was not diverse enough. How could they?
You can add a black man to the game. The main character's black. You know
what?
Yeah. All right. So Foley unleashes anger at game science. You know what I think? I don't know. Something's wrong with this website. A lot. Yeah, that's the only part that's supposed to be read. In an article titled Black Myth Wukong's shameless lack of diversity is attracting the wrong type of fans, Foley bemoaned numerous gamers praising the game for not being gay or woke. Foley fumed. Wukong breaking Steam single-player record, and the comments are full of unsavory replies from fans delighted the game isn't inclusive because it's not woke or gay. A top comment reads, which at the time of writing has nearly 4,000 likes. I just want to remind you guys it's an election year.
Oh, it's only going to get better.
Just reminding you about that. Okay. In case you were wondering if there was any chance at all that they were correct, that the support Kamala Harris is getting is literally AI generated. Right? So proud of this game that doesn't support any genders or sexual orientations, unlike the other games nowadays, another user said. The common sentiment is that liberals are in tears, and it sounds like right-wing gamers couldn't be happier. You clearly are. You wrote the entire article drenched in tears, like wiping snot off your face and onto your keyboard. Foley then unleashed his anger at Game Science despite giving the game an 8 out of 10 and claiming it, quote, is fantastic. He wrote, but after 40 plus hours, I've yet to encounter a single female character, aside from one inanimate girl boss, mini boss, called the Mother of Stone. And no one can convince me that's a good thing. What's this? Oh, Black Myth Wukong lacks female characters. Female characters in Black Myth Wukong with graphics mode set on cinematic mode. Wow. Nice.
I'm noticing a stark contrast to our Western designs as of late.
You will notice significantly more by the time this podcast is over. From there, he cites a highly skeptical study that claims 10% of all people live disordered LGBTQ lifestyles. The idea was refuted by the American Life League, who knows the statistic originated from flawed research conducted by Alfred Kinsey in 1948. Correct me if I'm wrong, but is Alfred Kinsey not the guy who measured children's orgasms by raping them, and every time they cried, he counted it as an orgasm? Is that not the guy who raped newborn babies?
Jesus Christ.
Pretty sure it is. Research
That's
conducted
like
by
the inverse of that chick who has to get 1,000 tears of joy. Like,
yes. There, as we said, there are sad versions of that other fluid. Research conducted by Tom W. Smith showed that 93% of American population has been exclusively heterosexual since the age of 18. 5 to 6% consider themselves bisexual, and only 1% called themselves exclusively homosexual. Nevertheless, Foley uses this new survey to claim that, quote, diverse games, and by the way, I'm just cutting out stuff just because it's like, there's evidence here, but like, I don't need to read everything. You guys, please, if you're interested in all the stuff I've skipped over, go ahead and read it yourself. It's in the doc. Nevertheless, Foley uses this new survey to claim that diverse games appeal to more players, which can improve sales. Oh man, I'm just going to chase that 1% of sales. That 1%, man, that's where the heart of gaming is. Diverse games appeal to more players, which can improve sales by helping developers tap into new markets. Unfortunately, there are some markets that once you tap into, the door closes behind you, and you lost those other markets. He also adds, diverse games feel more relatable to a broader audience and satisfy the community's growing demand for inclusivity in the industry. The community is 1% of people. You've mistaken. Ironically, his previous examples of players not wanting diversity in the game contradicts his claims here. Furthermore, even he admits that Black Myth Wukong broke the record for the most concurrent players for a single-player game on Steam, and he accused them of not being diverse enough. Also, I would be one of those players if you would release a goddamn physical version. After completely contradicting his own points and making a fool of himself, Foley continued to embarrass himself by claiming, quote, there are plenty of excellent games that don't have a diverse cast of characters simply because there's no room for them. Pac-Man. Right? Well,
Miss Pac-Man.
Tetris.
Hey, Pac-Man had two
Tetris
female ghosts.
Tetris is gay as fuck, dude.
Pac-Man was a misogynist,
rainbow
killing
colors
female
everywhere.
ghosts like that.
Tetris is a Russian for gay orgy. Right? Rainbow orgy. Once you complete, the whole line disappears. That's your sex drive for some.
In Pac-Man, you don't know the gender of all those Pac pellets.
Turns out Mrs. Pac-Man was just Pac-Man having gone trans. Pac-Man is dead naming him.
No, Miss Pac-Man is just Pac-Man with a bow on his head.
Yeah, Pac-Man is now trans.
No, he just cosplaying.
But there was room for diversity in Black Myth Wukong, and the developer chose to ignore it.
Why didn't they make Buddha a female?
Why did you make him gay?
The fact that all the characters are animals too. Like, can't you fucking get over yourself? There's not enough diversity in the Lion King. Like,
there's something that these activist types don't realize is that anytime there's something that the quote unquote right wing gamers celebrate, it's not a game that's overtly like right wing or something like political.
It's just normal.
It's just a good game. Like,
isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? It's like, and we are going to see so much evidence tonight of this type of people doing am I out of touch? No, it is the children who are wrong, right? Like that's every single article we're going to look at for like the next 30 articles.
Oh boy, can't wait.
He then claims, I should say 30 tabs, not articles. They're not all articles. He then claims that the game that features an anthropomorphic monkey as its main character is in reality a straight male. That monkey ain't gay enough.
Straight white male.
If
Can't
that
be a black
monkey
person
ain't
because that
giving
would be
pox,
racist.
then he ain't right.
He wrote, quote, when a developer elects to only feature straight male characters, it sends a message that diversity isn't important, or worse, that it's a bad thing. Well, based on every game your ilk has made, it is. Yes. 100%.
Look, if there's not a butt sex scene with the monkey, then this game's homophobic. Like,
if the monkey doesn't clap cheeks, I ain't fine. He doesn't even have a trans flag wardrobe.
That's one thing these people don't get. Like they're so focused
Obsessed
on
and addicted to sex.
well that, but also they're focused on like the activism over everything else. And so like they're saying, oh, any diversity, we need diversity at all costs. Give us diversity, give us something, give us more. Diversity. We don't give a shit how good the quality of the product is or anything. But what they don't get is when you have years of people pushing this and the customer seeing diversity attached with, half-assed,
bad product.
just like,
Half-assed
well, we want
product,
your money,
yes.
so we're gonna add it. It reinforces in everyone that diversity equals bad product.
Equals
So-
bad.
So now,
This is like when like they say the solution to school shooters is to stop, like literally there's like a thing where it's like they did a study, and the way to prevent future school shooters is don't start the news broadcast about the school shooter with a siren. Also, don't use the school shooter's name. Don't show pictures of them. Don't give them fame for having done their activity, right?
Yeah.
So you will disincentivize copycats, people who are going to do the same thing. At least, like, I'll show you. I'll finally get the attention I'm deserved of, and blah, blah, like whatever thing. Like that's the strategy. They say, like, if you follow these steps, our data suggests that school shootings would drop to 1% or something like that. And every goddamn one, they start with the fucking siren. They have copious weeks-long amounts of showing the fucking pictures. They have their name basically on the like lower thirds nonstop, right? The whole thing is is going against the solution, right? So if you're associating something with, you know, like the diversity aspect, of course, if everything woke goes to shit, you're gonna fucking notice the aspects of it, right? So where did I leave off? Also, I got distracted by this while you were talking. I just gotta say, my mouse on the shared screen, see how it's showing like the like, you know, the typing cursor? On my other screen, it's showing the actual mouse cursor, like the arrow. Isn't that weird? Now it's showing the other one. That's weird. I don't know what to think about that. Anyway, all right, let's just start over. After hating on gamers and spreading discord and divisiveness, Foley concludes his article by condemning himself. Quote, catalyzing a divide between gamers is terrible for the industry. Who's the one who's guilty of doing that, you fuck? We all share a common hobby, and we should stand together to make sure as many people can enjoy it as possible. Well, look, if your prerequisite to being able to enjoy it is to add a giant rainbow dildo weapon, then
Decaying to 1%.
Yeah, quite frankly, you've alienated everybody else. The world is divisive enough. I just remember Alyssa Mercanti saying, I'll fucking fight you physically, bitch. Who's divisive here? Fuck you people. The world is divisive enough. There are countless conflicts happening around us that lead to tragic losses of life every day. Oh, is it me or you who stands outside wishing for the death of Israel every day? Right? Like, who's doing that? Is that the divisive stuff you're talking about? Because it sounds like you're talking out of your ass. Gaming is an escape from the tumultuous world we live in. Also, fuck Israel, just saying. We shouldn't be carrying hate into what should be a safe space for everyone. All right. Continuing from here. You should not have supported this game! Before you fly off the handle and call me woke, hear me out, okay, first?
You're woke.
There are groups of people out there who have been marginalized for centuries. I don't fucking care. I am not responsible for marginalizing for centuries. I don't fucking care about your goddamn century-old ancestors. I don't give a fuck. And we live in a time in which past wrongs can finally be righted. All you have to do is give me all the power. It's baffling to me that you can play a game knowing that not only are the devs proven sexist, but they refuse to include a single iota of diversity in the game. What would it hurt to have a person of intersex traits in the game? The sales. It would hurt the sales. Go fuck yourself.
That's like it's such a I don't even know what the right word is, but like they're saying, oh well, just a little bit of diversity, extreme example, right? Like not like can I get one woman or let's get an intersect person in there.
Yeah, hold on. Let me.
Once they get their foot in the door, they're gonna bring in the whole whale tribe.
Yeah, I see an opportunity to. I never would have seen an opportunity to put this in here if it weren't for you.
Oh God. Hello? What?
What would be so bad about a 3% immigration policy? That means each year you'd only accept the number of immigrants that makes 3% of the newborns of your country. Why does no party make it this way? You can claim you're for diversity, but also national identity, and to not use immigrants to lower wages. Why would people be against this? It's a slippery slope. How do you feel about a 3% fecal matter policy in your food?
Oh God.
So now apply that. Apply that to what Randy was just saying.
So why don't these people just... You can mod stuff in as well, right? So
Yeah,
why don't they
in
add
RPC.
the... I don't care if they want to add turbo game.
Isn't that amazing? Isn't that fucking amazing? We don't care if you want to gay it up in your own personal playthrough using mods and shit on the game all you want. But if we make mods that remove rainbow flags from Spider-Man and simply replace them with the American flag, that mod gets banned.
That was already in the game. It was just flipping the switch.
Yes, it was already in the game because that's the version of the game released in Saudi Arabia. Like, so just note here, one side of the aisle could give two shits about what you do in your home, how you play the game, how you experience it, how you enjoy it. We don't give a fuck. But if we want to do literally anything that gives you the ick, it can't be.
We need your approval.
Yeah.
I think we
Quite
should
frankly shove it.
I think we should make a mod that literally does nothing and just say this makes them all intersex. No, not gay, intersex.
Are now intersex.
Oh my god.
And they're all missing their testes.
All it does is change every time any sort of pronoun gets brought up in the game. It's now just a they, them.
No, because intersex would still doesn't necessarily need to change pronouns or anything, right? So it's just they're missing their testes.
I just think it'd be like
something that you don't even something you don't
exactly
even see anyway.
That's what I'm saying.
And then we make a mod that's all of the enemy bosses are straight and white underneath their fur.
Black Myth Woo Dong should be the mod. And it just adds a giant dick to the monkey.
No, the greatest thing about what I'm suggesting is it literally would do nothing except be a name.
It's like they say that
Yas Queen.
Have you seen the thing where they say that the thing about the placebo effect is that it fucking works. If you put a couple of Z's on the packaging for your sleep aid, people report that they fell asleep faster. If you make the pill red, if you make erection pills blue, they're more effective than if you make them a different color. If you make pain medication red, people report a stronger relief from pain, even if it's literally the exact same pill. In fact, there's this one company in Australia that released a pill, and they have the same pill. It's a pain relief pill. Literally everything except for the packaging that it comes in is identical to every single one that they sell. But for twice as much, you can buy the same fucking pill for period pains. And people buy that pill and report that it works better than the normal one, which is the same pill, right? So honestly,
bro, life hack. Buy the cheaper ones, put them in
Black
the expensive
Myth
ones
Wukong
package.
Gay edition, but it's the exact same game. Nothing has changed. Like that's 100%. The placebo effect fulfills it.
Oh,
and if the game is still
well,
not
watch. That's gonna be the physical edition.
I buy it. For me, the placebo is the physical part, right? What would it have hurt to have
You'll
a
be
person
looking at
of
that
intersex
poll a
traits
little
in the
bit
game?
differently.
Why would it be bad to have a single person of color in it? Just one! A single one. They could be in it for 5 seconds and it wouldn't hurt you, would it? Here's the thing, though. If you had a black person in the game for 5 seconds, you'd be writing articles complaining about how your diversity person got shafted on
tokenized?
screen time. Yeah, fuck you. You are it is impossible to make these people happy. They are woefully unhappy. and there is nothing that can be done to make them happy. The only thing that brings them joy is your suffering, making you miserable, controlling and commanding you to do things at their whim is the only thing that brings them an ounce of happiness.
What's the word? Schadenfreude or something?
Schadenfreude or
something like that.
Okay, so we need to make a mod that's called "Putting a Black Guy in the Game for 5 Seconds" mod. He's literally in a single shot. He's like, "Oh, sorry, I must be lost. Gotta get going."
Oh, fuck. God, you're good.
No,
wow.
You should make a mod and all the trees are gay.
Holy shit. It's Pac-Man. I love that. Oh my God, that was funny. I wish I had come up with that during that bit. That was great. Sweet Baby has to have an enforcement arm to terrorize them if they don't get what they want. Yes, terrorism is also a factor.
I think we could get away with a Pac-Man shirt.
Yes, 100%. I don't know what I'm going to put on it, but I love that idea. That is fucking funny. Okay, not in the VOD, thank God. Hogwarts had a huge sale, and remember, we don't have
console numbers.
Console numbers.
Yeah. Random 2 got put in there for some reason.
For the player count.
We don't have console numbers for
the player count.
Yeah. For okay, so you're saying that the player count on Steam is only PC players.
Yeah. It's only Steam players.
Yeah, Steam players.
If even if they bought it through, like, I don't know if not all games are on every store, but like if a game was on Epic, it wouldn't be in those numbers. It's only Steam. That's only Steam. Yeah.
Oh man, never discounts the effects of ideological possessions. All humans are monkeys because you cannot evolve out of your clade. Right?
Clade is it has to do with evolution. It's a category of where you came from.
Clade.
The basement.
Diversity equals bad faith grubbing money scammers who don't care about diversity. 100%. DEI is not the issue. The issue is not the issue. The problem is when you are trying to push a political message, you can't have juicy jugs next to it. I would vote so hard for that candidate. Come on.
That candidate was a thing in Japan, remember?
That was freaking Sarah Palin.
That was something else.
Just
but no, the one in
Republicans tried it first. If you could even call McCain a fucking Republican, though.
did what's her name? Porn star go against Schwarzenegger?
Well, nobody gives a shit about governor races.
Yeah, no, but still.
Who would it have been?
I mean, Arnold has big enough jugs. You can't beat him. But no, a few months ago, we covered a story of a Japanese politician that was.
We've covered it every year, like the woman who puts the remember the Abe masks during COVID when they sent 2 masks to every household in Japan, right? And the woman wore them over her tits. All right.
I got that. Mary Carey. That was her name.
Don't know who that is. Oh. If they don't see the value in what you are asking for, go have a coffee with your marketing team and just terrify them with the possibility of what's going to happen. I've got that clip. We could just play it. If they don't give you what you want, CEO, Sweet Baby, and Kimberly. Yeah. If DEI is so popular, why don't we need mods to add DEI? Or why don't we see mods add DEI? Nexus mods wouldn't ban those, right? Hogwarts had intersex trans, and they still boycotted and canceled it. FDM stole my comment. I'm glad it got said, though. Does the red dye have some kind of boosting effect? No, it's
Nothing.
literally placebo. It's the same thing about the concept of like they did an experiment where they had a guy standing in front of cars, and women were asked to rate the attractiveness of the guy. They put him in front of a jalopy, and women rated him low. They put him in front of a regular car, they rated him slightly higher. They put him in front of like a Bugatti, and the women saw him as extremely attractive, right? It's the placebo effect is, and the funny thing is they never even.
I think that's called the gold digging whores effect.
Yeah,
I wouldn't. I don't think that's a placebo. It may be similar, but
the thing is that they didn't even imply that the guy owned the car. He was just seen near it. And so the association is, it's almost like the hopium of that he's wealthy, right?
Yeah,
Does the red dye have some kind of LOL, I do have Destiny 1 and 2 physically. I even have some of the DLC in physical.
I have
Mob
the
is
Halo
black,
2 map pack physical.
Don't you think it would make their day to see someone like them for once? God, there are no games with black people. Oh wait,
No, he wants
Assassin's Creed
intersex
Shadows
people.
coming out, right?
No, he wants intersex
He said, okay, I guess you're right.
An intersex black man mod?
Who is really the snowflake if that would bother you? I mean, judging by the amount you had to write here and you like the fucking meltdown you're having, I love this 47 clown emoji, 8 laughing so hard I'm gonna die. I'm orange man bad face emoji.
He just really needs to see a guy with like half tits.
They don't even have to be the main character. It's just crazy to me that anyone would support a game that's leaning so far to the right on purpose.
It's so right leaning.
This is how mentally damaged these people are. That anything that does not scratch their political boner is right wing. If you're not getting sucked off by the diversity virtue signaling, right wing, right? Hands down. They don't even have to be the main character. It's just crazy to me that anyone would support a game that's leaning so far to the right on purpose. It's like none of you even know anything about it and just bought it because some World of Warcraft YouTuber told you to. I showed this trailer for this game in like 2020. Nobody was talking about it back then.
I was talking about it.
I showed this and Stellar Blade back when it was called Project Eve. Go fuck yourself. You should do more research before making such an expensive purchase. Because certainly, here's the thing though.
It's almost like you're voting with your wallet when you do
Believe
that.
it or not, I was sold on this game when we covered it all the way back in like 2020 or earlier. I can't even remember. It was so fucking long ago. The monkey face even looked different back then. I was ready to pull the trigger on owning it back then, except I didn't actually have a PS5. But I was sold on the game back then. The research that I've done since then, where I learned about the false translations of the Chinese developers' statements, have only made me want it more.
The best thing,
fuck off fatties. Yes, shut up and take my money. The more research I do, the more I want this.
the best thing about this game that I was like, that's fucking awesome. What like I just wanted a story where you play it through Journey of the West. Like that sounded cool to me. I was kind of not so enthused that it was seemingly mostly just a boss rush. There isn't really much exploring.
What do you call it? Like a Dead Souls style?
Dark Souls.
Whatever.
It's like it's like a light Dark Souls, but Anyway,
That's kind of a shame.
So that bummed me out a little bit, but I heard that there was this one slight spoiler, I guess, for one fight. There's this. I don't even know much about it, so less spoilers than watching the video. But
You're talking about the fight where you need the fan.
I wasn't even going to go there. There was a fight
Okay.
where this person was having a problem, and they kept dying, and they couldn't get past it. And this Chinese lady was like, "Oh well, I know the story. You need this item." And the guy's and she chatted this to the streamer, and the streamer's like, "How do you know that?" Well, because I read the book, and I know that Wukong has this item, and that's how he defeated this character. And then so like if you know the game, or sorry, if you know the book and the story, you can beat the game easier than not knowing what happened. And that
So
was
I just need to use the power pole on the flying Nimbus to win?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what you need to do.
Honestly, a lot of like, even if you just watch the original Dragon Ball, you'll get enough of some of the references to understand. Like,
how do you kill Mr. Popo?
You're supposed to use a giant fan to defeat one of the characters and stuff, or to put out the fire, right? Like he does with Chi-Chi and the Ox King, right? So yeah, 100%. It's interesting, and one of the reasons why the game is doing so well is because Journey to the West is a story pop. It's like a Three Little Pigs, right? Almost like it's like, or even like, I would say it's kind of like, I don't know, maybe I'm unique in this. When you guys were growing up, did you guys have like a storybook version of The Hobbit that you read, or that like your parents read to you when you were a kid?
Nope.
No.
I think we had it, but they never read it to me.
So I'm probably unique in that. But what about like, what's another book, like maybe Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe or something that you would have read as a child or had read to you?
Well, I mean, The Hobbit and The Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe are both books.
Yeah.
These books were
like,
read to us, but
yeah,
they're not storybooks like with pictures.
Journey to the West is basically those books, right? In Asia, this is the story that got told to children, that entertained children, and they grew up fond of it. And they
so it's a quick read, so I can study the guide to beating the game really quickly.
I have the
right?
fucking audiobook on Audible. I've heard it before. It's like an hour and a half at most.
Oh.
I'll tell you.
Journey to the West?
Yeah.
I was thinking it'd be like a tome. Or at least like 300 pages or something.
Well, I'm sure there's different adaptations too, right? Like,
yeah, I think the one I have.
So you're saying this is basically the equivalent of saying, so I need the brick house to not be murdered by the wolf.
By the wolf, yeah, basically.
Oh, it's a series.
So, yes. Journey to the West. Let me see what I got here.
Book 1, 576 pages. That's not an hour and a half.
How long is that?
maybe if you read slowly.
No, 576 pages. You're not reading that in an hour and a half in audio form.
Maybe it's 10 words a page.
Okay.
And maybe
well, I'll tell you if it ever loads, but it's currently not loading. So, oh wait, error.
I like your orange screen.
It's
hyper orange.
It's because it's
I know why.
No,
I'm still gonna make fun of you for it.
There you go. You like my white screen? That's still pretty orange.
Whoa,
better than before.
White screen.
Where was I? Let's get back to this. So, instead, you are actively marginalizing people who don't deserve it. How the fuck am I marginalizing you? By playing a game, which I'm not playing because it's not a physical release, where I play as a goddamn monkey man. Did I marginalize you when I played fucking Ape Escape? Did I marginalize you when I played Rampage World Tour? Did I marginalize you when I played fucking Donkey Kong? Go fuck yourself. Seriously, I am so goddamn done with the entitlement of this group of people. That's all I'm saying. Remember, before you fly off the handle and call me woke, hear me out first, okay? Look, every word you have said has been fuck off, wokey, right? Like,
Oh my god.
every single word.
I know this is like side story here, but this reminded me of a TikTok I saw of this woman who is like, guys, tell me who's crazy, me or my husband. Do you guys share deodorant sticks with other people?
No.
And she's like, cause I have 3 daughters and like a daughter and 2 daughters and a son, I think, or whatever. And then there's my husband and there's me. And I'm not buying 5 deodorant sticks so that everyone can have their own deodorant stick. We're going to all share the deodorant stick. And I'm like, these people exist on planet Earth? Like, this has to be a joke.
That's like saying I'm not going to buy 5 toothbrushes.
First thing I thought of was a toothbrush one.
I'm not going to buy 5 packs of condoms.
I'm not gonna buy 5 tampons.
The stupid thing is, with the deodorant sticks, it's like, if you buy 5 of them, you'll go through them at 5 times less the speed as buying one. So it's not like it's wasted money.
As you started to tell the story, and she's like, oh, I've got these daughters. Okay, look, if she's going to say she shares it with her daughters, I can kind of somewhat understand. But the second a man gets in there and uses the deodorant, that thing is fucking covered in armpit hair. A woman would throw up before even taking the cap off of that thing all the way. Like that. No, it's not happening. Anyway.
Sorry, was that actually related to this?
No, it made him think of it.
Because of what was said earlier about, like, don't call me woke. Like, I'm not the crazy one. Like,
yeah. I know people will read this and say they don't care, but you should put yourself in their shoes for once. Guess what? By actively not caring what you think, I am putting myself in their shoes. A little empathy is all you need. You don't even have to agree with them. Where were you when my Spider-Man mods got banned for putting the goddamn American flag back in and letting me play the Saudi Arabian version of the game? I felt that my cultural enrichment of getting to play the Saudi Arabian version, an experience I otherwise could not have as somebody who doesn't live in Saudi Arabia, was diminished by the fact that you banned the fucking mod. A little empathy is all you need. You don't even have to agree with them. You just realize that people feel less alone when they can see themselves in their entertainment. It's just sad that you would purposely be against that. You know,
I guess they're advocating for having a white protagonist.
I never was purposefully against it until this year. I have decided to actively be against it from now on. I am so sick of you that I will now champion it unironically.
I don't see myself in a monkey man, but I would still play it.
But I will still fucking play it. Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean by they're now advocating for, I guess there needs to be a white protagonist, because I can't put myself in a monkey man's shoes.
100%. You know.
Well, and their whole
he's
thought
a straight
process.
male, but he's not white, and so I'm just devastated by the fact that I don't see myself in this fucking monkey.
Their whole thought process is stupid, right? It's like you need to put diversity characters in the game so that other people feel that they are in the game when they play it, because they can't play a game where they don't exist. But therefore, we're replacing the white characters. So therefore, if we're following that logic, that would mean that the white people aren't going to be playing those diversity games, because obviously you need to be in the game. Hold on.
White people haven't been marginalized for centuries.
And then, therefore, those games are going to do less
like financially, and then they're going to call all the white people who aren't playing the game for the valid reason that they've set up themselves racist for not wanting to play the game. It's like you literally can't win with these people.
You cannot. 100%. And that's the thing is it 5 seconds. Put it back in for 5 seconds. Does Mr. Popo show up in this, by the way? But they're like, put it in there for 5 seconds. Would it have killed you? And it's like, well, dude, like if I put him in for 5 seconds, you'd be screaming that you know we tokenized it or whatever. Like, fuck off.
I can't wait to see Mr. Popo with ray tracing in this.
Oh hell yeah!
I want to see
RTX on, Mr. Popo.
You turn RTX on and like he just becomes a black hole.
Oh. All right. Let me put this in. Oh, Doc. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna start doing this thing now.
I want to watch Master and Commander now for some reason.
Far Side of the World. Let's fucking go! Watch party. My dad's in that movie. All right. So, Black Myth, Black Samurai, and Gaming and Nationalism. 2 games set in China and Japan are raising questions about cultural authenticity.
One black is good.
Well, the Chinese nailed it. That's a Chinese guy if I've ever seen. Gaming nationalism? So wanting computer game developers to be respectful to the culture their games are set in means you are a gaming nationalist now? Unironically, I'm a gaming nationalist from now on. Like, I've decided you pushed me straight over. Yeah, go ahead and dip out and rejoin. You pushed me straight over the fucking edge, man. Like, I am now a gaming nationalist. I am gaming Hitler from now on.
Oh, God.
Kidler. All right. IGN writer who smeared game science and Black Myth Wukong calls for boycott of game. Previously admitted to hating white people. Oh, you don't fucking say. Oh.
But I'm still going to buy the game.
Everyone saw
Isn't
that
that
coming.
shocking?
So this is the Ki-Hoon Chan who mistranslated the stuff about getting licked until you can't get an erection, which I still prefer their localization of his sayings. But just Chan posted to Twitter, "I'm so fucking pissed off. This has gone too far. Don't play Black Myth Wukong. If you must, go and pirate it. If you enjoy it, I don't want to know it. Fuck game science and all the grifters who are doing this to one of my fave people in the industry."
Hold up.
Clearly.
This game is, spreading awareness. It's called Black Myth Wukong, so it's representation in the name.
The diversity is right there in the title, Black.
It's a myth about Black heritage. Okay.
This post clearly calls into question whether or not Chan had ulterior motives when writing the article at IGN, smearing game science and accusing the company of sexism. Also, just saying free Palestine. Look, I'll just say, I've been there before you, okay? Fuck all of you who are just now deciding that this is a cause worth fighting for. And also, just fuck you in general. Chan's comments are not out of the ordinary. What is this? Why is that fucked up now? My highlights are gone. Chan's comments are not out of the ordinary. Back in January 2022, as part of a lengthy thread discussing Slow Clap's seafood game, Chan denigrated white gamers and even admitted to his hatred for white people. In one post, he wrote, quote, "White gamers have zero nuance, zero understanding of the world, and it'll forever be like this because the world bends over to meet their expectations. And if they're upset, they just scream at their targets until everything works miraculously in their favor. I'm the Messiah, bitch. I'll yell at you all day fucking long."
It sounds like he's projecting, because that's
Doesn't
exactly what we just
Does it not? Like, they must really believe this because they're trying to harness the weapon of the word weapons, as we'll see later. They're trying so hard. They're culturally appropriating my power. In another post, Chan wrote, quote, "Do I hate white people? Yeah, And if you're a friend, you'll understand why this is never personal. I hate white privilege so much. Their ability to scream reverse racism when faced with a tiny bit of criticism. The world revolves. You literally hate white people. They get to just go, that's a racism, and then I lose all my power of hating them. What is wrong with these people? Their ability to scream reverse racism when faced with a tiny bit of criticism, the world revolves around them, even in Singapore, every day. In an article published by First Person Scholar titled Decolonizing Queer Games and Play, are you or are you not attempting to colonize a game about a ancient Chinese myth? God. Full on gaming Hitler. Change my name. Decolonizing Queer Games and Play. In April 2022, Chan wrote, quote, filtering games through the language of queer design may be a powerful and crucial step towards embracing diversity. But what is usually lacking in these discussions is intersectionality. Despite the growing prevalence of queer narratives in games, the bulk of these stories are still based around casts of queer white characters.
Hold up. Who says the monkey? Who says the monkey isn't queer? Okay. Does he like pound some clam in the game? I don't think so. I think he just slays some bosses.
They must know something I don't know. And I'm so excited to like walk into that back room, like in God of War, and seeing the women with their tatas out on the bed and fucking them with my monkey noises, you know, on screen. Like,
So your average Saturday night.
Later in the article, he stated, quote, in other words, queer games should be further decolonized from a predominantly white Eurocentric paradigm and decoupled from the God, Black Myth Wukong is so Eurocentric, God. And decoupled from the coloniality enforced by Western European thoughts across the world. Explain to me how you did not walk in and colonize the gaming industry. Explain that to me. Explain it to me. Despite Chan's call for a boycott, Black Myth Wukong broke the record for the single most concurrent Steam players for a single-player game. In fact, the game currently sits as the second most played game on Steam of all, behind PUBG Battlegrounds. Game Science also reported via Black Myth Wukong's official account on Twitter that the game had sold 10 million copies across all platforms on August 23rd. The game came out on August 20th. 10 million copies across all platforms in under 3 days. Insane IGN shell Ki-Hu Chan tells their fan base to pirate Black Myth Wukong. Due to their ideology, Ki-Hu Chan recommended that people become criminals instead of financially supporting developers that they lied about to promote a sexism narrative. Again, this is the guy who allegedly translated the words of the CEO of Game Science. Ki-Hu Chan rages at Game Science, tells fans to steal the game and pirate it instead of supporting developers. Black Myth Wukong is up there with some of the fastest selling video games of all time. It launched with similar sales to Zelda Tears of the Kingdom and Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. This game is the first console game this company has made. This is the first AAA game to come out of China ever.
What?
In 3 fucking days, it found itself in the ranks of the most anticipated, most popular Zelda game in history. And the most, are these the most recent, Violet and Scarlet?
Mm-hmm.
Leapfrogging. And I just want to point something out. A game does not reach the success that Black Myth Wukong or Stellar Blade or any number of other games have reached, if not for the drought that the people currently decrying it have created in the gaming industry.
Mm-hmm.
If every game looked as good as Black Myth Wukong, I definitely would not have been interested in it. The only reason that we are interested in games like Stellar Blade and Black Myth Wukong is because of the fucking drought that you've created by stealing gaming from the people who built it from nothing to insert your 1% pandering bullshit. Now it gets worse. Black Myth Wukong is already one of the fastest selling games of all time, moving almost as many units in 1 week as Elden Ring and Cyberpunk did in their first months. Black Myth Wukong made $600 million in only 3 days from launch. The way they're calculating that is the game cost $60, 10 million, 10 times 60, right? And it's a studio's first console game. By comparison, Assassin's Creed Valhalla made $1 billion around 3 months from launch. And it's the first Ubisoft game to reach that milestone. And the 12th installment in one of the biggest franchises in the world. It's just wonderful to see a new game getting compared to gaming giants and even surpassing many of them in such a short time. Great games bring great money. Massive. Black Myth Wukong hype sells out PS5s everywhere in China. They're still trying after 10 million sold in 3 days. The Verge. Black Myth Wukong is too mediocre for all this drama. Nintendo enthusiast. We all share a common hobby, and we should stand together to make sure as many people can enjoy it as possible. Fuck. Didn't I just read those words from that other fucker? What the fuck is this garbage? Why is a Nintendo site reporting on a game they'll never see? The game is diverse as fuck. I've seen creatures of all shapes and sizes. Virtue signaling bullshit. It's a game based on ancient China, for fuck's sake.
I just want, that kind of reminds me of how, was it all this modern Star Wars, like all the series look distinctly different from like the Lucas era stuff because they have like no aliens. They're like, oh, we have so many diversities. And it's like, oh, we have an Asian chick. Oh, we have a black stormtrooper guy and all this stuff. But it's like, what about the aliens? That was like half of the fun of the Star Wars universe. And the prequels, like, you know, people don't like the prequels, but that was like the best in terms of like world building and like the like landscapes, the creatures.
What was in the third movie? Maybe the second movie. What was the half robot alien that had like the cough?
General Grievous.
General Grievous, yeah. Yeah, no, totally. They really pushed the envelope in the prequels because they were able to use CGI to realize creatures that they couldn't do in the 70s when they made the original ones.
Yeah, so it's like they, in this vein of diversity, they're erasing what other diversity there was. So it's like,
because
there's Monkey Man and all
being gay is more important
than good storytelling.
Being seen, being included, and honestly, it's like this is an insult to retarded and people with Down syndrome, right? But I almost picture it like if you were to, like, if you had a mentally challenged child, you know, and I say child, but I'm like, you know, let's say like 12 years old or you know what I mean, like just between the ages of 12 and 20, right? But because of the mental defect, right, they are basically an infant, right? And you film a video of them and you cast it to the TV as though they're on TV being reported on by the news, and they or being seen on the fucking Jumbotron would be an even better example, right? You take them to the ball game and you point out that they're on TV, and they lose their shit, like, oh my God, I'm on the TV. Like, that's how they're acting about needing 5 seconds of a black person on screen. What have killed you? Right? Like, it's absurd. Meanwhile, on r/gaming, Black Myth Wukong sells an incredible 10 million copies in just 3 days. That's the post. That's fucking it. Sorry, this post has been removed by the moderators of r/gaming. I'm really interested in the game, but I'm just wondering, does it play like a standard action RPG, or is it more Soulstone or Soulsborne? Why did r/gaming delete this post on the success of Black Myth Wukong? Seems strange that for such an incredible selling game phenomenon that I only see one meme post about it after scrolling for a bit. All other posts are days old after a search. Would be interesting if someone could make a success post and see what happens. Made one. Let's see. Black Myth Wukong is selling like hotcakes, yet in Reddit, for some reason, any post about Black Myth Wukong is being deleted. Why is that? Anyone care to have a discussion of the game? How do you feel about it, game-wise? Not even a second. Black Myth Wukong is selling like hotcakes, yet in Reddit. Sorry, it's supposed to be removed. Because Reddit mods are the same breed as game journalists and other activists. Reddit's 40 million member board, r/gaming, appears to be actively censoring any news about Black Myth Wukong's success. Maybe people should test it. If enough people test it, they might get tired of deleting posts about the game's success. I mean, they probably have a bot deleting it immediately.
Yeah,
Not even
as soon as they get the word Black Myth Wukong.
To be slightly fair to the
Reddit,
that specific subreddit, a lot of subreddits have automod set up to delete, automatically remove people's posts if they have less than 100 karma in that subreddit. So the idea is that
then
later
it becomes
on
impossible to get the karma.
No, the idea is that
he's saying that they could be deleted for a normal protocol thing, not specifically Wukong.
No, let me just fucking finish my sentence. It automatically deletes the thing, and then later on, the mod will go in and reapprove it, right? Because mods get to see all the deleted stuff. Mm-hmm. So they see, oh, this was deleted, and they see, usually what'll end up happening, the one mod I was a mod in, they'll DM the mods and they'll say, why was my post deleted? And they'll, oh, okay, yeah, it was deleted. I'll reapprove it. It's a valid post. And then they'll get the karma that way.
Look, Mama, I'm in the video game. Please, OCA Podcast official game has an entire level in the land of Down syndrome.
So if these people that are posting about Black Myth Wukong are like new accounts, it could explain why they're getting targeted, not specifically because they're talking about Black Myth Wukong.
He doesn't realize the news about Israel and Palestine consider sodomization of each other. Okay. Don't worry about it. We'll get the Dustborn in a minute, guys. Okay. All right. So
in a minute. It's gonna be like an hour at this rate.
Nah, we'll be there soon. So I do want to say something you might not know about
Reese,
Reddit.
how's that tractor beam? Oh, he muted himself.
It's called a train. Choo choo, motherfucker.
So something you might not know about Reddit. This is just a quick tidbit. Do you know who the person on Reddit with the highest amount of karma is?
No.
You don't know about this?
Nope.
So there's an account that has more karma than any other account, and this like second place isn't even close. We're talking like Mr. Beast levels of distance between content, you know, kind of thing. Like just absolutely absurd. That account has not posted since the day Ghislaine Maxwell was arrested. And the account has Maxwell in the name.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Dear.
So Jeffrey Epstein's cohort owns the account with the highest amount of karma on Reddit. Yeah, just a little weird. I don't know. Just throwing that out there.
Well, I mean, if they're posting in conspiracy theory posts, I could see those people getting a lot of upvotes.
Yeah, getting so many upvotes
Well-
trying to downplay the Epstein conspiracies on r/conspiracy. I'm
Oh, that's
Definitely
what you mean.
getting
I was thinking like, is Reddit like, was that their prime method of acquiring like clients or something?
The more I learn about Reddit, the less I want to actually be there. Like the people there are so awful. During 2016 presidential campaign, somebody said "fuck you/spez," which was one of the moderators on Reddit, because they were they were quarantining the r/the Donald and whatnot. Spez went in and changed that person's post to say something else. So it said fuck and then somebody else. And then eventually had to come out and admit that they not only had the power, but had gone in and altered people's comments routinely. Like, I don't want to be anywhere near fucking Reddit.
Damn.
Anyway, the new NPC marching orders have come out. Woke, definitely not racist DEI journalist Paul Tassi and woke grifter Mighty Keith of, you recognize him, right? From Sweet Baby Inc., are now being actually racist by calling out Black Myth Wukong because it's popular with the Chinese. Does China not count as real gamers? I don't see how that diminishes the game's success in any way. Even at non-peak, when China is asleep, the game is doing 247,000 users, more than half of Helldiver's peak popularity, with 10 times its concurrent. And US hasn't hit the weekend yet. For all games sold, even global Western games, China is the biggest market. No doubt Wukong is a cultural phenomenon in China, but trying to say it doesn't count because they are Chinese, as if Chinese gamers are somehow lesser, is the type of casual racism that these DEI defenders claim to be against. Hypocrites. So here's Paul Tassi saying, damn, now it's gained 2 million players. What's going on? How can we solve this mystery? Black Myth Wukong drops nearly 2 million players in several hours. The craziest part is apparently only 3% of the player base is from the USA. So Western devs that fuck stuff up ain't learning shit from this. Lol. I don't want the Chinese money. Lol. I won't make games that would make them happy. Lol. I ain't learning shit. Typical didn't do nothing mentality. One thing I personally find really silly is reading all the clapback and downplay posts on Black Myth Wukong's international success from progressive Westerners. How saying, quote, most of the players are Chinese players or live in the East somehow means it's illegitimate in some way. That's shocking how. You make a game about Journey to the West, both by comparison, still not as well known in the West, and market it well, no duh, it's going to attract a lot of Eastern players. Yes, I do mean Eastern. Journey to the West and Wukong are ubiquitous cultural works, universally shared and enjoyed by most Asian cultures. not just the Chinese. Especially Wukong and Journey to the West. This is not even a gotcha. These progressive Westerners should fault themselves that they are unable to acknowledge that a game can get international success even if Western countries are not the prime contributor to its success. They overestimate their importance. So these are the same posts we just looked at. And here's an anime girl eating a toast. Should have put that one first so she'd be looking at it, though. Come on, man. New wrote about how Chinese nationalists and gamergaters likely got together. They got together. The Chinese nationalists and the gamergaters, they conspired together to push out massive sales of an ultimately mediocre game, Black Myth Wukong. I also dived into the IGN report from last year and verified the translations myself. This is peak projection. We are the communists now. I think he means like collectivists in that sense, right? Yeah, it was us. Totally. Black Myth Wukong is getting review bombed right now, down to 7.6 on Metacritic. Note the timing. PR bots don't just shill for AAA games. There are negative ops too. So I haven't shown it yet. Well, maybe we'll look at it next podcast, but Star Wars Outlaws has been caught with bots promoting it on Twitter and stuff. And so Black Myth Wukong is the competitor, the number one competitor to Ubisoft Star Wars Outlaws right now because of the release time. And so all the recent attacks on YouTubers, critics, and now Ubisoft's number one competitor for Star Wars Outlaws are coming from these bots, these PR campaigns meant to try to, manipulate people's opinion. And again, I think that's an important distinction here. Like the effort being made is to manipulate people into buying the game that you made and not buying the game somebody else made. Right? That's 100% what's happening here. Black Myth Wukong user rating drops down. Right? Continuing.
Oh my god.
What's up?
Oh, nothing.
The strongest American devs supported by massive multinationals, the weakest Asian devs self-publishing their first game. Really makes you think. Oh, so what are they talking about here? What do we have here? Concord, 186 players right now. 186 24-hour peak. 186 all-time peak 59 seconds ago. Redfall, 29 players right now. 35 in the 24-hour peak, 6,124 all-time peak 15 months ago. What's this? Black Myth Wukong, 2,294,000, right? Pal World, 30,000 still playing right now. 2,101,000 all-time peak 7 months ago. So both of these games were breakout hits from Asia that took the world by storm. Now, saying this another way, Chinese game made for the Chinese audience, international pressure to make it more diverse to appeal to activists. Devs say no. 1.4 million players break all records. And this is old. This is from August 19th. This is from before the game publicly released. They are now at 200 million. Japanese game made for Western millennials and modern audiences. Studio dies, right? For what's this game called again? Forspoken. I just move shit with my freaking mind. That's what happens when you put a black person in your game for 5 seconds or more. No, it's kidding.
Oh my.
Stellar Blade, Black Myth Wukong, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Shadow of the Erd Tree, Pal World, Metaphor Re Fantasio, etc. Asian developers have been doing more for gaming this year than the entire West. Hands down. Can you spot the Western game? Women characters in Wukong and their real life models. Now, I'm not going to lie. When I saw the original image and it only had the characters in the game, I thought it was the same character for a lot of them. And I'm also not gonna lie. When I look at the models, I also thought they were the same woman. This girl looks like a Stable Diffusion render. Like she 100% has the look of like how they draw the or like the artwork that you get out of Stable Diffusion when they do the pretty anime girl kind of thing with a higher fidelity.
Maybe she
More
was.
Maybe. Black Myth Wukong versus Star Wars Outlaws. After hundreds of examples,
That might be a legitimate thing that like going forward, like, oh yeah, here's our real model, so that you know that it's based off of a real person and not exaggerated proportions or whatever. Insert image of fake AI person, like.
Japanese video games are fine as Japanese video games. Even I never wish for Chinese video game to be Mexican video games.
What?
Look, man, I don't know if you know about the rice riots right now, but they might become a little bit Mexican by having to import Spanish rice. They did air Journey to the West TV series on a show regional area like New York City, California, and Texas. Oh, interesting. I watched Journey to the West in the 90s. Journey to the West, Watch Party win. Even Star Fox will not have human characters. Damn, not diverse enough. All right. Black Myth Wukong versus Star Wars Outlaws. After hundreds of examples within the gaming industry, we can now assure you, without a shred of doubt, that Western AAA companies are intentionally making beautiful female models ugly in their games. They know, but it will never be admitted. Yeah. Black Myth Wukong, if it was developed by a Western consulting company.
Oh, yeah.
Right? I think it'd be even uglier, to be honest. Oh, I choke it too. Oh, wow. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, speaking of choking, Black Myth Wukong's in-game character versus the latest, most diverse and inclusive Western modern audience game, Vitiligo Dustborn, published by David Cage of Quantum Dream. Yeah, let's talk about Dustborn. I think it's time. But first, before we do that, let's pull this off screen so I can go straight past that dick. All right. Allow me to introduce you to the funniest oh, good.
Oh,
this
no.
This is what I was working on during pickups and whatnot. Just throwing these in.
Yeah, just making the podcast 2 hours longer.
You know it.
Nice.
Jesus.
All right. It's good. We're good. The wokest game ever. Dustborn has abysmal player numbers on release day. What? How could this be? Making people feel included, it introduces you to a new market. More potential sales. Dustborn has not even hit over 100 concurrent players on its release day. They haven't breached 100 yet. Back in July, following the release of the game's trailer, a representative for the game conducted an interview with PSU and confirmed the entire game spawned out of protest against Donald Trump being elected president of the United States in 2016.
Wow.
It has been 8 years since that happened. They spent 8 years developing a game that cannot even get 100 people to play it simultaneously.
We might hit a milestone if we wait a little bit longer.
Oh, and
Right
by
now.
the way, this game also came out on August 20th.
Before you continue, someone is eating something.
That was me. Sorry.
I can't even believe it.
I'm just hearing a lot of.
If I had
Dude, a lot
something
of
to
you
eat, I
that
might
from
do
you
it
right
too.
now.
I thought I had my mic muted. That was my fault.
It's okay.
That's all right.
Sorry.
We might hit a record in getting the all-time low tonight.
Oh, what do you mean? Oh, because
For-
it's dropping?
It's at 10 right now.
It's at 10. 10 people
play.
are playing this.
Right now.
I saw the actual gameplay Asmongold showed on one of his
We're going to look at
clips.
it a little bit. Yeah. Dustborn has more developers than people playing the game.
Oh.
They can't even pack it with their own staff.
The people who made the game hate it. They won't even play it. That is how bad it is. The representative was asked, what were some of the inspirations during the early days of making the game? He responded, for us, it always begins with the characters in the world, followed by the narrative. We generally have an idea of the genre, setting, mood, and tone, who the protagonists are, and then we build the game around that. Art direction, game mechanics, engine, specific features, all of that follows the world, the story, and most importantly, the characters. That's very different to how some studios operate. But Red Thread is first and foremost a storytelling studio. We tell stories using game mechanics and interactivity, and we try to do something fresh and different with every game we develop. He continues.
This looks like The Sims.
Yeah. From there, he said, still, we wanted Dustborn to be an evolution of the work we did with Dreamfall chapters, a third-person adventure with a strong cast of diverse characters in a vibrant, deep, and original world with some adventure game mechanics and lots of branching dialogues and stories. But this time, we also wanted to include combat action with a narrative twist that stays true to our storytelling heritage, he added. And there's also a bunch of features connected to the idea of weaponized words. Oh, and how words have the power to change the world.
So that's the combat. You just say, I don't like you.
Just wait. Next, the representative. Look, no matter what you could possibly think about this game, it is 1 million times worse than that. Like, it is comically bad. It is so bad that I honestly can't believe more people aren't playing the game just to experience how unbelievably awful the plot line is and like how the game is played. Next, the representative revealed the game was inspired by the election of Donald Trump. The idea behind Dustborn's setting and characters was also influenced by a series of political events that deeply affected us all, beginning in the summer of 2016 and continuing until, well, today. As game developers, we wanted to tell a story that felt relevant and thematically timely, with a cast of characters that could more accurately represent our player base and the setting, and to hopefully have some positive impact on the world, in addition to being an entertaining game. As
Bro,
for what
the very beginning of the game, just watch, it's like, who are you going to vote for? Hillary or Trump? And then it ends prematurely if you choose Trump.
Don't worry, I've got the beginning of the game. We're going to look at it. It's in my downloads here. Is it this one? No, it's this one. Yeah, we're going to look at... Oh, fuck. It's this one. Can I do both? Can I select both? No, I can't do one. We'll come back to this. Hold on. All right. As for what the game is about, it's about a lot of things, but mostly about keeping hope alive in the face of adversity, maintaining friendships in spite of conflicts, and about the awesome and terrifying power of words. It's also a story about being different, being an outsider, and being on the run from people who hate what you are. I previously read somebody who hates white people. That was like 5 minutes ago, I believe.
Yeah, I feel like I've heard that before.
And robots. Let's not forget the robots. It's also about robots, he added. YouTuber Smash JT reacted to the game's trailer in the interview in a video titled Dustborn, the most woke game ever, releases next month, stating, quote, "That's what this game bases its premise upon. Words are used as weapons and have the power to change minds, and this is used politically to push the agenda within the game." He also detailed, it kind of feels like the developers of the game are sending some sort of subliminal messages to the gamers like, hey, learn how to use words to fight against people and get your ideologies pushed across to them, which is exactly what gamers have been rejecting since gaming became a thing ever. No, it's more than that. What it is like this.
Many years. Put this stuff up to your higher ups. And if they don't see the value in what you're asking for when you ask for consultants, when you ask for research, go have a coffee with your marketing team and just terrify them with the possibility of what's going to happen if they don't give you what you want. Because
that sentiment of forcing and manipulating and subverting is the weapon of the game. That is the entire premise of the game, is that you are a manipulator. Later in his video, he questioned, how many people are going out of their way to pay to play this woke garbage? Honestly, looking at it for what it is and knowing what I know about it, and based off of what's transpired by the other games before it, I don't see this game getting anywhere close to even 500 players. And that in itself is going to be such an epic fail that the studio is not only going to be reeling from it, but potentially closing down because of it.
By the way, every time I hear JT Smash, I just get super repulsed at the combination.
Smash JT, but yes.
Yeah, whatever it's called.
Yeah. That prediction about the amount of people playing the game is likely to come true. 3 hours after the game became available to purchase on Steam, it had not had over 100 concurrent players. As of writing, the game's current peak is 72 players. For comparison, Dreamfall Chapters had an all-time peak of 1,711 concurrent players. Dreamfall Chapters being the previous game they made. Back in June 2016, 2 years after the game released on Steam. When it released in October 2014, it had a peak concurrent of 1,329 players, according to Steam database.
What's with their game names? Dustborn, Dreamfall.
Right. So get this. Look, the modern audience. 76 all-time peak. At Sweet Baby.
Well, it was worth it for them.
Yeah. So here's the intro. This is the most cringe opening I have ever seen in a video game ever. Did they suggest that people who don't want politics in their entertainment are fascists? Yeah, here it comes. You ready for this?
We're the aliens. We're the refugees. We walk among you. We're right behind you. Your time is past. Your kind won't last.
They're the new porn. And everyone decided they're not into it. Right?
That was
Oh my.
different. You make a living.
Hold up. Jesus Christ, that creature in the background. Oh my god, look how thick everything but the head is. Like... Sorry.
So look, hold on.
Oh,
I know vitiligo is a thing. Is it so prevalent that this was necessary, though? Like, I don't know about you, but this character feels to me like they are tokenizing vitiligo. Right? And because the intersectionality aspect of it, they're not only tokenizing vitiligo to make the people who have vitiligo feel at home, but they're also making them black, like, you know, like doing like the intersectional thing. And most likely, you know, they're obese, they're gay, right? Like everybody in here is queer and some form of oppressed minority, and fat, or like the guy on the left is albino, right?
We're a bit rusty, and it's been a long day.
Yeah, sure thing. By the way, that song could be considered offensive in the Republic. This isn't Pacifica. People here don't like politics with their entertainment. What's your band name?
We're the Dustborn.
Mega cringe. Holy fuck. Okay, look at back to this.
Roll credits.
As someone who loves rhythm games like Guitar Hero Rock Band or whatever, watching that was just utterly depressing. Like, who would buy this and actually like listen to this Kids Bop crap and be like, yeah, you go. Oh,
that's a good way of describing it. Kids Bop. Yeah. Like, yeah, we're defeating those fascists. Yeah. Woo-hoo. All right, let's keep going here. Woke media attempts to convince gamers to buy Dustborn. It is not working. Now, I just want to remind you that a moment ago, we looked at a couple of headlines from outlets that were trying to convince you not to buy Black Myth Wukong after it already sold 10 million copies, right? Oh boy. Carly Valachi over at GamesRadar explains the game story. Dustborn is first and foremost a visual novel of sorts where you play as Pax, who teams up, Pax ma'am, right? Who teams up with a group of friends and strangers to deliver a valuable package across the Republic of America to a resistance movement in Canada, while pretending to be a touring punk band called the Dustborn. All of this is to hopefully be free of the oppression and danger of a fascist, broken America.
There's so many layers of cringe to unpack there.
And Valachi has high praise for this, combined with its oddly sustained length. What does that mean? It's oddly sustained length. Like, what? The game is too fucking long? Right? What's the point?
That's what she said. The oddly sustained length in your pants.
Oddly sustained erection. That's our tagline for next podcast. Combined with its oddly sustained length, the sheer amount of topics and issues it wants to address, and its growing cast of colorful LGBTQ plus characters, it almost lives up to its promise. Almost lives up to its promise as an epic political road trip saga about people with superpowers. I'm sorry, you're trying to convince gamers to buy it, right? Like, you're not selling it very well. Over at
even they're not convinced.
Yeah. Over it. I mean, even the developers aren't bothering to play it. So, Over at Forbes, Matt Gardner admits Dustborn is among the most unrepentingly liberal and left-leaning games out there. Nevertheless, he also attempts to convince readers to purchase the game by claiming you just need to have an open mind. Quote, if you have an open mind and you're willing to give it a try, you're willing to give it time to grow, Dustborn is a fun trip. Even if it occasionally feels like it's trying to be a bit too edgy,
beat you
for its
over
own
the
good.
head.
Especially for the type of people who will immediately click with its socio-political outlook. Of course, I know them. They're me. Diego Nicolas Arguella at Polygon aptly describes the game. The road trip story begins with a group of 4 30-year-olds inside a minivan making their escape after a heist. The mission is to make it across the alternate reality version of the United States to eventually deliver their stolen package in Nova Scotia, Canada. Your biggest obstacle is avoiding surveillance from Justice, a fascist regime that's particularly interested in persecuting animals. Okay. These are people who can speak certain words to invoke special powers after a mysterious event that took place decades ago. He later acknowledges, as much as Dustborn leans into its science fiction setting, it's a story told from a viewpoint that has clear parallels to reality. There are nods to jokes like, my husband and I saw you from across the bar. That's a joke? I don't think it's a joke to them. They literally just put a cuckold in the game. Like, what's the joke? As well as mentions of woke mind virus speeches and how blatantly stupid they are. Similar to Gardner, Arguello concludes his review writing, in a game informed by decisions, the most gratifying choices don't involve the right answer. Or didn't involve a right answer. They were about getting a different perspective.
I bet they're subtle as a brick as well with saying like, "Oh, woke mind virus people are stupid" or whatever. But oh no, I had a thought that I think just completely evaporated.
Oh, congrats.
Oh yeah. It's okay. So the final boss. Hear me out. The final boss of this game better be they're facing the president of the United States, and what happens? He says the N-word to them, and they're like, hard R as well. And it's like, we can't overcome this. Oh, it's too powerful, too much pain and hatred. And then they have to come together in their little diverse ship, and then I don't know, they out him as a trans or something, and it's like, you are just compensating this whole time. It's true. I love the Mexicans.
Oh no.
What happened?
I googled the Dustborn final boss, and I'm not convinced any of these actually are the final boss, but maybe perhaps I could just show you this YouTube thumbnail.
Oh.
Isn't that like a hate crime against their own kind? Like
That's their new friend.
Wow. All right. Despite these outlets and writers attempting to sell this title to their readers, it appears they have had absolutely zero effect. As of writing, there are currently only 35 people playing the game, and the game's peak concurrent player numbers only hit 83 when the game initially went on sale on Steam. In contrast, the game was added to Kabrutus Rambo's Sweet Baby Ink Detective Steam curator list, as well as his DEI Detected website. He describes the game, Dustborn, is basically DEI the game. It has everything you could hope from a DEI game. Forced diversity, virtue signaling, self-insertions, woke political agenda being forced down the player's throat, a bunch of alphabet people, and they-thems. He adds, it also features the most soy-filled combat mechanic I've ever seen. You fight with the power of words. Yes, in this game, words can hurt, and the whole combat system revolves around this premise. They don't even try hiding it, do they? All right, so that's it for that article. That's monsters gonna go into hell. Where's old Doc? There it is. Okay. All right. Impossible to parody. Are you fucking ready for this? But you don't even know what this game is.
With the black kid dresses like a writer. Does he know anything?
You are racist.
You have to opt into getting triggered.
Somebody was saying, can we start using holds down the triangle button?
X to doubt or triangle
Can we start
button.
using holds down triangle in tweets when someone is clearly getting triggered? Let's make that a thing. Come on, gang. New meme just dropped.
F to pay respects, X to doubt, a triangle to get triggered. We got it figured out.
Dustborn let me smash fascist and flirt with my situationship on a road trip across America. Gaming journalism. We're the good guys. Also gaming journalism. Finally, my fantasy of killing anyone who isn't left has arrived. Also, when I saw that, I'm like, oh, fuck. I've been sitting on this too for a couple days now. Transhumor. Well, let's read it first. Random idea from a tranny. Trans people are horrible. They shouldn't exist, said the transphobe. Trans humor is always either porn addiction or violent fantasies. Ain't that the truth? How many trans shooters we had now? Oh, damn, we don't talk about that. Also, so Savvy, Madam Savvy here was streaming the game. She is one of the 83 players. I didn't think Dustborn could actually get more evil. We're live, and we just unlocked the bully power. And the context around needing to do it, Theo, your friend, doesn't want to look at the USB that the group stole and is delivering, the one that's going to Nova Scotia. The game forces you to trigger him, to hoax him, and then it tells you to unlock a new ability because they are not effective. Theo is such a good little Catholic boy, and it straight up tells you to bully him, to make him do something you want him to do that he doesn't want to do. I'm sorry, hold on. I feel compelled once more.
Many years. Put this stuff up to your higher ups. And if they don't see the value in what you're asking for when you ask for consultants, when you ask for research, go have a coffee with your marketing team and just terrify them with the possibility of what's going to happen if they don't give you what you want. Because they...
Oh, you mean bully them? Huh.
Did we just discover the plans? It describes bullying as forcing others to do things or making them feel bad about themselves. This game is actually evil. You've learned to bully people. Bully gives us the power to force people to do something they may not want to do or to make them feel bad about themselves. In fights, this could be highly effective on targeted enemies.
You know what's funny? Back in the day, I remember on the news, they were talking about like, oh, we should ban the game The Bully because it incites...
It encourages bullying.
Yeah, real kids bully in real life or whatever. So that's pretty funny. It's come full circle.
All right. What do we got here? Guess what? There's more. There's more. Dustborn emphasizes the power of words and the importance of building an inclusive society where everyone belongs.
Including the fascists. So? Wait, no. Oh, no. We can't include the fascists.
Is that so, PC Gamer? Me looking at the game in any detail, it seems to indicate that it is not, that it's doing everything in its power, creating the complete opposite in every way. So you can get Discord. We've learned to sow Discord. Discord gives us the ability to turn people against each other. This could be useful both when we're talking to people and when we're fighting enemies. We already read bully. Cancel. You've learned how to cancel someone. Cancel will allow us to isolate people from their friends and compatriots. In battle, this could be a useful tool against enemies. Normalize. We've learned how to normalize negative emotions. Normalize gives us the ability to make people think certain behaviors or feelings are normal, but I'm not sure it will do much for us in fight.
Jesus Christ.
Is this not the most disgusting? Like, what's the next one you get? Gaslight? Like, these are all the things that this side of the aisle complains about incessantly.
Well, hold up. What they're probably going to say is like, well, see, that's the point. You play as the bad guys being manipulative and all this stuff or whatever. And see, words do hurt, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't know. Is that the angle
These
they're
are
going
supposed
for?
to be the good guys, though.
Yeah, seriously, these are meant to be the heroes. Dustborn developer Red Thread Games claims response to game, quote, has been drowned out by a tidal wave of hate and abuse. That's why only 83 people play it.
All of them are probably the journalists.
Right, yeah.
The review copies.
Since we first announced Dustborn, we've read your comments and listened to your feedback, hopes, and wishes for the game. Over the past 4 years, our team has poured their hearts into telling a story that's deeply meaningful to us. A story about the power of words. So you're telling me, over the past 4 years? You're telling me that you waited until Donald Trump was out of office to even begin making this monstrosity? Is this about Joe Biden?
Remember how I used to mention that Funimation dubs, when they come out on disc and before they were simulcast or whatever, they'd have a meme that they put in the dub or something. Then you know, a year later when it comes out, it's outdated. That's what it feels like, to the extreme, where it's like, we're gonna fight back against the orange man. Oh yeah, and then there was that Beyblade creator wanted to make a fidget spinner anime. It's like, yeah, okay, that's gonna come out and totally be relevant,
right?
But there was this fidget spinner anime. It was the author and ending.
Yeah, how many years did that take to come out before
If,
that fad was over?
If this, I feel like this game is gonna like single-handedly seal the deal on Trump getting reelected. And I don't think anybody actually cares about their bullshit spewing. Like, we're inclusive, we love people.
I'd like
and
to
the
thank
hate
Dustborn. Great game, beautiful game.
Very successful.
83 peak all-time players. Oh, I love this too. So in their post, it's out now. Download Dustborn today, right? They're like, hold on, what did they say? They said it's been drowned out by a tidal wave of hate and abuse. Oh, actually, I do need to read a part of this. Hold on, sorry. Where was it?
Oh my god.
Since we first announced Dustborn, we've read your comments, blah, blah, blah. What's about customers? Okay, we expected Dustborn to spark conversation and debate. We expected it to spark conversation and debate and looked forward to engaging with our partners in a positive and constructive fashion. Unfortunately, that conversation has been drowned out by a tidal wave of hate and abuse. We expected it to spark conversation and debate, but when you announced it, this motherfucker locked replies. Right? Didn't spark conversation, did you? All right, this gets even fucking worse. I'm gonna have to do this one as a proper screen share with audio.
I'd like to say that you said that wrong, by the way. You're supposed to say, like, this motherfucker locked the replies. Like,
I watched a few clips of Savvy's stream on Dustborn against my better judgment. A question keeps ringing in my head as I watch the good guys behave. Are they supposed to be the good guys? This is comically evil and venomous mental manipulation you'd see sociopathic villains do. Savvy said, the main character lies. What?
Get it? It's down in the single digits.
Oh. The main character lies and gaslights everyone to get them to attack the ginger barefoot Abby. At no point did she want to be the leader, and the main character does actually lie and manipulate everyone, as the ginger claimed. Here's Savvy in the corner here.
These goddamn freaks do not belong here. What's your tongue?
What the fuck is this game?
Stand aside.
What the fuck is this
Maybe-
game? What the
Thank
fuck
you.
is this actual game? She has
You
to
can't
manipulate
silence
people.
all of us. We have a right to speak.
Hey,
I
Fred.
told you.
I'm
She's
right
using
here.
her freak weapons to control us.
Can you even hear me?
The truth will come out, and we will regain our liberty. You can't silence all of us. We have a right.
Yes, silent the dissent.
What did you do to me?
Your mind was infected with disinformation. I just.
Liar. She's messing with my mind again. She'll do the same to all of you if we don't stop her.
That's what she just tried. She just did that. She just did that. She actually did just try to do that and try to sow discord into a crowd.
What do you want?
She literally did. Just try. She is in.
Even when we were kids, no one liked you. They.
Even when we were kids, no one liked you. Who the fuck are these people? This is the inclusive vision for the future you want? You are disgusting.
all teased you for a reason. You're the freak here. They'll see through this charade. They'll see who you really are.
Also, is this character trans? It's a
I
very
was
manly
gonna say, like, the character you're playing as right now also had broad shoulders, and then looking at this one, it's like, did they just use the male character model in the character creator, and they just couldn't be bothered to like actually design something?
This is off-putting.
Sad and pathetic child who
lies.
With an eye patch, no less.
I don't think she's got an eye patch. I think she's got like a birthmark or something.
Like Domino.
I'm not sure.
We won't let her do that.
No.
You
How are
literally
you
can't
in
see the
right
eye.
if you tell somebody that they're worthless?
Can't you see how crazy this is? Fred's filling your heads with nonsense because she's sick from the...
The only sickness here is you and your freak friends. And Annie, who's been plotting against us.
Hey!
What? What do you want?
Fred's your enemy.
What? No.
None of this is Annie's doing. It's Fred. All of it.
This
She's
is
lost
definitely
it.
a dude.
She's been poisoning you with her paranoid delusions. Do you really believe what she's been telling you? She wants to replace Annie, to take control of liberty.
What?
She is the traitor. Annie's trying to keep you safe. All Fred wants is violence and discord.
That's what you're doing!
Not true.
That is misinformation! She wants the weirdos to leave, that's it!
She's the one who's been telling us Annie's the problem. It's Fred. She's been spreading.
I mean, it's a surprisingly accurate game if you think about it.
Yeah.
You know, this is how.
Like, this is precisely how the left behaves. Precisely. Like, literally, this is every page of Rules for Radicals. Every page. These people are disgusting.
All going after the barefoot girl!
It was always
That's not true. Come on, Annie's been...
Fred. Just shut up. We're sorry, Anna. I don't know why we listened to her. She tricked us. I know. It's okay. Come on, girls. Let's just get back to work.
Don't go. Don't leave me here with them. No.
What is this game's message? The redhead gets canceled.
She must have carried those echoes with her for...
What do you call it? Amputee.
Step out for a minute. Gotta get bathroom.
The damage.
Those words did that to her leg, okay?
She must have carried those echoes with her for some time. The damage could be
What?
permanent.
We'll take care.
You don't know
That's
that!
And we never give up on family, no matter what.
She turned
Well, just
everyone
gaslight
against you.
family.
The demons did that.
They're
Echoes. But what they do to people is demonic. They twist their thought.
No, you're fucking demonic. The people who made this game. This is unbelievable.
Make them forget who they are. I don't blame Fred. She loved the idea of liberty. She was just unable to come to terms with the reality of it. The blame lies with me. I can never be the leader Rosa was.
You can't trust any of them again.
They need to be heard.
You can't blame yourself. They chose to stab you in the back. Fred doesn't deserve your absolution, and neither do the others.
Perhaps. But it's not.
So they're referring to
Rosa
the
Parks.
orange-haired one as
When Rosa
Fred?
died, I knew
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Looks like a Fred.
I could never be the leader or mother.
But isn't this like trans genocide by like gaslighting that
Right.
character or whatever?
100%.
Also, you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna see clips of that chick playing the game and yelling and all this stuff, and be like, "See, guys, where's our problem? Your speech should be censored because it can be harmful." You see, because like they'll take it that way. It's like, oh, you're advocating that you're gonna you want to silence our freedom of speech or whatever. I don't know.
I just want to point out the difference between a game made for the 99% and a game made for the 1%. Right? And if the 1% are anything like the characters in this game, I don't need them in society. Right? Like, that's just disgusting. I love this. A message from Red Thread to our community. 32 people in game.
Dude, we can buy this game and get a refund if we play less than 2 hours on Steam, then leave a negative review and say, that was AIDS.
Dustborn developers condemn tidal wave of hate and abuse directed at the dev team. Black girl gamers, to the shock and surprise of no one. This is disgusting. Something has to be done about the rampant and abusive culture that's happening. It can't just be swept under the rug. The team were super sweet when we met them.
Yeah, but you're not playing the game right now.
Yeah. Right. And this is a situation. This is one of those situations where, in an effort to defend the message, right, people won't even acknowledge or even recognize the problematic, to use their term, nature of the gaslighting, manipulation, outright psychopathic things being celebrated and put into the game with the intention that, like, you will echo and amplify and do these behaviors in real life. Dustborn developer appears to confirm game features stolen assets, disparages men, and threatens to push gay agenda in video games. It just keeps getting worse. Following Dustborn's catastrophic launch, one of the game's developers, who uses the name Tia Berg, appeared to confirm the game used stolen assets from Grand Theft Auto, disparaged men, and threatened to push the gay agenda in video games. You will not even believe the stupidest, literal stupidest thing that you could steal the assets for.
The grass?
Following the game's release, as initially reported by SmashJT.com, Twitter user Hey Slick That's Me accused Dustborn and its developer Red Thread Games of ripping off assets from Grand Theft Auto Online. They posted on Twitter, this new Dustborn game has ripped off GTA Online, copying the apartment layout one for one. Paintings, TV, rooms, and even the small garden area are in the same locations. Oh, I can't zoom in. So as you can see here, I guess the opening, the front door, has a staircase that goes up. To your left, there's a view where you can see into the living room, and then there's like a bookcase here. In Grand Theft Auto, you go up, you can see through into the room, you can see the bookcase right there. It's exactly the same. There's a what do you call it? Like rug and stuff. Here's another angle where to the left you can see the kitchen area. It goes all the way up to this what do you call it? Like there's a piano here. There's a painting, right? And over here, what do we have up? There's the painting, right? All that kind of shit. Same thing with the bookcase and all that shit. In a follow-up, he added, here are extra high-quality screenshots. Since the previous ones were lower quality, I took them from old videos since it's quite old interior. Bedroom layout exactly the same. Or I guess that's where the stairs that come from, not the front. It's the bedroom.
You could have literally gone to like a real apartment and then copied that layout. Like
100%. 100%. Like
This is shithole apartment.
And if okay, take consideration the fact that somebody noticed this one because it ripped off one of the most popular games of all time.
Yeah, so gamers would have their like muscle memory of like, hey, this is pretty familiar.
Exactly, right? Imagine how much stolen assets are in this game that you didn't even notice because it's from a more obscure game that the developers played, but you didn't.
Right.
Like that, right? Here's another post he made. Just more, right? More. Berg responded to the accusation, seemingly confirming it. She wrote on Twitter, "This is the funniest shit I've seen, dude. Why do you care?" Berg later added, "I'm sorry to inform you that GTA 5 uses paid pre-made assets, boo." Pre-made assets taken from whose games? Their own? So the argument being made here might be that they bought this layout for this apartment on like Turbo Squid or something. And then they furnished it with models in the game after it was, purchased as like a placeholder thing. Why the fuck did you buy it? If it were me, no, look, I once saw a post from Blair White, I think it was, who had pointed to a like one of those trans flags. Like, remember the trans flag that we made for the
masterpiece?
Yeah, for the OCA podcast Middle East branch Twitter account, right? That we are inclusive all year round instead of just in the month of June. She basically showed an image like that flag and said, I'm starting to think the gays aren't behind this movement because there's no fucking way a gay person would make something so gaudy and disgusting or something like the design sense betrays the idea that they're gay, right? If you're actually gay and you're working on a game like Dustborn, you're like, this is the part of the game that you should enjoy the most.
Right.
Furnishing the apartment and like getting to creatively, produce something that, like, generally speaking,
design choices,
like that should
pleasing.
You should be like thrilled at the opportunity to do this, Berg later added, "I'm sorry to inform you, GTA 5 uses pre-made assets, boo." What? Am I crazy or did this happen twice? No, I guess I scrolled up. Following this YouTuber minimal effort, Live uncovered Berg's disparaging comments towards men, as well as Berg's threatening to push the gay agenda in video games. In one post discovered by Minimal Effort Live, Berg wrote, "Men as a concept was cooked." In another post, the developer stated, "Men are the weakest link, truly." In another post, Berg wrote, "I will put knitting men and sexy non-binary peeps in your video games, and I will never stop. Be afraid, I come not in peace." To that point,
not in peace.
To that point, Berg previously posted Wow, do not read the comments on the Goodbye Volcano High trailer on YouTube, man. Sometime in the future, gamers might realize that everything isn't made to cater specifically to you, and that's okay. Personally, can't wait to fulfill my dream of being a gay dinosaur. I feel, as Game Hitler, that I am being radicalized dramatically this evening by the mental illnesses. The woke mind virus has progressed so far that I am actually starting to see the final solution.
Oh God.
50% of gamers are women, by the way. On top of all this, former World of Warcraft team lead Mark Kern shared that Red Thread Games received funding from a number of government entities for the game. Yes, your tax dollars funded this dog shit. First, he noted Dustborn used far more government money.
No, not yay. It's yas.
Than has previously been reported. The Norwegian Film Institute funded the game for 14 million kroner, or nearly 1.4 million US dollars. This is in addition to the 150,000 euros from the Creative EU grant program. He added, Dustborn is basically an Antifa training game. You bash the fash across the divided states of America by using vocal powers to call people racist. The game has 33 players currently on its opening week.
So is that how you defeat the president? After he says the N-word at the end of the game, you just say, you're a racist. He's like, oh, my reputation.
In a second post, he added, the company, Red Thread Games, looks to be funding multiple games through the use of these government grants. The games do not make money, as you can see from the Steam charts below, for their prior games, Dreamfall Chapters and Dragon. Their existence seems to be dependent on repeated grants, wastes of taxpayer money that fund games that fail over and over. He continued, once again, government involvement is the bane of humanity's existence. It is the reason we are not in the fucking utopia, like with the flying cars and shit, right? The more the government gets involved, the more the government attempts to control the market, the more everything in your life will get fucked. The company seems to be grifting off EU taxpayer money, which are awarded, in part, on ESG criteria. Remember when people denied ESG grants for indies, existed and called everyone a conspiracy theorist? The Norwegian Film Institute focuses on productions where the percentage of women in key roles is a factor. Their latest project, Svalbard, has received nearly 11 million kroner so far, or 1,050,138 US dollars, and 150,000 euros more from the EU Creative Program. From there, he wrote, the rest of the funding is likely through their publisher, Quantic Dream, via their Spotlight publishing program. Quantic Dream provides Red Thread Games with additional support, including narrative work, motion capture, photogrammetry, and sound design, localization, and more. This is likely provided for free in addition to whatever funding Quantic Dream invests in Dustborn. So something that's worth noting is that I didn't put the article in here, but the U.S. is also funding these initiatives through the U.S. Embassy in Norway. So they're literally funneling money out of the U.S. into other countries through the embassy and then back into woke bullshit that way. Anyway, I think I'll just read this last part. In this way, Red Thread Games can continue to grift off taxpayer money and produce games while reducing many costs. Quantic Dreams was acquired by NetEase in 2022. So let's take a look at this. Oh, what do we got here? 10 people in game right now. 83 peak of all time, 12 days ago. almost 2 weeks ago, they couldn't break even 90 concurrent players. Oh, man.
This is they're doing the 1 week metric.
Yeah.
Up right above there. Yeah.
I see it. I know. I'm just looking at it and I'm saying, like,
Mhm.
the day after it came out was the most players they had, 83. And then it's been all downhill. 83. Oh, and by the way, Reese, where's the price of the game? Where did they show that? We saw
Is it
that
full
before.
price?
Maybe the price history.
This game costs half what Black Myth Wukong costs. They can't
Damn.
even get it over 100. No wonder they're so fucking pissed.
You can get it for $12 in Russia.
What? Russia? It's allowed to be played by those racist, mean people? All right, let's talk about Concord real quick. So Concord appears dead on arrival as the hero shooter releases to less than 700 concurrent PC players. If you guys don't remember Concord, it's the one where the character, it's basically an Overwatch ripoff
It's
where all
woke
the characters are woke
Overwatch?
in DEI, and they have their fucking pronouns. Even the fucking robots have pronouns. Right?
Oh my god.
Yeah. Not only could they not reach 700, Concord dies out the gate. Release date peak concurrent player count on Steam is 70% less than the game's open beta. Concord player counts declined by 42% after the first weekend. Concord player reports over 8-minute wait time as game has lost over 60% of its players already.
Now, does that character have slower movement speed?
Because of how fat?
Yeah.
And the Papa Squat nature of them?
Remember, it's basically like how we were talking about the wheelchair Dungeons and Dragons thing. It's like, is their movement speed halved?
Right. Players seem to like Concord, but its $40 price tag has led to a tepid first weekend on PC. Behold, a whole new level of cope. Yes, it's the $40 that's turning people away, not the fat gay Troon character designee.
Yeah, it needs to cost more to actually sell more. Like, that's how it works.
Explain the $60
No.
price tag.
They're
on
suggesting
for that.
$40 is too much. Oh, that $40
I mean,
price tag.
that is
like,
true. Let's
But
be
we're-
clear.
we're
That is
saying,
true.
But like
but-
on the other end of it, Wukong, which is $60, doesn't have any issue whatsoever.
Return to Monkey.
Which, by the way,
let's fight
props to
somewhere
being,
empty.
60 instead of 70.
Oh.
I don't know if you had the Steam thing for Concord, but it's at 48 right now.
Okay, you can post it in the private chat. I'll open it on the at the end here.
Yeah, with games like that, you're gonna get like the same like however many people in your lobbies every time. And then the one guy's gonna be super good and you're gonna get so pissed at him and then leave.
So I got
sniping you from the spawn point.
I got I got confused with the last game, right? Dustborn, that it was 8 years, and it was actually this game. So Firewalk Studio Devs reveals insane Concord dev time. Says the game took 8 years to make.
Was
I
this
can't
one
even
also
fathom
made
it.
as a response to Trump getting into the White House?
I
Like,
can't even fathom it. The world has shifted so much in the last 8 years. 100% this was originally a different game. You made it woke 6 years ago, right? Like you like.
well, here's the thing. It probably took so long because of all the social things. They're like, no, we gotta make it even more.
Even more. Concord dev writes off critics. Why would I care about a bunch of talentless freaks hating on it? Is it about like gamers coming together and not being divisive? And guess you don't really believe that, do you? All right. PlayStation's Concord's shameless need for diversity is attracting less than 700 fans. We all share a common hobby, and we should stand together to make sure as many people can enjoy it as possible without getting preached to by narcissists in the gaming industry. Am I doing this right? All right, this blows your fucking mind. Firewalk Studios reportedly demanded to use pronouns. Open about decreasing straight white males' cult mentality. Smash JT claims to be getting reports from a whistleblower at Firewalk, the studio behind Concord. Here's a list of Here's a list of stuff that's been happening there. One of the higher ups identifies as non-binary. Decided their pronoun was professor, despite not having a PhD nor having taught formally ever in their life. Proceeded to force everyone to call them by their pronoun of choice at the risk of having them fired. Professor character also got fired or tried to get fired all the unvaccinated employees. So they phrased that in a weird way, but they're saying the professor person tried to fire or like succeeded in firing unvaccinated employees. Due to the professor, the studio mandated the use of pronouns within all the staff. Everyone needs to use pronouns within all the communications, email, Slack, etc.
Oh my.
DEI embedded into every facet of its company culture. HR openly voices desire to reduce number of straight white men without repercussions. Slack channels for women only, others for minority groups only. Cult mentality reigns. Employees are afraid to speak out against design choices. Those who did were quickly fired and or blacklisted. How it started versus how it's going. Update. PlayStation-owned studio Firewalk Studios has heard your complaints about Concord and ignored them. Sources tell me internal emails show the Concord team is shrugging off the criticism of their characters as white noise and dismissing it. Very much
White
in their own bubble.
noise?
Yeah. How it's going. 634 in game. Here, let me phrase this a little differently for you. How it started. Concord might be one of the greatest multiplayer games of the modern era, said Herman Holst about Concord in a recent interview. This has the potential to overtake Horizon as PlayStation's most important franchise of all time. Expect to see a lot more Concord in the future. How it's going. Diddy Kong Racing currently has more followers and viewers than Concord.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Boss, I've been programming for 9 hours. Can I go home? Sure, but you'll need to play Concord all weekend or the Steam charts will drop to 0, LMAO. Naughty Dog, calling all free gunners. Congrats, Firewalk Studios from Concord. Right, so basically the idea here is that Sony is so desperate that it's forcing its first-party game dev studios that have nothing to do with Concord to run marketing for it, right? So Naughty Dog, Bend Studio, Insomniac Games, Sucker Punch Productions.
Bend Studio, more like bend the knee to the woke mob studios.
Right. Concord lead character designer claims developers are strapped in and ready to push it for years to come. This isn't going to last a month. Like, holy fuck. Why did Overwatch go viral at launch when Concord failed? Just look at the characters each game launched with. What do you notice? Like, for real now.
They're totally the same.
I see no different. They're the same picture. How is it possible that between two overweight characters, the one who is fatter with less clothes looked infinitely better than the other one. 8 years of development to make Concord, and that was the best they could do?
You know,
That
when I
guy's
think of
that was the one on the left is definitely rocking it. You know.
Shameless. When I think of first person shooter games, I think of the most, obese people possible. Like they'd be on the battlefield. They'd be in shape.
100%. Yeah, definitely.
Fit for
And,
battle.
So this person said, I'm starting to get genuinely upset about Concord's character designs. If this was a small indie game, I'd chalk it up to a disagreement of style. This is a huge game that spent a decade in the oven. And the end result is characters that look like this. What the fuck? Okay.
This is Kids
Seriously.
Bop the game now.
Seriously. Look at this shit. I can imagine that you could look at something and go like, well, which one's at least your favorite? Like, which one is the least bad?
The one on the left?
Every one of these is awful. From silhouette to color scheme to just overall design. Not one of them is good. Like, I couldn't agree more with this. This character here, they look like they belong in Fortnite.
Yeah.
And even they would even look out of place in Fortnite. Like, this is maybe the only character I could see in Fortnite that would blend in best.
Well, the thing is, they look more like custom characters that some random person online made, rather than it being actually artistically intended.
Yeah. They look like they were built in a character creator.
The second from the left look... Oh, Jesus Christ, like they're already like overweight and they have the heavy armor. They look cartoonishly bad, and then it's like, here's my blue lipstick, and you can't see my hair, so it's like it looks weird. Like, why would you wear lipstick if you're like on the field of battle or whatever? It's clown.
Yeah, it's fucking horrible. Kyle points out that, and by the way, these are more of the character designs, and to their credit, this one's much better than the rest, right? It's
still
not
wide.
It's still not great, right? But it is significantly better than the rest, right? I love how they're like, look at our sexy chick who has 0 assets. Look at our guy.
That looks like the MLG gamer who just threw on his cosplay on top of his gaming shirt.
Don't forget our old grandma. Everyone wants to play as an old ass bitch, right? Definitely so unappealing. Look at this. Like, Fortnite. Am I wrong? What is this?
To be fair, Battlefield also has more of a Fortnite art style direction that they went to as well. Like, it's kind of the trend now.
They all look like they all have these like puffy jackets too. Like these puffiness. Horrible. Also, he points out that this is the character designer.
Looks about right.
So it's a self-insert. No.
Something tells me this guy doesn't support Palestine. Oh, John Wisniewski, huh? Seems Polish. I don't know. This is an oversimplification. The sentiment being expressed is that whites must acknowledge their privileged position and then actively work for equality. It will be hard and confronting work, but if we don't, we're complicit, and complicity allows systemic racism to persist. Oh. I am more racist for having seen your character designs. How do you feel about that? Huh? Checkmate, bitch. All right. Losing my mind after realizing Sony liquidated Japanese studios to direct more money to Concord development. we are never going to get any more Bloodborne because this was a higher priority to them.
I thought Bloodborne was made by FromSoft.
Yuck. Concord devs reportedly removed controversial tag from Steam after the game's release and abysmally terrible player counts. Okay, guess what the controversial tag is?
LGBTQ plus.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, for real?
Yep. In fact, the original article said that. I just noticed they changed it. In fact, I probably have this article down here. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. I still got this one.
So what you're saying is that they're doing the Middle Eastern changing back to the normal appearance.
Yeah. John
Switcheroo.
changed it for some reason. Grum says Concord devs are busy deleting the LGBTQ plus and political tags from their game. These are added by both devs users, but the top 5 tags. So I think it means these are tags on the game are added by both devs and users, but the top 5 tags that appear are sorted based on developer control. They used to display them proudly. Since Community Notes is trying to claim these are under user control, I've posted the Steamworks documentation to show how devs control the order of the tags and which tags apply. They are absolutely running away from these terms. It used to be the top term.
It's a political action LGBTQ plus.
LGBTQ action and political are before FPS. I'm not going to bother to read this. Sorry. According to this post here, Concord's failure is projected to lose Sony nearly $200 million. 8 years of work down the drain. I implore people to give the new Concord game a chance. After 8 years of relentless dedication and hard work, the devs have poured their hearts into this project, yet it hasn't received the attention it deserves. Please, if you can, support them by buying the game. Your help can make a difference. Look, man, I can't play Concord and Dustborn at the same time, especially if I'm playing a game that actually fucking matters. Again, remember the whole shit about divisiveness and all that fuck. The eagerness to grave dance on unpopular games has become a bad habit. Concord's low turnout has led to the usual jubilation or the prospect of seeing a big game fail. The demoralization is working. Keep dancing. We've learned to bully. Yay! Oh, amazing. Thank you, Dustborn, for teaching me the way. Company, come play our DEI game. Gamers, I would rather have sex with Hitler. Sex with Hitler, all-time peak, 2001 players. Concord, all-time peak, 697. Wow. All right.
It'd be funnier if it was current players, but obviously Sex with Hitler like dead.
It'd be funnier if people were choosing to play squirrel with a gun. Is that what you're saying?
Do you think we can get away with streaming the Sex with Hitler playthrough?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll go for it. Let's do it. I play Sex with Hitler every night.
Squirrel with a Gun has 480 players right now.
Okay, let's catch up on some chats before we look. I even left myself a spot just in case I wanted to put squirrel with a gun in there. All right.
Poor Paul in chat. Would you have sex with Hitler?
Also, JT Vegas said Dustborn sucks.
Yeah. Interesting. Let's find out why.
Oh, Ooh, that's a statement. Modern audience doesn't pay for shit. Imagine rhythm. Imagine rhyming porn in newborn, right? Their first thought when porn is mentioned is newborn.
To be fair, there is two
Checks out.
songs I think that by Infant Annihilator that have that rhymed.
Wow.
I guess that's appropriate.
Yeah.
0.5 to 2% of the global population suffer from vitiligo. Seb says more like tumbleweed. I don't know what that was a reference to. I'm sorry. I was speed running those. Dustborn has like 3 save slots. Visual novels usually have 100, if not infinite. It's almost highlighting the fact that the message matters more than the player's choices. A mind so open their brains fell out. Triangle to trigger, yeah. Phantoms are actually people who are scared of the truth going across. If the Dustborn gaze are against any kind of threat, that means bullying would not be allowed either. 4 Kids Misty, that this just proves that fighting is wrong. Wow. So you like the 4 Kids translation? Because usually you're like, I don't know.
4 Kids ruined everything, man.
Merit will be normalized. Dustborn is already dead. Yeah. And keep in mind that the concept of when they tell you like we need to normalize this or that, that inherently means the thing that they want normalized is not normal, right? Like that's kind of the fucking point, right? Words are never hard matter. Gunshots do hurt, but they are not words.
Luigi the Meta 64, 2028.
Right. This is a game about manipulation and also narcissism, but of course people tend to support those games because it fits their identity as narcissists and manipulators. Dude, totally. Dustborn is what and it's funny, I was just talking to my coworker about this because our boss is like he exudes psychopathic manipulator behavior, right? To us, to his family and stuff. We just have to
big manipulator energy coming off.
Yeah,
of
well,
him.
but I'm talking to my friend about it because it's like nobody goes to school to learn how to be a manipulator. I mean, unless you're like one of those politicians who do the spirit cooking thing with Hillary Clinton and Marina Abramovich, where your entire point of doing it is to try to kill your humanity so that you become a psychopath, so that you can lie to people and send millions of people off to die and all that shit without any sense of conflicting. You know, we talked about this last podcast, right? About the concept of human beings have this unique trait where they're do not like to lie. Like there is something in us that inherently tries to prevent us from being dishonest, right? So nobody actually goes to school or takes a course or a training, a tutelage to become a manipulator. They learn those behaviors by over a lifetime finding out which behavior gets them what they want, right? And so if the behavior gets them what they want, I talked about this a little bit with Farah, right? Regarding Farah, not with Farah. Vic, in one of her recordings, in fact, I fucking have it right here. I got it right fucking here. I think. I don't. Never mind. Okay. But in one of the recordings, she called Vic and she was filming with a GoPro to record the conversation. And she said she accused him of something or whatever. And then he said, the last time we spoke, you were very angry. Right. And she was accusing him of not calling her back or whatever. Right. And he said, the last time we spoke, you were very angry. Right. And this is the thing. Farah's entire manipulation strategy, which again I don't think was, I think it was learned through learning that acting this way gets you what you want. And this is how a lot of women like her act, is that when you are incredibly like, women are typically innately non-confrontational. So when a woman is confrontational, it's very off-putting and people don't like to be around it, just generally, right? So by her being extremely hyper confrontational, yelling at people, accusing them, not letting them get a word in edgewise, all that kind of stuff, it creates a scenario where people will give you what you want just to get you to shut the fuck up and leave them alone, right? And so typically people don't learn that behavior, right? You don't go to school to learn it. You don't take a course to learn it. It's something that you learn through experience. Dustborn is actively attempting to be the school that teaches you the behavior. Like, think about that for a second. Like, nobody, like, there's wife beaters, there's manipulators, there's the sleazy guys who, I mean, I guess they're in one scenario where you might take a course and learn it is in like the dating guru stuff, right? How to bed any woman and have her begging for more, whatever kind of, that kind of bullshit, right? So just think about that for a minute, right? Like, we all universally recognize the net negative that comes from the behavior exuded in that trailer and all the stuff we watched from the game, right? And they are actively attempting to create more people like that. And it's government funded, which means your tax dollars paid for it.
Yeah,
Like,
honestly, it does feel like legit they could have just made the game as a tool. Like, it really does feel like that.
I mean, it's 100%. It's a social engineering effort. Fortunately, less than 100 people are bothering to play it. Right?
Well, no, here's
So-
the thing. They're going to have their private copies that they have in their, like, whatever cult meetings, and then they're like,
Mhm.
all right, this is your task. You must be in the dungeon and learn the ways.
And I also think, like, we've really ramped up our games coverage, right, for this kind of stuff this year. And I think it's really worth giving a shout out to Cabrutus. DEI detected and all that shit. Like, that is so fucking necessary. If this is the level we're at right now, where they're actively pursuing training, sycophants on the left, especially, to become manipulative, radicals, to use tactics to try to sow discord, poison the well between people, and create turmoil in communities. I mean, like, if this is where we're at, like, this is our last stand to save this, industry. And, honestly, I'm very happy. It feels like we're working in that direction.
It feels like it's going to self-course correct because,
yeah,
people are just going to be so upset with, like, the games that are... They're trying to relate to everyone, and then it relates to no one. And then they're just going to buy the Wukongs, and then
bitch. Sorry,
meritocracy will prevail.
Yeah,
I don't know. That's what it feels like the direction it's going. And then
the
companies,
the point, right?
will follow the profit, so they're like, okay, we gotta ditch this.
Yeah,
like,
but think about the developers and the people working at places like Sweet Baby Inc. They said no, they were sweet when we worked for them, according to Black Girl Gamers. And then Mighty Keith, the guy who originally kicked the hornet's nest and started Gamergate 2.0, says, we ain't gonna learn shit from this. We don't give a fuck about Chinese players. They aren't going to learn, and that's the thing, is that they don't have to make a product that people want to play because the government funds them. ESG funds them. They never have to do anything worth playing because they will still get paid every step of the way, and your money to some degree that you earned is doing it for them. So you can vote with your dollar, and you can make a studio in China fucking wealthy, but you're also sustaining the life of parasites who are destroying this industry with their woke ideology by simply not being able to stop the tax collector from turning around and handing your money to somebody else.
Speaking of woke,
I'm tired too.
I am the reverse of woke. I think I'm gonna call it quits for tonight.
Cool. Let's catch up on these. You can leave. Like, don't. I'm not keeping here, but
So,
let's finish up these chats and
no
jump into
Mashle Watch Club tonight once again.
Oh no, that's happening. You want to do that right now? Would you like to do it now? Randy, would that
Are we
entice
done
you?
with games, or are we not done with
Yeah,
games yet?
we're done with games. I mean, I'd like to finish the chats because they're about games.
But if Randy's got this gun to our head,
It's too much like Harry Potter. It copied too much. Otherwise, it was okay.
I think that I was pleasantly surprised to see how much it copied Harry Potter because it made it extra funny to me.
Really?
Because
I said to Greenline that they
we
they
had this
copied
conversation.
so many things, like bootlegged so many things, but there's nothing of value that happened of it. You didn't look at him and go
I
oh my
loved it,
god,
'cause
this is hilarious.
Literally, okay, I do agree that the premise is funnier than the content. I do agree with that. But literally all I wanted out of the show was Rock Lee goes to Hogwarts. That's all I freaking wanted, right?
Well, what was it?
I got that in spades. Like, in the parody aspect of it, where they had like the sorting hat and shit, right? And then like the Quidditch match and stuff. Like, they basically took
Quidditch was when I was like,
we're talking
this
about
is-
it. We're talking about the whole thing right here and now.
Well,
Yeah.
season
Or
one.
is it just right? Okay. So with Rock Lee though, you wanted Rock Lee goes to Hogwarts, but like it's not Rock Lee's character. It's not the I struggle to thrive in the world with no magic. It's
You're
I
right.
can do anything.
You're right. So I
Despite
do
having no
feel
magic.
like, and that is one area of it that I didn't, I wasn't thrilled about, where it seems as though the anime is working its way into a direction where you're going to learn that Mash does have magical powers. They just manifest. He's like the most powerful magic user ever, but they just manifest as physical strength. Right. And that's what we're going to learn about his eye color and stuff. Because they kind of had that one guy who had the one eye color that was similar to him, who his power was to erase magical powers that other people had or whatever. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I remember the guy, but I don't know about Mash's eyes
Yeah.
being.
So Mash has the same color eyes. They just don't have the pentagram on them as well. And he's got two eyes that color. So I think they're eventually going to reveal that like his power comes from something that he's, you know what I mean? So I will agree with you in the sense that I would prefer it if the Rock Lee aspect was more pure, meaning that he actually earned it through hard work, rather than it just seeming like he's, working out and going through the motions, right? But has already attained like this level that he didn't seem to have worked for. It just kind of like this level is beyond what even Rock Lee could achieve. And it doesn't seem earned,
Yeah.
So I do agree with that. That is one of the aspects of it that I would have preferred to have gone differently. And I also I was really surprised how many characters they brought in as like his compatriots, right? And the only one that really
it was almost kind of a problem how many there were.
The only one that really matters is the redheaded guy, who was really fucking funny for a lot of it.
The D Gray Man Lavi.
Yeah, Lavi from D Gray Man.
I haven't seen D Gray.
Okay,
Okay,
well, type in Lavi from D Gray Man, and you'll see.
Lavi.
Hold up.
You'll see Dot.
Yeah.
Dot's the character you're referring to.
Now hold up. I said this to Greenlight as well. I saw the character designs and I'm like, okay, blue-haired guy's Kuroko from Kuroko's Basketball. Then it's Lavi from D Gray Man. Oh, who was the other character? And Mash himself. He looks like the quintessential quintuplets protagonists in season 2 because they changed the color scheme for some reason, and he's like a mix of that with Mob or something with his haircut.
So Dot really reminded me of Zenitsu from Demon Slayer in terms of the little like the energy level of him, and his like voice delivery and stuff.
Dot Ben Diskin, the hard ass who fucking. Are we talking about did I get my characters mixed up? Are we talking about the same guy? The redhead.
I mean, he did have like energy and all that stuff. He just freaked out over like, oh, but girls are hot or whatever.
Yeah.
Like this is like the Zenitsu energy to me. Like he's jumping up because there's a bug.
I thought that was Bitch Boy in the far back next to Mash.
This guy?
That
guy.
guy.
I did not like this character.
Fucking Cyrus Truesdale, motherfucker.
Yeah,
Has anybody here seen Yu-Gi-Oh! GX aside from Footnum?
Not me.
Have you guys seen Yu-Gi-Oh! GX?
He looks like Hikaru no Go guy.
Okay, there's two characters named Cyrus and Zane in GX, and they're brothers, and that's the exact same vibe I got from the brothers in this show.
And by that, all he means is one is the older alpha brother, and one's the beta cuck brother, essentially.
Yeah.
How did you guys like the animation quality?
It was decent, I thought.
I thought that the fucking like final fight in it was so good with Mash. Like holy shit, I loved that.
I'm pretty sure A1 did this one, right?
I liked some of Mash's like deliveries on like him seeming nonchalant, but he's like, I'll be back to kick your ass or whatever in that one scene. But that's
some of them fell super flat, even though
a lot of them fell super flat. But
in the first couple episodes, he had a couple of like, I'm a retard, like my character trope is that I'm retarded, and then it just felt like
ditched that. And they just for the door thing that they milked.
The door thing.
Yeah, later he's basically like, I did this thing that was super cleverly whatever, like oriented or something.
Like when he punches the ground or whatever and creates that trough so the guy can't teleport any which way but like forward or whatever.
And then he like spits out the coin and then it replaces he bites the button, spits it out, and then replace the coin. By the way, Mashle Magic and Muscle more like skipped leg day and Muscle. Like Jesus Christ.
On that cover, geez. Like
before we get too far away from it, so regarding the like the Harry Potter references or whatever. So centuries ago, that anime snob referred to how like parody anime, like their inherent flaws that they hinge so much on other things that like it doesn't really stand on its own in a way. And I feel like that's kind of exemplified in this. That's like I feel like the Harry Potter references, I got like virtually no value out of the references. There wasn't something like clever done with most of it. It was just like, oh, here's Dumbledore. He looks exactly like Dumbledore. Oh, here's that old bitch. She looks like that old bitch. Oh, here's the sorting hat that's a skeleton. But like virtually all of it amounted to nothing. It literally just seems like the lazy copy and paste just so I have a a vessel to tell my stupid story or whatever through.
Like it feels like
I'm just copying the homework, the hard parts of like having characters like set out like, oh, we have the head honcho, oh, we have this relative system of like, oh, the hierarchy, oh, we have the houses and all this stuff. No value besides like I don't know. It's a quick, easy shortcut. That's
It
all
feels like
it felt like to
somebody,
me.
like an editor or the author, was like, "Okay, I'm gonna write a shonen where the guy has no abilities; he's just all muscle." And it's like, "Oh, it's not. I don't know. Can you come up with something else?" And then he watched Harry Potter that weekend and it was like, "Perfect, I'll do that." And nobody in Japan noticed because it's like, well, no, Harry Potter's not nearly as popular. And it's like,
Change it
okay,
enough to be just a
yeah,
different. You know?
copy my homework. Just don't copy it too much to make it obvious. And
I
then
mean,
he
there's no way people
copied
in
it.
Harry Potter, people in Japan wouldn't know what Harry Potter is. I know
I
they
know, but
speak
it's not
Japanese, but
nearly as like well known as here in like the West. They're not gonna catch on how lazy these tropes are, and how basic bitch it feels.
I mean, bro, they make like Star Wars references in like anime and stuff, and that's Western and stuff. That all I'm
Well, I
saying
know,
is like
but like
they catch it
the
anyway.
small niches and stuff, they're not gonna catch.
But yeah, so that's the reference regarding the references. Regarding the hype I got from you being like, I want Rock Lee in Hogwarts. There were so many goddamn characters. Well, actually, sorry. To start off, the humor basically like as I said, it started off with, oh, I have the door trope. Then they milked that door trope to the point where you're like, okay, that's not funny anymore. And then,
And speaking of milking tropes, the fucking sweet buns, whatever the fuck he
cream
likes
puff?
to
oh
make.
yeah, the
cream
cream
puff.
puffs. Yeah, like the sorting hat. It's like, okay, what's this building up to? Another cream puff reference, which is like the only thing he has going. It's like, oh, it comes back to cream puff. It's like, okay, I guess that's kind of fine, but like, okay, you said that like 10 seconds ago. And then, which now that I think of it, it's like that kind of exemplifies a lot of the show is like very what do you call when a character's like one note or whatever?
One
Yeah, like
dimensional.
yeah, one dimensional. It's like, okay, we really gonna keep dragging this out. And regarding the other characters, the only character I kind of liked was the blue-haired character because he sounded like Billy Kometz. Turns out he's the replacement for Billy Kometz in Shield
He's
Hero as
who?
well. Yeah, that's exactly who it was. So that's fine. But he had a purpose. He had conviction. You know, he's like, my sister, and I'm doing this for my sister, and it's like,
Yeah.
like,
Oh
yeah,
god.
there you go. And he took everything seriously or whatever. So, and he was competent. So I'm like, okay,
They gave
that's
him
cool.
like, yeah, they gave him a backstory. They gave him a purpose, and
Right.
he feels more fleshed out compared to like fucking what Lemon. Like, what's her motivation for coming to school? Like,
Now she's like, I'm a muggle, I'm poor or whatever, and so that's why I had to be a dick in the beginning, and then it's like, oh, well,
Can
I
you expand on
misunderstood
that?
your phrase, so I love you now.
Yeah,
but every character that they fight, as like they'll defeat them, and then you'll get this info dump on their whole backstory. Everyone has a backstory and a motive,
Yeah,
which
Demon
isn't
Slayer
bad.
style.
Yeah. Now it isn't bad that they'll have like backstory and all that, but the
The
problem
difference-
is they're just shoving it in, and there's so many so many villains that they just defeat. It's like you could have built this up over like maybe 50 episodes or something, and it could have had value, and you might have actually felt something. But you're just giving me all this exposition to crap that I don't care. We're moving on to the next fight after this. Like what?
yeah, we barely got to know any of these characters, and then it's like info dump here. Here's everything. Goodbye.
So it's like, even if you're trying to enjoy it as just like Rock Lee goes to Hogwarts, you're bogged down by all this like, oh, we're making it the Hunter x Hunter tournament whatever stuff, which by the way, that one field one looked resembled the Hunter x Hunter thing when they were doing that earlier tournament arc or whatever. But yeah, so they do the action things, and they're talking about all their techniques, and I'm sitting here like just completely checked out because it's like, this is a parody. They're not going to put that much effort into their intricate systems, and they're not going to highlight it enough because they're going to be focused on other things like the cream puffs and LOL XD. So I just kind of was like, okay, I can't wait for this formality to be over of them being like, my something technique. Oh, and here we go. Here's the cherry on top. So, obviously we expect like, okay, so he's gonna overcome things with his swollenness, right? But like all of that humor was one-dimensional as well, because it was, I have my overpowered whatever super awesome super technique and style that cannot be overcome. What? You overcame it, and they'll explain everything after it happens too, including the jokes, right? So they'll explain like, wait, you just ate a cream puff or whatever, instead of the viewer just observing that he's eating a cream puff and it's like really weirdly timed. Like if they could at least not explain what we just saw, that would have been cool. But they have that, and they explain every little detail that happens in the fights and stuff too. So it's I don't know. Part of it feels kind of like it was written for people that are way younger demographics. So that's why they have to explain it. But like, I don't know. It got grading.
That
over
is
time.
part of it too. It is written for
I think that might also be a Japanese comedy trope. The explaining the joke gets funnier when you have the character react to explaining it or whatever.
Well, sure. I get it that it's like, wait, that really just happened, the equivalent or whatever. But I don't know, when you do 50 times, it's like, okay,
I
this
agree.
character's about to do that. Did that actually just happen? The last 50 guys reacted that way, though.
I really like Mash's like dub performances where he's just like he didn't like he's got that like monotone like, oh no, like kind of like.
By the way, that's Alex Lee, right? Zenitsu's voice actor. So I feel like he's way better at energetic characters, because it's almost like he was almost too authentically like deadpan or whatever. Like at times where it's like, I don't know, it's hard to explain. Sometimes it sounds pretty okay, but more often it just sounds like, I don't know, he's not an actor. Like he just went up to him and was like, yes, I was trying to get a cream puff. I don't know.
I recently saw a TikTok where somebody was showing a movie. I think it was The Wiz, and they were pointing out this white kid had like the worst delivery possible for a line, and it turns out the kid right behind him is Tobey Maguire as a kid. Like they gave some no-name blonde kid who's probably the producer's son a line in the movie, and it's delivered in the most forced, unbelievably awful way possible, and standing right fucking behind him, acting with just his face because they didn't give him any lines, is fucking Tobey Maguire.
But yeah.
I think now there's a season 2, and it's like, okay, I hope they expand upon some of these things that are just shallow as fuck.
So I'll definitely say this. Although I liked Mashle, like just the concept, again, I think the concept carries a lot of the weight, like because just the it's such a silly premise that I just kind of like have a soft spot in my heart just over that part of it, you know.
It's
but
like
I
you're
definitely-
selectively opening the blinders every time it achieves your vision, and then closing them.
Well, I'm just saying that I feel like it. I feel like when I was watching it, there were quite a few times where I was checking how many minutes were left in the episode. You know what I mean? And that's not usually a good sign. You know what I mean? Like it's just not something that you should feel like
you want to
should
be like,
doing.
oh, the episode's already over. Shit, on to the next one. Type of-
Exactly. You know, and so
That's why the shonen battle shonen they were trying to, I don't know, somewhat shoehorn in. Just felt like a formality. It's like, okay, we know you didn't put enough time to make people care about the battles, so just get on with it and get to your comedy, but then the comedy is like one note. It's like, can we move on to something else? I don't know. That's what it feels like, kind of in between.
Yeah, I definitely don't think it stuck the landing or like was a perfect, 10 out of 10 or anything sort of like that. I enjoyed the concept of it and would be, I'm up for more of it, but I'm glad that I get to take a little break from it before we do more kind of thing. And I'm kind of like really looking forward to doing Steins Gate again, because I really, really enjoy that show. And so far, I've only rewatched like 3 episodes, but I'm, really getting back into it and really excited to get to experience it again, especially now that I'm going to watch it the specific way that we laid out in the Discord. If anybody has already seen Steins Gate and you're interested in rewatching, I'm rewatching it from the beginning of the first episode of the original show. So I'm going to watch episodes.
Well, that's why you're enjoying it, right?
Well, I'm going to watch 1 through, yeah, exactly, because I'm not actually watching Steins Gate 0 yet. I'm going to watch 1 through 22 of Steins Gate. Then I'm watching 23 beta. Then I'm watching the entirety of Steins Gate 0. Right, Reese? And then I'm going to watch 23 alpha, like the original episode 23. Then 24 and the OVA. Do I do the Steins Gate 0 OVA first?
I think the 0 OVA first, and then the Steins Gate OVA.
And then the Steins Gate OVA, which is the one where they go to America. Then the movie,
like a year later. Like a year later. That's like it takes place like a year later or something.
So that's how I'm going to watch it. And if you guys haven't been with us, right? Yeah, I'll probably watch the movie again just because I hate myself. So if you guys haven't been with us for a couple of years, we actually already watched Steins Gate for Watch Club, and we watched it when Steins Gate 0 was airing. So we only made the original Watch Club Steins Gate, but I watched Steins Gate 0 up until what was that? Was that the second one you were on, Reese? Yes, it was episode 35. El Sai Congress. So we watched Steins Gate and the movie, and then I watched up until the episode that had aired so far of Steins Gate 0.
The dub had aired. I think it was almost
and
done.
I think that was only episode like 20 out of 23 or whatever, 24.
It might have been 19.
I don't know. I'll remember it when I get there. But I'm just saying, like, we discussed it a little bit on that podcast 35, because I had duo guests, and I'll see if I can get him to come back on if he wants to, and we'll discuss that too. Just because now it's like I'm finally actually going to wrap up the whole watch of that. So anyway, that's our plans for the next Watch Club. For those out there who care. Anyway, and I have now gotten I've gotten all those things added into the doc, so that's good. I feel good about that. All right.
Before we continue, 1 second.
Yep.
Mirage, your upload is complete. You can dip out.
If you need to, yep. You good? Cool. Thank you. Enjoyed having you. Take care. All right, let's come back to comments real quick, and then we'll wrap up the show pretty soon with topics here. The game's about manipulation, also narcissism, but of course, people tend to support these games because it fits their identity as narcissists and manipulators. Customers with the tax dollars have been wasted on. So she basically said the lies identified themselves as the truth. Oh, identified themselves as the truth. Me. Kids never respect women in men's clothes either. Oh, okay. There's a key to understanding why they think being such a manipulative person is okay. They want to win, yes, exactly, by any means necessary, because they think they are on the right side of history. Some of you may die, but that is a sacrifice I am willing to take. Deathborn main character. You assume that Deathborn devs can afford an apartment? Yeah, right. Woker watch.
Overwoke.
Fat characters are ugly. Androgyny with fat is even worse. Who wouldn't pick Buckethead as a character from Concord? I'm sure Yellow Trash Can is popular with the kids. The SV characters look like they are from different series. The Mario, Zelda, Kirby. Oh, this is a Pokemon thing. I'm just skipping this. Puffy jacket because you can't have any risk of sex appeal. Yeah, right. No more Patapone and no more Freedom Wars, but it's okay because we got Concord at home. Are those the companies that they shut down for it? All right. Old man says it's out after 2 a.m. Homeschooling can be better.
When you get done with comments.
Best viewers. Oh, awesome. I could get viewers. Great. Thanks. Once you have the merit and try to look good, it works. Good. Okay. Gundam Breaker 4 is good. And all right, cool. We're caught up. At least what matters.
Yeah. Back to the Watch Club thing.
Oh, I thought we were done with that. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, kind of most of the same sentiments. Like, it was funny, but it got old very quickly with all the... And then I feel like Wisteria, Wand, and Sword is basically what you wanted out of this series.
Really? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was that other one, yeah.
Yeah, that's currently airing. And like, I keep wanting to watch the next episode as soon as one ends.
Cool. Well, I look forward to that. I did see that when we were looking at shows and stuff.
Like, basically, the guy can't use magic, but it shows you that what he's been doing to earn his power, his strengths.
Cool. Which I guess like that is a greater emphasis on the Rock Lee aspect, which is I definitely think what Mashle is lacking.
Awesome. The animation is so much better than Mashle.
Wisteria,
Wand and Sword.
Wisteria. Ah, okay.
Mashle wins just on title alone because it's funny, right? But
I will say that Mash is I think that is a fitting name because he's like an ape, so he'll just mash things like potatoes.
You like when Mash does mashing time, you mash all over the place.
Every time I hear Mashle, I just think of he's going to use his strength to mash himself off. Like, Mashle.
Masturbation.
Exactly.
All right. I'm just getting all that stuff in the doc. Cool. All right, let's go back to it though. All right. Saving me a lot of time by letting me get this done now, actually. All right, right stuff.
Yeah. You can do it.
Yeah, I'll do it.
I believe in you. There's only two things.
I got
They're
such
right at the top.
amazing things to share with you guys. I'm so happy. Tokyo Revengers. Holy shit!
Yeah, that's one. And then
Viz
Gibiate
and
right next to
Crunchyroll.
it.
Gibiate, yeah. Okay.
Viz.
So let's take a look at these. So are they censoring out the
Hakenfu? I don't know.
the Hakenfu? What?
Well, the
swastika?
WTK had was that, or someone in the comments on WTK's post said like, oh, the German Blu-ray is censored, and it's like, yeah, but that's Germany. Don't they have like laws or something about that? So that's not really much to go off of.
If this is uncensored, and again, just for the audience, anybody who's new here, there is a manji, which people misunderstand as being the Hakenkreuz, which is the swastika that Hitler used on the Nazi flag. A manji is the original Buddhist symbol that marks where the shrines are on maps, the temples. And Hitler took it to try to pervert, like it's like a Satanism thing because they're all into the occult, of flipping it so it's actually backwards and tilted on an axis in order to steal its power. That was the point of doing that, is that if he was deep into the occult and believed And up until that point in America, it was seen as a good luck charm. It has deep meanings in Japan that have absolutely no connection to the Nazis, right? It's on the outfit of the school uniforms or whatever, the delinquent
The gang
outfit.
members.
Yeah,
the
the gang
the
member
gang
outfit.
jackets.
Yeah.
Gang jackets.
And so if it's uncensored, which is to just say that they didn't remove it, because it seems like something they would probably go out of their way to do, then I'd be all over this. And we definitely got to do a watch club because it seems so fucking cool. The concept has to do with time travel and stuff. I'm really eager to watch it. And then Gibiate, I've never heard of.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like the Final Fantasy concept
It's
artist dude.
definitely Yoshitaka Amano, like 100%.
So this is released by Anime Limited, sub only. And the reason you haven't heard of it is because it has a 3-point-something out of 10 rating on math.
It looks like that Haku. What was it called? Hakuge or whatever. Huh. Oh God! What an
Hokage?
concept. No, it's a currently airing anime, or like upcoming anime. It was
currently airing anime.
Yeah, that. It premiered at Anime Expo. Anyway, Savakis said, I don't think Full Moon was dubbed past the 28 released episodes. While my contacts at Viz say they dubbed it all, the licensor says that they specifically bailed on the show because of the dubbing costs. They even renewed the show for streaming, but didn't stream the dub. So there you go. Oh, shit. Actually, there's another one here. I didn't realize that. In any event, neither the licensor nor Viz has them. The studio Blue Water closed years ago, and Ocean Studios hasn't replied to me. Absent a release, there's nowhere else they could be hiding. I don't think they're out there. The end.
Well, he says they haven't replied yet. Maybe they could reply and say, we got that, bitch.
I hope. Spoke with, although I am going to watch the show in Japanese, sorry. Spoke with Brad Belden, the dub's recording engineer and current head of Blue Water / Chinook Animation in the same office. He also thinks they did the whole thing, but isn't sure. But all materials are gone by now. It's over. Checked with Viz, licensor, and dub studio. Sad face. If these dubs ever existed, they are officially 100% lost to time. Without a release, they would only exist as masters, which would have been returned to Japan or destroyed. The former did not happen. Either they were destroyed or they never existed. Brady said, this also happened to Ninja Robots and the Galaxy Express 39 specials. All copies of the masters were destroyed. The only reason we have these in any form is because they aired on TV and a few fans recorded them. If you're in a position working on media like this, keep your own backups. I know of at least one AAA anime movie title, super big, that had an amazing theatrical sound mixdown. And the original owner lost the uncompressed files to it. All that existed were old DVDs, and they were lucky the original mixer was a pack rat and still had the mix.
I'm curious what title that was.
Somebody said, was it something like Akira? It wasn't Akira, but something exactly that level. Yes.
Why is he being cryptic about it? Like,
I don't know.
Something that they're going to announce at the next stream.
Right.
Oh.
Like, the only thing big like Akira I could think of would be Ghost in the Shell.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
But that's got like 7.1 or whatever. Mix.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Well, obviously it's not that. He's just saying,
he literally just said that they found the master because the mixer had it.
Well, that fucking sucks either way with Full Moon, I guess. So we're only going to get 28 episodes, I suppose.
I mean, I didn't watch it dubbed, I can't imagine they actually translated the songs though.
Oh,
If they
okay.
did, it is a tragedy that they didn't, dub the whole thing or that we're losing it or whatever. But honestly, I think the show is worth watching in Japanese. Personally, I never watched the dub. I'm just biased, right? Anyway, if you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, what's this? I bothered to remove the WooCommerce PayPal plugin to fix the broken part of the site. I did, in fact. So there you go. Although somebody has told me on Twitter that the size widget is broken on the size chart. So, yep, that sucks.
They broke the size chart.
I don't know what that's about. All right, that sucks. Okay. Anyway, also you can shop at OCApodcast.com/store. Buy yourself an OCA Porncast shirt.
Has anybody
Anyway.
bought one other than me?
Just me. Yeah. Yes, they have. Me.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, have we ever sold any shirt?
No. we our fans are very generous with other people and not us. Creamy Mommy Anime goes analog for record day with a cassette tape and player.
I'm gonna yeet. I'm hungry and tired.
Well, you don't want to hear about the kids' takoyaki charity that almost shut down by reselling middle schoolers?
What the actual what? Reselling middle schoolers?
I have no idea what this is about.
Yeah, no,
Best
I'd rather eat.
best interpretation is that kids are selling takoyaki, middle schoolers are buying them and then selling them for another price higher up.
I'd rather eat takoyaki than that.
Yep, me too. I can't wait to go eat. Octopus
Alright, so-
Dumpling Stand finds out it's not always easy helping others, but finds a way to do it anyway with some heartwarming help.
No,
Located-
he should just his upload.
You message him on Discord and say, "You whore, come back here and get back in the call so your thing can finish uploading." Or maybe he
I
went
will.
to the place.
Well, I'll just send him the upload link.
Yeah. All right. Oh, it says complete.
It does?
It does.
Oh, wow.
Randy has one level of himself that's not complete, and I will.
Yeah,
smack
it's
his
only at
face.
8% too. I already messaged him on Discord.
All right. Octopus Dumpling Stand finds out it's not always easy helping others, but finds a way to do it anyway with some heartwarming help. Located in Osaka's Higashi Yodogawa Ward, Takoba is a shop specializing in the city's most beloved street food, takoyaki. But Takoba is more than just a takoyaki joint. It's also sometimes a Kodomo Shokudo, which directly translates to kids' cafeteria or kids' dining hall. But there's more to them than just child-friendly atmospheres and menus that appeal to little tykes. Kodomo Shokudo are a sort of charitable endeavor where kids can eat for very reduced prices, if not entirely for free. Oh, so they're getting them for free and then selling them. The goal The goal of Kodomo Shokudo is usually twofold: to help kids from low-income families get a little extra nutrition, and also to let them enjoy the social activity of sharing a meal with friends from school and other peers, which they might not be able to afford to do at regular prices. Kodomo Shokudo are often run by individuals or independent groups operating outside of official government welfare programs. That flexibility means that there's usually no required registration or verification of the child's family's financial situation to qualify for the low price meal. There's like a chunk of ice on there. The upside is that needy kids can use Kodomo Shokudo without feeling self-conscious or singled out. But the lack of regulations also made things difficult for Takoba earlier this summer. Ordinarily, Takoba operates as a Kodomo Shokudo for 1 day a month, selling a set of 6 takoyaki for just 10 yen, or roughly 7 US cents. instead of the regular
Damn.
480 yen it charges.
Damn.
For this year, why even sell it? Like, for this year's summer vacation period, though, they've expanded their Kodomo Shokudo operation to every day from August 12th to September 1st. Unfortunately, during that time, Takoba's owner, Mr. Shimada, found out that greater access to low-priced takoyaki came with some problems too. First, the increase in kids' meat, the increase in kids meant an increase in trash, either purposely littered or accidentally dropped in the neighborhood around Takoba, prompting complaints from local residents. Then there's the issue of adults coming to the stand and asking for the 10 yen price, claiming they're buying them for kids waiting at home, but with no way to verify if that's true. Most heartbreaking of all, Shimada received phone calls from parents saying that some middle school aged kids who'd bought the 10 yen takoyaki from the Kodomo Shokuda had been reselling them to elementary schoolers for 100 yen. 70 cents. Wow. I felt so bad for the kids who could have gotten takoyaki for 10 yen but bought them from the resellers for 100 yen, lamented Shimada. All of this caused Takoba to suspend its Kodomo Shokuda offer just 1 week into its August schedule. But the shutdown didn't mean Shimada had closed off his heart, and the Kodomo Shokudo has now resumed with a few new rules to address the problems that had cropped up. For starters, parents are no longer allowed to buy Kodomo Shokuda priced takoyaki on behalf of claimed non-present kids. Kids themselves have to be the ones buying them, and they have to be buying them for themselves, something indirectly enforced by a 1 order per day per person limit. Kids are also asked to either eat their takoyaki in Takoba's seating area or take them home and enjoy them there, i.e., they're asked to refrain from eating them on the neighborhood streets. Shimada has also been able to talk with the middle schoolers who were reselling the takoyaki for profit and explained why it's not the right thing to do. Because it makes them money and not you? Like, the new rules are covered in a tweet from Takoba's official Twitter account. All right. There's also been a price increase for the Kodomo Shokudo takoyaki from 10 to 50 yen. However, the takoyaki now also come with juice or a soft drink, a sticker, and some kind of sweet candy or salty snack, helping make this updated generosity possible. Our donations from caring individuals and companies who've been sending Takoba boxes of food and drinks after being touched by the takoyaki stand's commitment to keeping the Kodomo Shokudo running.
Man, I want that sticker so bad.
What sticker?
You just said sticker was added in the new one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. At this point, I'm so tired that I read the words.
Sorry.
I don't process any of them. It's hard work, says Shimada, of running the Kodomo Shokudo, but he says he also loves having the opportunity to interact with local kids. When they say thanks, mister, it's like all my fatigue gets blown away, and it makes me happy I've decided to do this. With August winding down, Takoba will soon be going back to its one day a month Kodomo Shokuda schedule, but the happy memories it helped kids create will no doubt be sticking with them even after the summer ends. Okay. So,
damn, 1 day a month. All those poor kids gotta live off 6 takoyaki for a month.
Something weird happened here. Hold on. What the fuck? No. What the fuck? Don't you fucker. There. No. All right, hold on.
I'm not sorry for that.
Okay. So hold on. Something has happened with an article that is not loading the proper article. Fortunately, I have it archived, but I think we should just wait. I do want to find something else to cover. Let me just grab so we can cut down on some while we're tired. Because I would hate to waste the fish one. Recent is what I'm talking about. We don't need to waste the fish one.
We don't need to blow a load.
Okay, we can just this will be a good one too. This will be a good one. we'll just swap it out with the dinosaur one.
The dinosaur.
Yeah.
That one.
And it's pretty short. It's a pretty short article as well, so it's going to be good. All right. I like this. All right. This is a good opportunity. All right. So let's go back to it. Cool. We're going to change this up. Sorry. All right. Fake watermelons full of drugs failed to fool U.S. agents. What? They look so real.
So delectable.
It's a watermelon. You're out. I was like, that's what? I wouldn't eat that. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why does it have so many wrinkles?
United States border agents have intercepted a truck carrying more than $5 million worth of methamphetamine at the U.S.-Mexico border, hidden inside a shipment of watermelons. Build the wall. The drugs were wrapped in plastic, painted in 2 shades of green to resemble the fruit, and placed among real watermelons. How could they tell them apart? More than 2 tons of methamphetamine in a total of 1,220 packages was seized by officers. Stashing drugs among produce is a common way to smuggle the illicit substances across borders. Banana shipments are the most popular, but officers have recently found narcotics in Gouda cheese and avocados. U.S. Customs and Border Protections officials said their officers had stopped the truck hauling a trailer at the border with Mexico in Otay Mesa. The paperwork suggested the driver was transporting a shipment of watermelons, but an inspection revealed the parcels containing methamphetamine, also known simply as meth. It is a powerful and highly addictive stimulant. Thank you. Glad I didn't know. The driver was handed over to Homeland Security officials. The seizure came a week after officials at the same border crossing discovered almost 300 kilograms of meth in a shipment of celery. Both hauls came to a total value of $6 million. Oh. Mexican drug cartels are the leading producers and suppliers of methamphetamine to the United States. In February, Mexican security forces seized more than 40 tons of the drug at the biggest lab to be discovered in recent years. Mexican officials said the lab boasted more than 200 centrifuges, boilers, and condensing chambers, key equipment used to make the chemical. Damn. I hope this next one's better. Woman needs medical help after getting toy dinosaur stuck in her vagina. Look at the mirror of this dinosaur. Why is it furry? Why is it furry? A woman was left embarrassed after she had to check into her local sexual health clinic because she had a toy dinosaur stuck up her vagina.
How did it get up there, man?
Oh, it gets so bad. It's not unusual for odd cases to come through the doors of a clinic, but for one trainee nurse, Poppy Ward, this case came as quite the surprise, with even her long-serving trainer blushing. She had thought the patient was suffering from thrush due to her peculiar gait and hobble. Whoa. So it came as quite the shock when the patient said it was a toy dinosaur that was the issue. I was playing with my son's dinosaur and it stuck. I was playing with my son's toy dinosaur in my vagina.
Back to your son?
And it stuck. Seriously. Do parents do this? How many toys have you had that have been in somebody's asshole, do you think? Like,
I don't want to think about it.
I don't shop at Goodwill.
I have so many Batman toys that are had.
no.
Like, just, oh no.
The Dark Knight. Oh no.
Yeah, very dark.
It's dark in here.
I didn't see the outside of a vagina until I was already a man.
I am Watchman.
It turned out the toy, which she clarified was a T-Rex, was stuck in the lady's vagina.
I thought that was the brand, Doctor. I thought that was the brand new vibrator that I bought. It was dark.
The situation left her trainer too stunned / amused to deal with the situation, she writes in The Guardian. The nurse still managed to offer some advice on vagina dinosaur masturbating, though. Use a stegosaurus, bitch. I don't advise inserting children's toys during sexual activity. However, if you do choose to masturbate with a toy dinosaur, I recommend buying your own, you filthy degenerate, right? And perhaps putting it in a condom or tying a leash to its foot. You learn something new every day. I don't understand how it got stuck up there.
Wait. She's done that before. You know she's done something like that before. Where
she's like, shit, man, I gotta try this.
My son seems to be having way too much fun with it. Maybe I should play with it.
I'm trying to find if there's just one more we could throw in here. Would you guys like to read about the Thai man who got his penis stuck in a plastic bottle? Would you like to read about
none of the above, honestly, but sure, why not?
I think we can just leave it off at this one.
I just want to get it out of the way, but you're right. Let's leave everybody.
It's only
3:13. You're right.
for me.
Man from Brecken stung more than 150 times after a wasp attack and followed him home. I don't know. All right, let's call it a night. I'm tired.
Yeah.
I got work in a few hours. It's already a 6-hour show. Let me look at our comments.
I don't know. Honor Cooper's Vote did have it.
Yeah. Did it? I think they only dubbed the pilot.
Okay.
Elaborate on this, JT Vega.
Quickly.
You could do it over Discord. I don't want to do it right now, but I'm just curious because I really love that show. And I was disappointed it didn't have a dub from that era because I thought that would have been awesome.
What show is it?
Armored Trooper Votoms.
Oh.
Anyway, yep. So let's there we go.
So I'm coming day and night. I mean, it's terrific, right? So I'm